are the Dream Killers. I'm giving that the Golden Eagles now ablaze.
Take down!
Close, making some magic happen. No. 2 down, now 3, going for the ace.
Uh-oh, the nade! That looks good! Oh my God!
But hey, Fisk is gone. He's got in 4th place, 0-2 now. What is going on?
Welcome in, everybody. It is the PUBG Mobile Titan Series Premier Finals. My name is Powerbang. I'll be your host for today. We've got some of the best teams from the North America region battling it out to see which one will earn their share of a $20,000 prize pool and move on to the PMSL Americas Fall Challenge. Man, I am so excited to get into it, but it's not just me bringing you the action today. I've got my friends Mustache Dave and Hot Jukes here today as well. Fellas, good to have you back on the desk as always. Dave, we just ran it back for Challenger Finals, man. How are you doing? Are you excited for today?
Running it back, big dog. Running it back. I'm looking for one of these teams to start from the opens to qualify like we saw 2 days ago to make it into top 2 here, PB, because I want to see the underdog story. I want to see a fresh squad make it to PMSL. Let's see if they can get it done here, PB.
So many acronyms, my man. I feel your pain for sure. Hot Jukes, welcome back, dude. So good to have you on the desk for the Premier Finals. Always good to cast with you, my brother. I am looking forward to getting you caught up, but man, you missed some incredible action. Tell me, are you ready for what the Premier Finals have in store for you?
Man, I've been ready, baby. This is the show, right? This is where it is all at. I am so stoked to see which teams perform, right? We've seen teams in the past that did well during, the challengers have some success here, but hopefully we see some teams that even maybe got relegated, right? Come back and actually perform and show that, you know what? We put in the homework, baby, and we're ready.
Excellent. Well, relegation, what's that? Well, good news. We got a tournament format graphic ready for you to describe exactly what this tournament is, how it works in the Titan series, and see exactly which teams are going to be playing and competing here today. First and foremost, we had an open tournament inside the game for the Challenger qualifiers. 186 teams registered, and they got whittled down to the top 10. Those teams competed in the Challenger finals just a couple of days ago for the right to earn their spot in the Premier Finals. Now, in the Premier qualifiers, we had 16 invited teams, of which the top 10 all qualified for this very event. The bottom 6 from that had to go down to the Challenger Finals and compete against the top 10 from Challenger qualifiers. Ultimately, the top 6 from those teams will make their way into this tournament as well. We have those for you. We'll talk about them here shortly. But now that we're here in the Premier Finals, there are $20,000 worth of prize pool on the line, and teams will be competing for that. And I'm so excited to see who's going to be walking away just a little bit richer from mobile games. And obviously, we've got our 3 partner teams in the region. They will be going forward automatically. We'll talk about them here shortly. But there's also 2 teams additionally that will be qualifying for PMSL Americas, where there is a $200,000 prize pool on the line this fall. So exciting, but that is the tournament format. Let's talk scores just really quickly, and you'll see that things are pretty standard. We've got our normal rank points in place, where the higher you finish as a team, the more points you get. 10 points for first, 6 for second, 5 for third, all the way down to your top 8. Everyone that finishes 8th place and above in a game will receive at least 1 point. And then on the elimination side, it pays to be aggressive. 1 point for each elimination, so that's got to be feeling good. Teams will be getting 1 point for every player they put away. Now, a little bit differently during this particular Premier Finals, we've got something called the Smash Rule. This is a match point target that's set after 2 days of finals. This event is scheduled for 3 days. The first 2 days is play as normal, and then there's going to be a point threshold set. Whoever has the leading score after 2 days, we're going to add 10 points on top of that. And then if a team surpasses that threshold on the 3rd day and wins a chicken dinner after the first game, tournament's over. It ends early, and that team who wins the chicken dinner will be crowned champion, and it doesn't necessarily matter if they're on top of the standings. So things could get interesting. We'll keep you abreast of what that means as time goes on if we get into that situation here on day 3. But Dave, you were here for Challenger. You know what's on the line. Talk to me about the prizes, my man.
Hey, about time. We got $20,000 on the line. First place gets $10,000, second place gets $5,000, and then third place $3,000. Goes down from there. So all these teams starting from the bottom here, PB, looking forward to hopefully cashing some big checks here after the next 3 days. But like you said, PMSL, $200,000 on the line. So the money just keeps stacking up here, Hot Jukes.
That's 10 times the amount of money. You gotta have that. Gotta have that, right? One thing I love about is the fact that, we know who the partner teams are going into this, right? Now, they are coming in for that money, PB, right? That is what they're hunting down because we know we're going to see them in PMSL. So I'm really interested to see how that dynamic is going to kind of flow out here today.
I can't wait. We're going to talk about the teams in just a moment. But first, let's catch you up on the action that went down this past few days. We had the Challenger Finals that went down August 18th and 19th. Dave and I were here alongside Enigma to cast that action. We saw 6 teams qualify their way through to make it here to the Premier Finals. Now, Dave, some teams really kind of stood out in the action. We saw some aggression. We saw some really talented individual plays. But I'd love to have you walk me through the last few days of action and talk to me about which teams were kind of standing out to you.
I'm gonna talk about it, man. Hot Jukes, just in case you're looking for players to keep your eyes on here. Kiddo, without a doubt. So Kiddo from Not So Good, pencil that homie in. And then over here, we just saw Lostin from Rich Esports. My dude was the golden arm in the qualifier. So those are 2 star players in my opinion. Rich, we saw them finishing first place in the Challenger Finals, and Not So Good Games a little bit beneath that 3rd place overall with Team Entity kind of slipping on in. But really looking forward to kind of seeing how these teams go up against the Premier qualifier teams and just these more veteran squads, right, that we tend to see in competitive PUBG Mobile, because a lot of these Challenger teams, this could be their first time at a level this high here, PB, when it comes to competition.
Really could. So you mentioned a couple standouts for sure with Lostin from Rich Esports, and then obviously we had Kiddo from Not So Good Games. There were several other great teams as well, almost there on your screen right now. One of the top teams from the Challenger qualifiers, they finished first place overall, and it looked like it might be a bit sketchy. There might be an upset, and they may not get their way through, but they did enough in the final game to qualify. So you'll see almost there representing. We also had Sinners Esports, who were seemingly pretty mid the entire tournament, but all of a sudden they had a pop off 30 bomb, 20 eliminations in one game. As you see them get eliminated on screen right there, it's perfect timing for that. But Sinners, a team that has shown they have the ability to go deep, go big, and secure those points. And I would be remiss if we did not mention the 4 Sexy Frogs. They had our favorite name coming into the tournament, but they may be rivaled this time by Zero Fox Given. I'm just saying, we got some creative ones out there for sure, but on screen right now you can see exactly how each of our 16 teams qualified into this tournament. The first 10 teams listed made it through by virtue of performing well in the Premier qualifiers. They are listed in order of rank, so you can see Wolves finished top spot, number 1, INCO number 2, Dauntless 3, DBZ number 4, all the way down through Rival 6 in 10th place. And then at Rich Esports, that is your top team from the Challenger Finals. Number 2 was Entity, on down through the 4 Sexy Frogs. So looking at this list, Hot Jukes, I gotta come to you, my friend. Any of these teams standing out to you as teams we need to look out for or favorites for the Premier Finals?
Oh man, I mean, of course we got to look at the top of the boards, right? I know that you were talking about a golden arm earlier, Dave, right? But I was looking at some of the stats from the Premier qualifiers, and Bacho had the most throwables used with 86, right? The Wolves are obviously going to be a team I'm really keeping my eye on here. Another team, though, we got to talk about is INCO Gaming, because looking at the stats, even though the Wolves finished up on top, INCO Gaming had players with the most eliminations in that entire Premier qualifier. So we didn't get to see them in the spring. They're here in the fall now. So you know that they're really hungry to perform well here.
They really are. I mean, INCO Gaming finishing number 1 and number 2 individually in the actual stats for eliminations, with 7 and Vitali top in the charts. Pretty impressive performance from them, but the team falling just short to the Wolves, who ultimately secured that top spot. So coming to you, Dave, INCO, this is their first time really participating in the region, as they weren't necessarily residents just yet, but they are now. So the region, I would imagine, needs to be on notice, because INCO has quite the pedigree, and they're bringing that experience up here to the north.
Yeah, I mean, this lobby is going to be interesting, especially on a day 1 here. It's really going to set the tone, right, for the next 3 days, because we got the Challenger teams, we got the returning Premier squads, a lot of mix and a match in here, and then a lot of teams looking to prove themselves, their dominance here, especially with the 3 back-to-back air goals. I was peeping the map. There's a couple hot drop areas that we'll have to keep our eyes on here. Not to mention, Hot Jukes, we're saying bye to Sandhawk, man. So we got 3 more days. We got 3 more Sandhawks, and then it's out of here. So that's a big storyline too. So curious to see how teams kind of play around that factor as well.
That's massive news for sure. I gotta say though, we talked Wolves, we talked INCO. Those teams are gonna be bringing some bonus points into today for finishing in such a consistent way during the league stage and qualifiers. And what do the bonus points mean? What does that do, right? For the teams that competed and were consistent, that finished on top of the tables, Wolves, they're bringing in 10 points to the start of Premier Finals. Everyone is reset to 0, but these bonus points can give you a bit of a head start. Now, the challenger teams that came up, no one is bringing in any bonus points. They're just happy to be here, right? But the top 8 teams are bringing in bonus points of some kind. And as we know, it can be just 1 point that separates a team from qualification or elimination, from glory or, hey, better luck next year. So with that, let's check and see the overall standing to see where we start the action today. And it is indeed Wolves on top with 10, INCO with 8, and Dauntless rounding out your top 3. But all of the 8 teams here getting a little something to start the day. But if we take a peek at our second page, they don't have much, right, as far as momentum coming into the day, but that's okay. We've seen teams erase those deficits in just one match. You can kind of look at the 10 points as a free chicken dinner coming into the week, Dave. But at the end of the day, it's just a couple of days here where I feel like these bonus points can definitely be overcome if you're on the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, listen, no bonus points for these bottom teams, but they're here, right? That's the important thing here. They are here, they're in the lobby, and they have the opportunity to get a lot of money, and not only that, make it to PMSL. When it comes to teams with the bonus points, we saw this in the Challenger qualifiers. Like, yeah, you can be rolling in, you're feeling good with those 10 points, but all it takes is 1 or 2 games, and those 10 points are irrelevant almost. So we see this.
We saw it just yesterday, or 2 days ago with Almost There, right? They came in with those 10 bonus points, and it was like they had a strong couple of first games, and then it was like slipping. Before you know it, they're in 7th spot, like looking up at the qualification, and it's like, uh-oh, we got to do something. Well, ultimately they did qualify, but man, those bonus points certainly helped out, but it wasn't for sure by any means. Hot Jukes, you mentioned Sandhawk might be our final opportunity to see that in competitive play. While that brings a tear to my eyes in one sense, I'm actually excited to kind of see Rondo get worked in as well at PMSL Americas. Talk to us a little bit about today's map rotation, and give me your thoughts on the Sandhawk move as well.
Hey, man, you know what? I used to always love seeing Sandhawk right off the rip, because it's just straight aggression. You never know what's going to happen in that map, But Rondo coming up is going to mix things up big time here for PMSL. So I'm already assuming that a lot of teams are already practicing Rondo to kind of get their strategies in line. But you know what? We're not even dealing with that right now, right? It's still Sandhawk. So they got to use all that knowledge they have, put it out right here, show that, you know what? We're the kings of Sandhawk now. And we're going to be the kings of Rondo a little bit later on in the year.
Dave, I look at this as like a little bit of a warm-up, right?
Yeah.
Get into the jungle, get those weapons warm, start seeing if you can get them bullets to go straight, and get yourself straight for the next 3 on Air and Go, where it's going to be nice to walk into that, hopefully with a little bit of momentum, feeling good, feeling like your aim's on point. I don't know if I'm right in saying that, but that's kind of how I look at things. Then obviously looking to finish things up on Miramar, a little bit of polish, a little bit of, exclamation point on the day's performance, as we saw like with Rich Esports in the Challenger Finals, taking home match 4, 5, and second place in match number 6, really to vault themselves into first place. But today, obviously, this map rotation we're pretty familiar with, but what do these teams need to be looking for as we kind of look forward to the day's action? Obviously, we saw a quick peek at the rankings there as well, and I can't help but look at the top 3 with Wolves, INCO, and Dauntless. Those 3, in my eyes, they've really done a lot to earn those spots, and I feel like those are 3 of the strongest teams in the region, not to mention our other partner team, X-Force.
Yeah, without doubt, what Dauntless, previous PMSL champions, right? And when it comes to keeping on that momentum that you were talking about, PB, I'm really looking at those squads that qualified that we saw 2 days ago, because they have the momentum. They are warmed up and they got their eye on the prize. I was talking to Rich Esports and both Not So Good, 2 of my favorite squads from that previous lobby, and they said they're locked in and they're just going to stay with the same game plan that got them here. So they're not changing up nothing. So hopefully game 1, game 2, they have a strong start, because like you said, those top dogs at the top, the veterans that we've seen multiple seasons, they're ready to go. So if they clash with you and take you out, that's an instant momentum demotivator. It just puts a stop to it. So I don't know if these newer teams have the ability to really counteract the momentum demotivator. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, we're just gonna go with it. I'm gonna take you
at
your word.
I know.
And we're just gonna roll with it, Dave. No big deal. I will say, I saw some wacky, crazy, wild out-of-pocket plays in the Challenger finals. I don't know if that same play will fly. Jukes, I don't know if you remember me driving backwards to the zone on a jet ski.
Yes!
We saw some of those shenanigans going on in the Challenger finals. So I don't know if that'll fly in here in Premier. And with that, we got to make some predictions as to who we think is going to be crushing it this weekend. First and foremost, let's hit you with our predictions for game number 1. Hot Jukes, I'll come to you first. Who was going to take this in Sandhawk on the jungle in one of the last times we're going to see this map in competitive play?
I feel like I'd have to go with the Wolves, man. They're just so consistent as a squad. I think they're coming
bandwagon.
Right? I gotta jump
Is
on
it
it.
allowed?
I mean,
I'm sorry.
the first team to send me that jersey. You know what I'm saying? So I gotta show some love to my team, the Wolves. But I will give a little dark horse, X-Force. I got my eyes on them with that Rob's pickup.
All right. I like it. Sorry to rise you a little bit with the bandwagon call out there, but I just knew you were going to say Wolves. It's a good choice though. They've been the best in the region for a minute. Talk to me, Dave. Who do you got for your pick?
I'm sticking with the Challenger squads here, the ones that we just saw. I'm going to go with Rich Esports game number 1 because I want to see these newer teams in this lobby really, have a strong start to day number 1 here and have a good weekend.
Okay. I like it. I'm gonna mix things up. I disagree with your pick, Dave, only because Rich Esports proved to me that they were a second half team. Games 4, 5, and 6, they were hot. Games 1, 2, and 3, maybe took a little bit to get the guns warmed up. But today, Matt, that might be an opportunity. I'm going strictly based on the names, baby. Zero Fox Given. Ooh. That's where we're going. Lock that pick in. We're gonna see some chaos in the jungle. We're gonna see Sandhawk go to the Foxes. I'm just saying, we're going to put it out there. Lock it in. Love the logo, by the way. Anyway, those are your picks for our first game here. Maybe we'll do some more predictions as the time goes on. Gentlemen, we're getting ready for the action. The plane is loading up now. Oh boy, what do they got to do, Hot Jukes? It's Sandhawk. We saw some crazy northern zones yesterday. We're in stage 2. Even boot camp was out of the circle. Let's figure it's going to be a bit more central, but what does the winner of today's game got to make sure they get done?
Yeah, I mean, you have to perform strongly off the rip, especially when you have bonus points in play, right? I mean, they don't make a huge difference because, like we said before, one game can definitely mix things up. But if you are one of these teams that are on that second page, you want to close that gap instantly. You know what I'm saying? So I'm hoping to see a lot of aggression, right? Great solid rotations. I'm always looking towards that Camp Alpha side of the map because whoever lands on that map, on that side, if the circle goes there, they're like almost guaranteed a ton of points. So it'll be interesting to see if the zone does go in that direction, who lands there and who really capitalizes on it.
Makes a ton of sense. I'm always looking at that as well. And, in my personal heart of hearts, I always want to see a team finish up in the caves, man. I don't know if I've ever seen an end circle. That's like the dream, right? Like we talk about, Zarky a little bit on Arango, never see it, just never goes to the northeast. We talk about the Eastern Islands and Miramar, but for me, Sandhawk, it's the cave, man. I want to see that 2-tiered action. We'll get a little fly through of the map right here, starting in Paradise, man, but give me the cave finish. It's a rarity. I don't know that I've ever seen it here in, 8 years or 7 years now of PUBG Mobile action. One of these days, though, my patience will be rewarded. We're gearing up for our first game of the day. It's the Premier Finals, kicking off 3 days of PUBG Mobile action. Here are the ruins, and we're sure to see some shenanigans here as well, Dave. Oh boy, let's get into it. The plane's flying, and we're about to get into the action. Here we go.
Let's drop it. We got 3 Sandhawks, and then that's it for this map. So take your pictures while you can. Let's see if we can get into some early game skirmishes now, mixing a couple of these squads from the Challengers and Premiers, as both of the different lobbies looking to fight their way, looking to plant their flag here on their drop spots here.
Hey, fellas.
Hey, yeah.
Guess what I got?
What do you got?
I got a telestrator access.
Oh!
I can
Ooh.
draw on the map. So maybe that happens. We'll see. I can circle these cool places. We're gonna flag that now with production. That way we can get that on screen because telestrators are awesome.
Flag
so
it up.
we'll get that.
Flag it up.
Let's go. All right, parachutes are out. We got the Wolves headed in up north. They're going all the way up to Tatmok up here, so we'll keep an eye on that. I like that position for them because the plane path was so southwest. Absolutely no one is going to be up there in the northeast. We'll keep an eye on it, but the Wolves are going to have room to loot, so you'll probably see a bit of a split drop with them getting all that gear. Here comes a vehicle already. How did Baton just drop and already homeboy Juancho rolling up with the vehicle? I love the efficiency here of the squad, but they're going to go even further northeast. Yeah, man, so let's talk dark horses a little bit, Dave. We've talked about our favorites, obviously sitting on top of the tables with those bonus points already in hand. But what about the middle of the lobby? What do you know about some of these teams? I'll start out with like Sons of Nepal or Straight Out of Nepal. I always do that because they're stupid acronyms, Sun, right? Straight Out of Nepal, this is a team that's always around. They're always in it, and I always feel like they're in that 5th place range, but with a couple pop-off games, Straight Out of Nepal could be in this thing, man. So I'm rooting for them a little bit. They're a team that also has kept many of their players together and played with some synergy and consistency over the years, so I gotta respect that. But who else is kind of standing out to you as a team that might have a chance? Rich Esports, and you cashed your curse them. Yeah. This is horrible, Dave.
This is it. I mean, talk about dark horse. The 4 sexy frogs barely qualifying to make it here. I mean, they literally left it to their last match we saw 2 days ago. So if they can come in here, remember, this squad has no bonus points. So if they come in here and start strong, they're really going to be making a name for themselves.
I'm giggling here because First Blood, right, just went to 4 sexy frogs. We're down 1 member out of the lobby now. 63 remain. But just with that 1 elimination, 4 sexy frogs has gone from 16th to 8th place in the lobby. So a pretty substantial jump here from them. It just goes to show you the payment of being aggressive. Look at this. Loston in the crosshairs, but he's got the AUG. Look for him to fire back, and he does. You can't do that to Loston. He's going to take you down every time.
He ran wide out in the open right there after that shot. Yeah, and this is going to be a complete disengage, I think, from both teams. I don't see Rich even trying to attempt this fight from there. So yeah, 4 sexy frogs, that was a set play. Definitely a trap. I think they did their research. They had a lot of time to play against Rich Esports. They're like, hey, you know what? Let's just go ahead and see if we can, punish them off the rip. And they did. So yeah, Rich is going to be definitely on the back foot to start this game. But it's good to see 4 sexy frogs, doing their homework a bit here, Dave, right? And starting off strong.
They need to, right? No bonus points. So they're really kind of playing catch up here with these other squads that do have the bonus points. And yeah, you made a great point. Both these squads, they did have a couple days to really go back and forth and flex those muscles. So Rich Esports going to be getting bumped down a peg, but Zero Fox giving skills out here, not taking the shot here, Hot Jukes.
No, sir. Yeah, they know they're there. But they're just being very, very patient right now. And right.
Yeah, I might argue that that's strategic.
Would you have taken the shot?
No. Can't do it. Can't do it.
He doesn't have the backup. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If
Like
he had
look at the
Fox,
teammates
he would
here.
have taken the shot, but they have Zero Fox.
Zero Fox is backing him up. None. Uh-oh. He may not have a choice.
That's a single Fox. He's got to run. Yeah, get out of there.
How fast can a Fox run? That's the question. He is going across the field. X-Force has snapped 2, and it looks like they are going... is he shooting his horse? What is good, bro? I'm calling PETA. This is crazy.
Oh, my gosh. Put him down. This is getting wild off the rip. X-Force is one team that I told you earlier, right? That I have my eye on here because this is a squad. We've seen them have so much success at certain points. Like, they will play a match so perfect, so in unison that I'm just like, oh my gosh, they finally clicked. They finally got it. But there's always been that little missing piece, right? They'll just fall apart, make some weird rotation or split, and fall apart. So the fact that they picked up Robs, I know that they're very, very excited about that team pickup. Maybe that could be that little missing piece for them. So I'm really hoping to see them kind of have success here and show that, you know what? We put in that worker in the offseason, and we're going to fix all the problems we have here. Getting caught on that pull-up. Oh, nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. out of there.
That's tough. That's
Keep
tough.
going.
I'm gonna take the blame for that one, fellas. That's all me. That's
That was
all
on
me.
you. Yep.
I put that faith into them, and I was rewarded with a disengage and a solo getting crushed in the open. They're gonna pull it together, though. I promise you.
Yeah.
Zero Fox Given. They're onto something here. It's just strategy, patience, strategic, just trying to fly under the radar a little bit. You know what I'm
Some
saying?
teams need to let it cook. You know, it's a game number one. The nerves definitely getting to you. I mean, it's a big opportunity to make some nice money in this lobby over the next 3 days, but not only that, make it to PMSL Americas, where there's $200,000 online. So definitely get it. And we see it all the time here, fellas. Like some of these squads, they just got to get the nerves out, and the best thing to do that is getting like a solid game underneath the belt. A winner chicken dinner. Next thing you know, you're flying high. So I'm hoping for them, at least moving into that next game, they can tighten up a little bit.
I'm glad you mentioned it, Dave. The chicken dinner aspect of it, because there are different types of chicken dinners. You can air fry your nuggies, you can deep fry your chicken, but they're doing the rotisserie style. They're slow roasting this bad boy, trying to, really kind of savor the flavor, if you will. And that's what I'm seeing here from Zero Fox Given. They're just trying to slow cook this bad boy, enjoy it later. The fruits of their labor, it's coming, but just maybe not here in game one. That's what I got from it.
That's centrifugal force. Yeah. That's how you do it right there. Speaking of centrifuge, right? The circle. About to switch on over. Where's it going to go? Will it head up dead center towards Trifecta? That's where all these teams are kind of really holding on right now. Wolves are starting to make that path towards that north side bridge, because they're having a feeling that they're going to have to jet here very, very quickly. And it does center up right there.
That's an awful, literally 1/3 of the zone is each of those trifecta areas, right? The boot camp side, the ruin side, the camp alpha side, almost the exact same amount of land in every single portion of this circle. Where do you go? If you're all of these other teams, apparently to the ruin side, there's a lot of action down there. I'm liking the Wolves right now as far as their positioning is concerned, but one of the things that's interesting to me is they do look to be doubling back to the boot camp side. They're gonna take the right side or the east side of those rivers versus the west, because 2 of those 3 zones are on the right side of this map versus the left side. So Wolves kind of adjusting course a little bit, gonna slow roll it, maybe play edge here. We'll keep an eye on their rotations, but Zero Fox Given, boy oh boy, they gotta start. I don't know, maybe not dying. I'm just gonna go with there.
Yeah.
Only game one, though. I did like INCO's position, though. I mean, you were touching on it out there in the west. They pretty much got a lot of terrain to maneuver and work with, because for the most part, everybody else is out here on this east side. So INCO, I think, gonna be playing this one nice and slow, setting up that late game, setting up for a game one chicken dinner with Chills out there. Zero Fox Given. It's gonna be fate.
What is this?
Laying down the ball.
I feel like every time we cut to a new piece of action, it's just somebody shooting at Zero Fox Given.
Oh my
They're getting hit from 5 different squads so far. They're eliminated. They gotta feel like they've just been bullied so hard out of this lobby. I'm sorry for picking you guys. Clearly this was my fault. I'm not picking you again for the rest of the tournament, but it's all good. It's all good. That was crazy.
There's nothing worse than getting just put in a dang blender, dude. Like, there's nothing you could have done there in that situation. I mean, you're surrounded by so many different squads. Just, hey, you know what? Just tighten things up a little bit, right? Work as a team, because split play style in this meta, it's just not gonna work. You're gonna get caught out every time. Just like catching them up on the horse.
That's
Hop
the
on,
play
baby.
right there.
Let's go. Giddy up.
I could listen to this for hours, fellas. This is what I want to fall
right?
asleep to tonight.
It's
That
nice.
sound, yes.
Back it up.
Oh yeah,
Back it
little
up.
back me up.
Beep, beep.
Mm-hmm.
Here go the Wolves.
Oh,
The big
they're
push.
rolling on to DBZ. This could be interesting for sure. They're scouting it out a little bit, trying to maybe bait out some shots. You can see the nades ready from down below. Doesn't look like they're going to get thrown for the moment, so they're sussing out the area. It feels like they may know someone's here, but I don't know that they've seen anybody just yet, as they rolled up just recently. They're going to try to take this area, it looks like, but I'm curious to see if they're going to jump on top of DBZ here. Drop spots are seemingly pretty well known across the lobby. Everyone kind of has their understanding of where people will be dropping, with the exception of maybe the 4 new teams coming up from the Challenger division. You can see almost there, Sinners, Not So Good Games, as well as 4 Sexy Frogs. Those are the new teams trying to find their way to fit into this lobby, whereas everyone else already has weeks of play against each other. 4 Sexy Frogs, though, they're going to have to blend in a little more seamlessly because they've been spotted out on rotation.
Oh my gosh, speaking of rotations, look at the circle moving up to the north side. Now you're going to see a couple
Wolves
teams
were-
up there in that Camp Alpha area. They're sitting pretty. All these teams on the south side got to get moving instantly. And you can see straight out Nepal. Oh, with the angles here, you should be able to hit the shot. Oh, nice keep back there, though, from Wolf. Playing very conservatively.
Yeah, trying to make sure Blaze doesn't get thirsted over there. They might be able to get to him in time. Coco Snow going for the pickup over here behind the vehicle on the problem. Was able to get it. Looks like Wolf trying to crawl their way towards their squad mate. Get the pickup. Blue zone on top of Sexy Frogs. So Sexy Frogs looking to make a move right now, PB. Spen still leaning behind that tree, behind that boulder, getting pieced up right there. I'm looking for KC, though, the off angle, but the M4 doesn't really have much sight lines on the opponents from this particular spot, unfortunately. A little bit of a stalemate right now. Coco Snow is going to be pulling up, though, within grenade range. Spence, 1 grenade in hand. He's going to be cooking it.
Kobe!
Oh, tossing it. And getting chunked out in return.
Huge knock
Hey, I
there.
gotta
That
say-
opened up the entire thing for Sexy Frogs.
Coco
And
Snow
the
just immediately runs up and feeds. That's not what he was looking to do. But I will say I'm liking the activity that I'm seeing from 4 Sexy Frogs. They have not been shy about mixing things up and getting into it. They've secured some points already early on to get themselves up to 8th place. 2 Elims leads the lobby, and they're looking for more here. The problem on the flank, he sees him. This should be a connection here with the grenade. It hits direct, and now the 4 Sexy Frogs are on the push. Here's Wolf, connects with the shotgun, but he's got limited health. This is going to be a big fight here for straight out of Nepal. They have to win it to stay alive.
Nice beat there for a problem, shutting them down. And that is going to keep them alive here. This is stage 3. The zone is definitely ticking. Is he going to be able to get this? Yeah, I don't think so. Yep, that bandage not fast enough. And as soon as this zone closes all the way, oh yeah, he's in big trouble.
This is crazy. Who thought the blue zone was going to play this much of a factor this early in the game? Med's coming out here from Furiosa, and he is eliminated straight out of Nepal. Somehow, some way, get it done. But he is not fast enough to get the revive, so he's on his own. KC picks up a couple of points for straight out of Nepal and lives on to tell the tale. Let's see how far he can go as we switch over to Entity. Catches him with a shotgun, but he is in a shorthanded situation. Things going crazy right now on Sandhawk. This zone is treacherous, Dave.
Gonna be Rival 6 trying to make their way uphill. Entity Hunter confirmed. I do see Not So Good Games a little bit out there in the distance as well. Also looking to rotate in this general area, but Entity trying to hold it down up here. Unfortunately, kind of getting exposed to the elements. And Hot Jukes, the next circle once again shifts up there towards the north. So you got INCO almost there. They are big chilling, and then a beautiful rotate from the Wolves still lingering in the north area right there.
Perfect.
Baton out front has the ability to secure that whole northern part of the area. He's looking to get it done, but Wolves actually reverted once again, went north across the river, and they filled the top part of the zone. So slow start for them. They haven't engaged with anybody, but look for them to capitalize late, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, let's see exactly how they're going to do that here. I mean, INCO with the most fortunate rotation right there. It literally landed right on them. So they're going to be sitting pretty here for this match. Rival 6, though, got to get moving. Only 14 seconds left on the clock for Not So Good either. And
but they got Kiddo, dude. It's okay.
That is true. But they need a boat, honestly. This is going to be a tough rotation for them.
Yeah, true story. Oh, look at this.
Oh my gosh. Staring
Come
him
on,
in the
take the
face.
shot. What?
Staring him in the face.
What was that? That was solo, but come on. That was an easy knock right there.
Oh my gosh, dude.
What was that?
Oh, man.
He was checking the fit. That's what it was. He's like, that's a good skin right there.
That's good.
That's real good.
Oh, man.
Hey, playing it
That was-
quietly, you know, setting up the trap. Maybe we'll see that patience does pay off for him.
Let's see. Watch them roll up just right on top of him. All right, Migsy's coming anyway. He's going to get the 1v1 here.
Oh,
No,
no!
he's not. Oh, my gosh.
Nexus.
Well,
Oh, the
happens.
boat! Horse boat, baby!
Boat.
Horse boat!
Horse
Oh,
boat.
how is he alive?
God.
This is crazy.
The horse shield boat.
Woo, the
Look at the
buoyancy,
pressure coming
that's
out from
why.
the back line here for 24K. It's enough to keep him alive. You can see the bullets and the tracers flying by right now. He's going to have to come up for air. Oh, Sinner's helping him out from range here. Scarface putting down some shots. He gets chunked up. Things are crazy. Look at how many different teams are on your radar, on your screen at the same time. Sinners are going crazy, bringing that momentum from the Challenger Finals in here to the Premier Finals, and Scarface is putting in work.
Another one. Bloody
so
making it to
close.
shore. Bloody like 1 HP right there, Hot Jukes.
Scarface running out in the open. Yeah, and getting taken out there. So trying to soak up as many eliminations as he could. Unfortunately, just coming up short here. But look at this next circle. Wolves are primed for this zone here. Right there at the top. Thank you, PB. And INCO. Let's see if the circle does set her up. And it actually goes to the south side a little bit. So the Wolves are going to have to go right out in the open right here, PB.
They really will. They've got good zone control right now from that northern side. They've got high ground, but they're going to have to come off it in order to secure their place in the circle. They're probably hoping to fight early while they still own this high ground. Otherwise, they're going to be getting chunked up trying to make their way into that circle. INCO with good position in the west as well, but a team we did not mention just yet is a team that's still in the compound, in the zone, and that's almost there. This is your leading Challenger qualifiers team. They qualified, I believe, 4th coming into the finals here through Challenger Finals, and almost there has really good position as well. So I look at one of those 3 teams to really kind of own this lobby right now. Remains to be seen who is going to do what, but Wiz, good sight lines out the window here for almost there. So many players in the crosshairs just waiting to see who peaks first. Gutsy on the other side has Dauntless in there. He's got CBK in there as well, so plenty of targets to shoot. They just got to convert, Dave.
Yeah, almost there. Been big chilling with these circle ships really going their way. So now it's their moment to take advantage of the teams looking to rotate in their area. Wiz, beautiful shot right there. It's going to be the Sinners blue zone to their backs. And you know what makes this even worse here, Hot Jukes? They need to push across this open terrain. So they're pretty much dead to rights, man, unless a miracle happens.
Oh, I'll tell you what, that's the one thing about Sandhawk. A lot of these players aren't going to miss, man. This blue zone is brutal. Almost there. Are going to be still in position here, and they got a lot of different options they can take in order to be able to move through the circle. They have that hill right behind them. That's protecting them on that side. They could definitely follow that tree line up north of them. So they've got good control of the zone. Already 6 eliminations. They're feeling great. Let's take a look at X-Force here. Just 24K, all by his lone sub. Barely trying to be able to get on this inside of this circle, and I think he will be safe for just a couple moments longer. Right on the top of that rock, though. Oh, maybe not.
You know what's crazy? 24K shouldn't even be in this position. That dude was dead to rights on the horse boat coming into the zone. Somehow, some way, he makes it out of the water and up to the ridge. Look at this circle, though. Almost there is rewarded. They have such great sight lines here. They can stay in the compound for that hard cover. Everyone else is going to have to make a break for it. The big fight that I'm looking to see is this one. Wolves versus INCO. The top 2 teams in the lobby. They're going to have to battle it out for position. Only one team, if any team at all, will make it through this next stage because they have to fight each other and they have to fight to zone. Who do you got in this one, Hot Jukes? Who's taking this?
See what happens. Man, Wolves gatekeeping INCO in this position here. They know exactly where they are. Yeah, Juancho is staring them right in the eyes. Baton with that vehicle, getting a little bit more intel for his squad. This is going to be the big battle up here. Who's going to take advantage and try to third party it? That's my question, Dave.
The 2 partner teams right next to each other, knocking at each other's doorsteps here. Baton's still in that vehicle, trying to do some scouting, and I'm looking at this. This fight's about to erupt. Baton getting chunked out just a little bit with that grenade over there. INCO, we see them, utility. It's looking pretty good. Hot Jukes, it's only a matter of 1 grenade, and that'll open up this engagement here, man.
Yeah, let's see. This is going to be the big battle right here. I think if this is a good, clean fight between these 4 teams, the winner could win this game. Both of them know it. So let's see right now. Juancho, he loves to throw that util. Vitali eating up a lot of blue zone damage and now having to run on the wide open. Woo, but he's shaking and baking, baby. He gets the safety.
Got behind the boulder. Looks like both squads gonna be getting into some cover. Crawling right now, trying to avoid those sidelines, but that was what CBK and almost there down below, taking shots. Almost there once again. They have been getting all of these circles the entirety of this Sandhawk map, so we'll have to see how they play this one out. But the biggest fight right now, PB, the Wolves and INCO.
The fact that they can leave somebody in those buildings in their back line while still getting out to secure the mid part of that zone is massive. They've got a rock out there as a beachhead. They take down Coops on the assault, and now Baton has no partner here to back him up. Juancho is looking up the hill still at INCO. They were trying to get this fight done on top of the hill, out of the sight lines of the rest of the teams, but the zone says no. We're pushing you out, and now we've got all kinds of third-party madness. Vitali rolls by into the blue. Bullets flying everywhere. Things are absolutely crazy right now. INCO, Wolves down to the last player. Almost looking strong right now, and it's CBK staying quiet with 3 members left alive as we enter the top 3, Dave.
I love that that drive-by. I mean, talk about the commitment, Hot Juice.
The drive on. Right, that's what that was.
Talk about the commitment.
Wow. What a play. I'm honestly shocked that the Wolves decided to rotate away. I think that they were kind of forced in a position to gatekeep, but if they were able to get that position that almost had, they definitely would have won the game. So, but let's see who's going to win this one, though. Almost 2 knocked already, and we're going to see a big push here from CBK. Yeah, Daisy locked and loaded. Got that nade. Oh, and another one's down. They are crushing this.
Clean up right there. Now here comes the collapse. Daisy just running in the open. Has to smoke to provide that soft cover, but is going to be hitting their shots. And CBKNA, a squad from the Premier Qualifiers, will be securing themselves the first winner chicken dinner of the Premier Finals Titan Series Season 8. PB.
CBK, a team that was off the radar that entire last part of the match, stayed quiet, bided their time, and finally, when it was all on the line, they popped out and said, this win is ours. They kick off the first game of the Premier Finals with a huge winner chicken dinner. CBK, where did they come from, Hot Jukes? That was an absolutely insane run to finish things out over some top teams. There was INCO, there was Wolves. You saw Almost There, who was the top challenger qualifier team, but it's CBK who steps up and takes the cake on the first one.
Dude, I guarantee you some of these players in that game were like, dang, I'm glad Sandhawk's gone. You know what I'm saying? Because like that circle was brutal. So yeah, not much that a lot of those teams could do in that position. You know, I think you saw right there at the top, Wolves and INCO, they were primed, but that zone just kept shifting away from them. They were forced to kind of have to fight it out there. And CBK, they were just chilling at the bottom of the hill, waiting to strike, and did it right on time.
Look at these highlights, bro.
I mean, this is just insanity right out here off the rip.
It really is. I'm just giggling at the highlights. The first 6 clips are Zero Fox Given just getting shot up. I felt so bad for them. Hopefully, they've got a bit of a better luck streak to start out our Arendelle matches next. But this is what was crazy to me when you look out. So many different squads in the crosshairs for all of these teams. Everywhere you look, there was just third-party action. And as we got down to the final circles here, the madness continues, right? Vitali rolling by, getting shot up out of the vehicle. No big deal. Almost there, had position, but CBK pops up, takes advantage, Dave, and they ultimately take home the first chicken dinner. They're going to set the mark with 7 eliminations and almost 1,100 damage.
CBKNA, baby. All right, they're gonna be starting the night strong, definitely feeling good. They're gonna be relieved, you know, some of that pressure we were talking about. But looking at like the top 5 from this last match, Almost There, the only challenger team to be at the top with over 2,000 damage done here, Hot Jukes. They were able to really take advantage of those zones kind of going their way. I mean, I'm gonna say it, they got nothing but zone bless this game, but they didn't just turtle up. They didn't just remain calm and passive and try to survive. They walked away with 13 eliminations, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, that's not turtling up at all, dude. These guys went nuts. Most eliminations here in this game. You got to be proud of what they did here. And we talked about it, right? I mean, especially if you're, you know, coming into this league here with not as much experience as some of the other squads, to start off a Sandhawk with a performance like that, their confidence is going to zoom through the roof. So it's all about that consistency here for this team. Another team I want to shout out, though, honestly, it's going to be 4 Sexy Frogs. They ended up in 14th, but I love that aggression off the start. I mean, you never know, right? Sometimes it doesn't pay off and you get taken out early, but they showed that, hey, you know what? We're going to come into this tournament. We're not afraid to make some plays, and I like that, PB.
Absolutely. 4 Sexy Frogs off some momentum as well. The Challenger Finals, they put up 2 chicken dinners and did a clutch Picado fight in the last game to qualify just barely. But they're showing they belong here, putting up 4 elims. Let's take a peek at the overalls right now, factoring in those bonus points teams brought into this first match. CBK taking the victory right here in the overall, but how long will that last? Almost there. Also, jumps all the way to second place, most notably with 0 bonus points coming in. They're already equaling the likes of INCO Gaming, who brings in 8 bonus points. They're in third place. They pass up the Wolves, who was sitting just ahead of them at the start of the day. Wolves only picked up 1 elim that game. I really like their gameplay, though. They rotated well, played it super intelligently, but ultimately just didn't win the fights and, step on the gas pedal at the end of the game against INCO. They finished with 1 elim. They're sitting in 4th for right now with Dauntless and X-Force, our other partner teams, rounding out the top 6. Dave, what do you make of the standings here?
Yeah, no, definitely agree. Like the Wolves playing that one smart when it comes to their rotations, but then that circle we saw kind of shifting away from them, and they got stuck up there at the high ground, locked in with INCO, right? So only walking away with 1 elimination point, unfortunately. But looking at some of these other teams, totally agree, Hot Jukes, like 4 Sexy Frogs. Might not have seen them in the late game, but they were definitely coming into game number 1 with the aggression, which you like to see. A big surprise to me, Rich Esports. This was one of the best teams. No, it was the best team from the Challenger qualifiers. So kind of going back to that pre-show segment, we were chatting about teams feeling confident, coming into tonight. This is where I hope they don't lose that confidence. It's only 1 game. This is 3 days, so we got a couple games to play through here, so just kind of forget about it, kind of erase this game, in my opinion, Hot Jukes, and just focus on the big picture here and qualifying and getting this money.
What's about, tough zone, right? Sometimes it just doesn't work out for you. When you do get that zone, you got to perform out of your mind. So hopefully we'll see them, make it happen in the next few games.
With that Wolves rotation, I think they played it intelligently, but it came down to just the topography of the map, the fact that there was really nowhere to hide. If that had been any other zone and any other map, I think that works out a little bit differently for them. But we'll keep an eye on the Wolves, their performance, obviously. Moving into this next game, we've got Erangel coming up next. The first of 3 matches on Erangel, and I hope you guys are going to join us for that because it is sure to be nutty. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll see you back here in just a few minutes.
Victor, care to share your experience?
The other day, I came across this viral home installment plan ad.
Enjoy now, pay later. For person fixed interest rate. Move into your new home right away. Mounting a 10-day activity streak to waive the interest completely.
Got so excited, it really had me convinced. Immediately took out a loan to buy a house and started enjoying life. But because I couldn't pay back my loan in time, got evicted, and now I'm full of regrets. Stay active, earn home coins, and enjoy your new home.
Let me remind you again, make your payments on time. Be a trustworthy and reliable citizen. Not to mention you'll get the reward when you fully pay off your loan.
New Tiger Buddy and 3 Buddy sets available now. Calling Tiger Buddy to battle. New Tiger Buddy arrives on the battleground in all its glory. Exclusive Buddy outfit included. Show off your unique battle flair with a stylish look. There's more. Cute weapon finishes, epic helmets, and backpacks await you. Sign up for the home face-off now. Join the event for a chance to get the mythic Shadowclaw Buddy set. Buddy coins received from the Ola Buddy Lucky Spin don't expire. They can be used in the next Ola Buddy event. Collect the Fierce Tiger Buddy now.
And welcome back to PUBG Mobile's Titan Series Premier Finals. I don't know if you guys enjoyed your break. I sure did. I did nothing but think about that wacky first game and all the shenanigans that were had on the battleground, starting with shooting the horse out on the hillside. X-Force, I'm going to be watching you closely for more animal cruelty as we move forward to our next games. Fellas, we saw some crazy action, a little bit of a dark horse. When I asked you, Dave, prior to the game start, let's look at the midfield teams. Let's look at, is there any of these guys that might pop off the page? These are the types of teams that I was hoping to hear, right? CBK, they come out, they put up 20 in the first game. And, hey, not too shabby of a start for them. Are we expecting, maybe our top dogs to rebound here on Erangel? Or are we going to see some more, maybe dark horses take the cake here, Dave? I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think with the top dogs is their experience. You can really see it even in only one match, like their ability to know when is a good time to fight, when's a good time to pull off a fight and really play those zones, because it was the end of game number 1 and 4 out of the 5 teams were the squads that we've seen from Premier. So yeah, hot jukes. I mean, here's a code for you, by the way, but
take it.
It's not for hot jukes, it's for the chat.
Jukes.
Come on.
I want it.
Jukes. Take the code.
I need that.
You deserve it, man.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Putting it in the bank, guys. Picked up that code, and if you did, say who got it in the chat. I always like to know here. But we're going to Erangel, the tried and true map. So yeah, PB, I think we're gonna see some shenanigans for sure. But I mean, this is where teams really just prove off that consistency, right? Like, we're always gonna know who the top squad is and how they perform on this map right here, right now. Let's get it started.
Here we go. Match 2 kicking off of 18 that are planned for the PUBG Mobile Titan Series North America Premier Finals. So here we go. In from the northeast, we've got ourselves a little Wolves POV coming in. I'm hoping we get that southern military circle. Real quickly, though, before we see the zone, give me a quick prediction, Hot Jukes. Coming back to you, who's taking this one?
Woo-wee. Let's see. Why don't we go with INCO Gaming? Honestly, I think that they had a pretty good position in that zone, and I think they were set up very well, but it just hard shifted away from them. I think that's why they lost that game. So I think they've got 19 points so far, and I'm looking forward to see how they do it. Yeah.
INCO for Jukes. Dave, who do you got?
Almost there. Let's go. 13.
All right, I'm going Sinners.
Sinners.
I'm going Sinners. I wanted to get it in before the zone popped, so you guys didn't think I was cheating.
So why Sinners, though? Why Sinners? I know that was your squad 2 days ago, but why now? Why
they were only my squad for one game. I hopped on the train after I saw them drop 20.
I remember. He had a jersey.
What are you talking about, Dave? What, a flag?
Backdrop.
Sinners don't even make a flag. I'm almost positive I haven't seen a flag. If they do make one, feel free to send one. I'll put it on the flagpole in front of the house, you know? Look at the zone. Look at the zone. Who's got great position in the zone? It's Sinners. That's what I'm talking about. But no, I was actually watching them on Sandhog just a second ago. I felt like the guns were warmed up. They were hitting their shots. They were punishing people. But ultimately, they just got caught in a position where, you know, they were up against blue zone at their back, and they had to run across the wide open with an entrenched almost there looking at them. And almost there's not going to miss those shots. But overall, what I saw before that was Sinners looking good. That's why I'm making the pick here for them to take this first Erangel.
That's interesting. We got a little bit of info before the map started here, and we kind of had an idea that that Team Seal and Sinners were actually going to possibly do a little bit of a hot drop over there near Roshawk, but instead they didn't, right? So they decided to go ahead and hit up Lepovka, and it worked out perfectly for them within the circle. So yeah, nice pick, PB. The crystal ball is in full effect.
Crystal ball.
Yeah,
you know what?
Just like it was last game, right? With Zero Fox given. I mean,
crystal ball.
I mean, sheesh.
He just turned it on now. You know what I'm saying? Plugged in the batteries.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's go.
Had to get that USB-C plugged in, you know, to get the juices flowing here as Migsy getting into it yet again. This dude's seen some action today. Migsy has come out on top a little bit, and he will again here against Ander. He takes him down, gets the finish, and Not So Good Games off to a good, so good start.
So good. Ander had the one up on him too, Hot Jukes, and Migsy with that quick flick with the Bison. Making it look good.
You dare jump a window in my vicinity?
That was wild.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe it was an accidental. That's why you gotta have them split. Those buttons split. Because if you go through a window like that, in that moment, you're taken out. Look at this thing.
What in the world? That's
always fun to watch.
That's some goofster stuff right there. This man's wilding out.
You know what's crazy? I want to see in Miramar. I hope Team Sinners, they should land Pecado, right? They have to, because that's what Pecado means in Spanish. Sin. You know what I'm saying? It'd be on brand for them.
I'm trying to think of where they dropped.
I think they did. I remember.
I think they did. I think they did. It was them versus 4 Sexy Frogs, wasn't it?
Yep. So
yeah.
That's their
so
spot.
No, that makes a lot of sense. Hot Jukes, thanks for bringing it up.
It's all adding up.
I'll treasure this information.
All adding up.
All on brand, baby. All on brand. Take a look here, though. We got Dauntless all the way up in North George.
Spoilers on spoilers. I like this skin.
I know. Yeah.
Goodness
This is nice.
You know, Dauntless for me, I want them to. I feel a little sour on Dauntless this particular tournament, and I know they're sitting in third. Yeah, it was the performance in PMSL Spring. They just didn't show up for me. I was expecting them to come out and deliver the goods, and they just didn't. And I've been high on Dauntless since season 0 of Titan series, and here we are in season 8. They are still here, still consistent, and I want them to earn back a little bit of that trust. I know they don't care about what I think, but
they do though.
I want to think so highly. I got a Dauntless jersey, for goodness sakes. I want to sport that thing, right? And I'll sport it even if they're not, on the top of the tables. But man, I want them to rebound and crush it here. They're currently sitting in 5th place, but I feel like they've got so much more in them. They just need to deliver. Erangel's their map, though, historically.
Well, I know you're a huge Klaus fan, right?
Yes.
So I know that you're I mean, it makes sense, right? Because I know you're rooting for that team in spring, right? So how do you think about Klaus's performance? Do you think that he's going to be able to bring it back to the squad?
I hope so, man. Klaus has been extremely solid for a long time, and if you're looking for somebody to pop off, obviously we're taking a peek at Huacho here on the screen. This man will throw you some grenades, do some scouting, but Klaus is a guy that can clutch up, win those fights, take on those 1v3s, 1v4s, get it done, but ultimately he's got to do that for the squad. I haven't seen anybody else on Dauntless able to carry the load for him, so he's definitely, I guess I don't want to say he's carrying the squad, but every team has their fragger, their assaulter, somebody they rely upon to get those elims. And Klaus is that guy for Dauntless, so definitely gonna have him under a bit of a microscope here. Almost there, kind of got a compound that they like here. They're chilling for a moment here by shelter, but yeah, so far kind of non-eventful first little bit after that vault through the window with the Uzi getting taken down from Migsy.
Every team has their staple, their rock.
For sure.
What
Alex
is?
out here from
I just realized these are two different teams. We gotta chase.
Alex on the hunt, chasing down rival 6. Oh, we didn't see a good game 1 from them here. Looks like Valak trying to get that seat swap little spray down. Gonna be missing the mark, but looks like X-Force not done yet. Trying to get better position here in rival 6 and potentially get some early game eliminations on dudes.
Oh yeah, gotta play these rotations. Where it's out. Yeah, rival 6. There you go. Finally out of the way. This is still not in that circle. It's all the way over here by Ferry Pier. So both these teams need to move on. One thing I want to see more of is I want to see squads, you know, understand that, hey, it's time to disengage. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no point in taking this fight. Let's get into the circle and fight it out later on.
It's not happening, Hot Jukes. Valak says, we want this fight. They are starting to disengage now. They realized the blue zone was coming in, and this might be a little bit of a goofy fight to take as Star connects, actually, as they leave the scene. I thought they were going to force that fight because they chased them all the way here, pushed across the street, and I thought for sure it was going to happen, but finally they do disengage, head to zone, but Blinky and Not So Good Gamez rocking the hovercraft. This is the meta. This is what we want to see. There are some serious shenanigans that you can have with this particular vehicle, and I want to see if they do end up camping this bridge. You can see one of them down south there, I believe, in another hovercraft perhaps. Hard to say, but he looks like he's out on the water. You can see on that mini map down here. Interesting, but in the Challenger finals, there was not a lot of bridge camping going on, and in Premier, that could be an entirely different story, Dave.
Yeah, not a lot of hovercraft action either. I was a little disappointed, but not.
There's no one to camp. Never mind.
Not So Good Gamez. Nice little spot. They got 4 Angry Frogs right to the west, and then the Wolves out there towards the east. So another team, you were talking about them game 1, straight out of Nepal. We saw them game 1 just getting shredded, getting picked apart, but now with this new circle, they're going to be in a pretty decent spot to maybe catch some stragglers on the rotate. I want to see Wolf kind of group up with at least Blaze, that way they can support each other or make up their mind and, you know, pick a position early on, because Hot Jukes, there's going to be a lot of teams now kind of eyeballing this particular Milta area for the rotations.
Milta is going to be the place to be in a circle like this, especially, Wolves already there, right? So they are big chilling right now, sitting very, very pretty. So they got nothing to worry about when it comes to rotations. But you still got quite a few squads. I mean, X-Force are going to be on the back foot here. I want to see which teams are going to kind of like head towards military, because I think that's actually a really good option at this point. It's so safe to be able to go all the way down to Novo. Sure, it won't be in the next zone, but you can still travel through the water and try to find a spot from there.
There's not a whole lot of activity on the eastern side of the zone. You saw the Wolves own a good chunk of the circle right now, and INCO is actually backfilling from the north. So those two teams, and again, it's your top 2 in the lobby, making the smartest rotations, the smartest plays to get into zone. Now, it hasn't really panned out on the damage charts just yet, picking up those elims, but they are well primed to win this match once again as Migsy gets caught from behind. Blaze chasing him down. Straight out of Paul wants this fight, and they get the flush before he gets help. And Kiddo getting into the action as well here.
Oh,
got him.
Kiddo got him up against Rich Esports. That's gonna be slay right there. Kiddo trying to get the Molotov, doing a great job at buying himself some time to rotate out of this little building, but the pressure is on Kiddo, because not only does Kiddo need to worry about Rich, Trana Paul Hot Juke still kind of in the area, lingering around, looking for the angle here.
So many teams in this position for sure. Kiddo trying to get that nade. Misses the mark completely there. That was tough. Both these players, I think, are going to have to kind of play neighbors for the time being. Yeah, you can see Kiddo throwing on that smoke, saying, hey, let's just relax for a little bit. We can handle somebody else later on. Because if they keep on fighting, all it's going to do is just, like, literally open the door for a third party.
Wolves are here as well, rolling up right now. You can see Doran on the mini-map, just sniffing around, seeing what they can perhaps capitalize on as the circle is going to push those Wolves further up the coastline. And you love playing this coastline because you know no one's coming in at your back. And that is going to be a really key factor for them as they, again, try to secure the best position in the zone. Slay does bleed out. Kiddo picking up the elimination. Straight out of Nepal now has moved in as neighbors as well from the rear. And you can see X-Force still trying to make things happen, driving all around. Force looking out the 24K looking out the window right now. Look at this circle. This is absolutely crazy. Let's see where it goes and who will have the best position right now. Wolves and INCO both banking that it goes to the south.
They're banking on it big
Rival
time.
6 Hot Jukes. I mean, they're gonna have to move obviously, but if they have a boat or something, maybe they can survive a little longer, or even swim. Honestly, just swim.
Yeah.
Try not to get caught off by Doran and let the Wolves kind of be like their bodyguards almost. I'll have to see how that plays out because Hot Jukes, we still got, I mean, doing calculations here. There's like 60% water right now in the circle.
Oh yeah.
So absolutely.
Did you guys see Dauntless up there in the north? I wasn't even looking that far north. They were still up by Rozhok. Like they're in the blue, like look at this. They're in the blue zone way far north. I mean, they are making their way in, but oh my goodness, talk about a delayed rotation right now. They are about to find themselves the mess of a lifetime. Look at all these teams. Absolutely crazy. They're going to be falling on that here very shortly. Let's hope for their sake that these guys can kind of figure it out and clean some of these other squads out before they arrive on scene. Rich taking a loss here, lost and down. Zero Fox Given picks up, I believe, their first elim of the tournament. They've got one on the board now. Momentum is building, Hot Jukes.
Let's go. They need it too, especially after that first performance. They were definitely on the back foot for sure. So let's see how they capitalize here. This is a tough circle, no doubt about it, but you can't give up hope. They're rocking a little bit of a split here, and rightfully so, because straight out of Nepal, right across the way, has them locked down. So right now, it's just hurry up and wait for the squad.
Looks like Rival 6 did actually make it right behind Doran on the coastline, so they're going to be surviving just a little longer. Entity over here trying to maneuver through the terrain. They're going to be right underneath Milta Power and X-Force right ahead of them here, so gonna have a bunch of fights here, PB, about to erupt. And you were talking about them, Dauntless still in the blue. They're gonna be sending it right through Milta Power right now.
They're coming in at the, if you look at the mini-map at X-Force, they're coming in just north of that position. So X-Force, while they're focused on Entity, may have Dauntless at their back in no time at all four members about to come out of the blue zone right now. They'll need to patch up a little bit before they take the fight. Rich Esports eliminated. I told you, man, they have a slow start those first few games and they pick up steam. Rich Esports doing it once again, but here is Dauntless on the scene. We'll see if X-Force notices. You got to hear the vehicles at this point. They were hoping to come in a bit unnoticed, but with 15 teams alive in the lobby, there just isn't the real estate for them to take advantage of. And now they've got blue zone at their back. Will their strategy backfire? Things are looking a bit uphill right now for Dauntless as the next circle about to come in.
Look here. Oh my gosh, this zone is going in every possible direction at this point. Just hard on over to this angle. And we're gonna see Dauntless gotta get on the move. There's Klaus eating up some good blue zone damage here. Just sneaks on in. And this wall has just been his saving grace right now. But they still, yeah, you can see him hunting down. Where do we go in this position? They need a knock. And it's all up to Klaus. Nice
Look at that.
headshot there.
Jeez.
Let's
Popped
go.
them
That
both.
opens up the door.
The laser.
He popped them both, too, with headshots. Klaus is feeling it. This is good news for Dauntless. They need to keep him alive, though. I'm a little worried that he's not healing. He's got 5 first aids in his bag. First time he's popping one is right now. He was good to go 1v3 against Entity with like 40 HP. Brave move, my friend. He's got some cojones on him, Hot Jukes.
Oh, the cojones are on point right now. Let's see as Seals turn around.
It's on point.
Wrapped him up.
Seals just straight up crashed the shoreline right here, and same with 4 Sexy Frogs and CBKNA. So everybody kind of seeing that water hot Jukes, they're like, listen, we just need to survive. So they're trying to send it to the shoreline right now and use the cliff for cover. Prince in the buggy trying to heal up, but it doesn't even matter. Gonna be spotted, tagged, and bagged. And meanwhile, while this is all unfolding, Dauntless still playing this one nice and slow in the back line, but it's up to Klaus right now behind the boulder. Still not in the play zone. Still fighting with Psycho.
Man.
Now, Hot Jukes, I gotta ask, does it feel weird to you that Seal's not making more use of the water? Team Seal feels like, you know, more of an aquatic type of team, just going off the name.
It should be on brand for them, right? This should be their zone without a doubt, you know, and it's unfortunate that they're not. But I mean, what do you do? I mean, Rival 6 did that strategy I was talking about earlier. They went down all the way through military, swam up from Novo, and now they're in a prime position in this circle. So I think, you know, the Seal team, I have high hopes for them in this circle, but with this zone, I mean, who knows? It could go dead in the water here at this point. Who knows? I mean, this is getting crazy.
It really is. Dave, who do you think has the upper hand right now? There's so many teams left alive, and the zone's so crazy. Literally half of it is in the water. Who's got the upper hand?
I'm liking almost there, right there on the edge. They got that momentum from game number 1, and they're just kind of going with that same strategy. Still no eliminations. No eliminations, but they got the whole squad alive, so we have to pay attention to them. But Klaus putting in the work, trying to jump out the vehicle, trying to survive, trying to get a spot for the squad, but there he goes. Scarface from Sinners Esports taking him out here, fellas.
That was a bit of a gamble for Dauntless to come into the zone as late as they did. I feel like they secured 6 eliminations. That currently leads the lobby. They're not going to end up on top, but for them to be out of the fight as long as they were, come in and in a flurry pick up 6 elims before bowing out, I feel like that was an okay trade. Not great, but with the circle being this small and half of it being in the water, as we can see with this beautiful aerial shot brought to you by production, you know, Dauntless did what they could, right? They gambled, they lost this particular time, but they salvaged a bit of a dub. They're back up to 4th place in the standings. I got my eyes right now on, let's see, it's Team Seal. You know, they're dead center in the zone. They get the spot once again. We've got Scarface of Sinners up at the top, looking to try to, you know, get into this circle. I predicted Sinners to win, but that is quite the uphill battle going across that beach, trying to make their way to that shack. It's going to be a tough road to hoe, but the fight that's brewing right now is on the bottom of the zone. INCO, Wolves, once again, side by side, and they have not come together just yet. Will it happen? Right now, I know what is happening. It's almost there versus DBZ, Dave.
Here we go. The grenades coming out from almost there. Knight in the front line with the Molotov. Echo, though, jumping up with the UMP win, just spraying them down with the Tommy gun. It's all out mayhem. It is crazy up there on the high ground with the DBZ. Not able to get the job done. It's up to Echo. He is hurting, but he's still alive, Hot Jukes.
Oh, he's holding it down right now. He hopped in that vehicle to survive a little bit longer. Oh, but that nade is going to shut him down. Just like that.
That's Sinners.
Yeah, the Sinners. Third party. Getting shut down.
Third parties are strong, man. Almost has to tip their cap to INCO, who took down from behind one of the members of that opposing squad. And just like that, Sinners is eliminated. Gutsy getting it done. Almost there. They're actually going to survive the fight and get most of their members back up. So what looked like possible elimination, they're going to end up with 3 members back up and good position in this zone. They're riding real high, fellas. They move into first place.
What a play. That was a hard one to hold down, too. So, I mean, almost there. They're feeling themselves right now. Tons of eliminations so far. 6. You got INCO now in that position. This was kind of a little bit of a flip from the first match, right? We saw Wolves was gatekeeping INCO, and then now we saw the kind of inverse happen, but Wolves were able to sneak into a good position for the circle. Now, the zone center's up, guys. It's going to be pure chaos because there is nothing. Look at that. Nothing in the center of the zone.
Nothing.
Can we take a peek at CBK here? I mean, CBK is big chillin'. Once again, they have done nothing all game long. We got 1 elim so far, but they're big chillin'. Center zone. Once again, we didn't hear from them at all in game 1, but this time I'm thinking, you know what? Maybe we pay attention to them a bit earlier here. Wolves trying to make their way in. They're going to get Coops back into this fight, I think.
You got to. You have to. You have plenty of time in the zone.
Oh,
there we go.
Maybe.
There it is.
Up in the water.
In the water.
Rival 6 can't move too far.
What a grenade.
Looking for the roll down.
This is
That
trouble.
looks good. Oh, just a little far. Too much arm. How much
Too
you want to bet I
much
can throw
arm.
him? Nade over the mountains. That one looks good, though. Oh, they have to time it perfectly. That's the hard part with that ridge. Nice shot there from Baton, but just a little bit off the mark. And that's the knock that Wolves desperately need. They have to get a knock on one of these rival 6 members to move up.
Free point connected on to Juancho there. He's down, but the off angle is coming in. They're playing whack-a-mole right now. These rival 6 guys keep popping their heads up with grenades in hand, throwing them, really putting the pressure onto Wolves right now. If Wolves can win that fight, they're going to be in a great spot. Look at the off angle from Doran. He's the only one looking down there to INCO. INCO's going to come up this hill. McGrellin leading the charge there on the south. If Doran doesn't hold the line there, Wolves is going to be in serious trouble. So Wolves, he retreats. He sees the push coming in from INCO. He comes back to support the squad. This is all or nothing right now here for Wolves. They have to push through Rival 6. Hopefully, for their sake, Rival 6 is running low on utility, but he still has at least a Molotov here that he can check out there. Star holding the back line. Things are looking real tense right now for the Wolves, Hot Juice.
Super intense. That play was so clutch there by Doran because he was able to take that hill and scare INCO off of it. That allowed him to be able to make this push onto Rival 6, because if INCO were on that hill looking in this direction, both these teams are done for. So totally great play. He was able to make it back to his teammate, but this is still the big wall that they need to cross over. 2 members of Rival 6 in a perfect position to gatekeep them. Oh, look at this. The smokes are coming out here, Dave. This could be the perfect time for Wolves to push.
Yeah, here comes the
Blue Zone's paying a factor as well. Go for it, Dave. This is crazy.
The thing is, they tossed out all their grenades earlier on, so they're just down to smoke. Coops, so in the water, really trying to get behind them. If Coops is able to spray his gun, that should take out at least one member from Rival 6. Squad mates to pull.
No!
Immediately spotted right there. The quick 360. Coops is down.
He was so close to seeing it. The nade comes in. It connects. It's good from Juancho. That's going to kick off round 2 of this fight. Baton down as well. They've got to pick him up. Right now, the key member for R6 is Star in the back line. He is preventing any of the potential flanks. You can see him really guarding the rear of Free Point.
Got him!
Nades come out once again. He gets another knock, but Star is going to have something to say about it here shortly. Blue Zone is really starting to threaten now, and it has paused for the moment. They're good, but Doran opens himself up. Star takes down Juancho.
Got him! What a play. What a push there from the Wolves. Doran now immediately, because he was able to, like I said earlier, control that hill, it bought them time to make this push, and now they have a little bit of coverage here to be able to hold it down against INCO. So beautifully played here from the Wolves, surviving up until the end here, PB.
Man, that was really well done from them. They persevered there. They should not have won that fight, being all pinned down like they were. Doran goes across the open field, has a beautiful play against INCO, buys them time, but now they're going to have to do it again. The nades are going to come in from INCO. They missed just barely, but they are not done yet. More coming. Mollies are out. The smokes are coming in as well. Looks like Wolves are pushing. This one looks like trouble, though. This could be a double. Ooh, just misses. I don't know how that didn't connect with Juancho. He's playing some salsa music out there, just tap dancing his way around those grenades, but he does go down. It's all up to Doran now, Dave.
Yeah, INCO in the better position here. They got the high ground. They got the cover. Now to make matters worse, the 4 sexy frogs looking to get a piece of the action themselves, just spraying through the smoke. So Wolves, they were trying to make the push. They were using these smokes to create a little tunnel to get within grenade range, to get within fighting distance, to overthrow INCO on this hillside. But the 4 sexy frogs playing spoiler, and there goes Doran. He was crawling. He was trying to get up close and personal, but he was spotted. And now INCO going to be just dominating the South. But guys, 0 Fox given. They were eliminated last game. They're still showing up. They're still alive right now. Top 5 situation, game number 2, up against Almost There.
Almost There. If they win this fight, I think they go back-to-back. They've got zone position right now, but if they need to get it done quickly, they do. 0 Fox out of here. And look at this. 3 members still up from Almost There. Only team to really have a chance or match that is INCO, but INCO's going to have their hands full potentially shortly. They look to be wrapping back around, eyeballing Almost There. So 4 sexy frogs again causing a little bit of problems, and we've got Team Seal still somehow, some way hanging out, still in this fight, and they're capitalizing on that central zone position earlier. They've been quiet But those smoke grenades are saying, hey, I'm here. So they're going to get into it here before too long. Try to work their way into position, Hot Jukes.
It's Gers all by himself. Gonna have to defend this push. Dodges the vehicle, gets one. Does he get the double? One more shot, and that is the two-piece, baby. Shutting them down. 2 more eliminations there for Team Seal. You got to take it. That is how you do it right there.
Gers.
That's the sound he made right after that. Right after that second man fell, he lets out a grrr. You don't come at this man and get out of the car facing the other direction. He's gonna make you pay for it. Now INCO looking down onto Almost There, taking out some tires, making this rotation difficult. McGrellin though takes some shots in return. Can Gers play a factor here on the third party? Right now, it comes down to circle. Where will it go? Will it go north, south, east, or west? Right now, Almost There and INCO, neither one of them having to make any key decisions. But in 10 seconds, we'll know a little bit more as this circle does close up. You can see it's kind of each team evenly kind of spread. If it goes north, you might give advantage to Almost There. Wow. They get it. And now you're going to have to see INCO come out of these compounds into the zone. Almost There's got to clutch those shots while Team Seal looks on from the east.
Back-to-back games, by the way, for Almost There. They are just the zone whisperers. I know PB has the crystal ball, but Almost There, they got the blueprints out here. And I did like the heads-up play from INCO. They were trying to blow the tires up from Almost There. So if the circle was to have shifted in the opposite direction, they would have had to run across this open terrain. But really, Hot Jukes, I'm looking to see what the answer is for INCO here, as they're gonna have to push a little bit, at least for their other squad mate in the compound. But Almost There, they're just locked in. They're looking right in that direction. They're tunnel vision right now.
Yeah, INCO. Usually the play here was to kind of like look at that player from Team Seal and be like, hey, we got to take this team out together. But they're like, you know what? This push is so deadly. Let's just get as many points as we can. So Almost There.
It's a head-to-head.
Yeah, they have the advantage position-wise, right? It's all going to be about this push. You can see the smokes on the tree already. Moving out of that position is very, very dangerous. 7 does make it to the tree. Barely alive.
Go back to back, fellas. This is crazy. Almost There. Coming up with a massive flank play here. They get the second knock, and now it's all up to Bruno inside the village still. Just incredible play. He's down just a couple HP, but he lands a knock. He still has a chance. He tries to get off this first aid. He's got a little bit of a divot here that he's hiding in, but he does get connected. The toes shot off the man, and Almost There picking up their second chicken dinner in a row. Fellas, we got ourselves a bit of a barn burner to start up this one. Almost There is showing that they belong, Dave.
Almost There, really kind of letting it slip during the Challenger Finals, and well, they're here. They are here. I know you're talking about them looking to change their name here, PB. If they make it to PMSL Americas, they just might have to after they get the $10,000. So back-to-back, really solid performances. Last match, they have 13 eliminations. This game, Hot Jukes, 12 eliminations. So talking about just being extremely consistent here. So far, day number 1, I mean, this is a perfect start from them.
I mean, they're here. They're here, that's for sure. I mean, this is ridiculous. Seeing them go from second to last, right? When it comes to qualifying on that Challengers point to now first place, these guys have got to be so stoked. So another dominant performance from them when they are the Zone Whispers at this point, right? It's only been 2 matches in, but you got to give props where it's due for sure.
You know, incredible game from Almost There once again. And, you know, it started early with Miggsy here getting into the action for Not So Good Games. Kiddo getting into it as well, but it was short-lived. Not So Good Games does get eliminated. We saw Zero Fox giving rebound from a weak game 1 to make it deep into game 2. So props to them. Dauntless with the late rotation, gambled and lost here, but not before they picked up 6 elims, led by Klaus here with some really aggressive play. They were like a comet, but just burned out as fast as they came onto the scene. We saw Sinners with good position and too much ground to cover, so they went out early as well. But this fight right here was the key. Almost There looked like they were in a bit of a trouble. They win 1, and then the third party comes in. Another squad rolls up as well. Almost There gets the better of them. But what about the Wolves, Dave, on that coastline? This was super impressive from them.
Yeah, they walk away with 4 eliminations, and Hot Jukes nailed it right there. Dorn really pulling out on that ridge line, kind of pressing it, making sure that he buys his squad some time to really have the space to focus on SEAL Team 6 out there, or Rival 6, to try to take that fight. So that was really the heads up play right there from Doran. Just unfortunate for them, they had that third party from the 4 sexy frogs over there just waiting to get a piece of the action themselves. But back-to-back games where the Wolves, they show up in the late game, but these circles really just punishing them big time here.
You know, I gotta stand corrected. They didn't go back to back. I just remember they got all those eliminations and finished near the top. But CBK ultimately won that last fight. So as invisible as they were, I just proved it even more, man. CBK though taking the first one, almost there though, putting their stamp on the second game in convincing fashion. They fought their way through it. They earned it, and ultimately they went head to head with one of the top teams in the region in INCO. And INCO though is, you know, quietly ascending the rankings as well. They pick up another top placement. So again, I think that while they've been a bit quiet and not incredibly impressive, it started with 8 bonus points, and they picked up good points in each game so far. And Hot Chicks, I gotta tip my hat to Seal as well for lasting as long as they did on that coastline.
Yeah, I mean, beautifully done there. It's unfortunate that Rival 6 didn't do a little bit more, considering that they had a pretty darn good rotation there. But I mean, what are you going to do when you're getting pressured by so many different squads, you know? And it's good to see a little bit of a difference when it comes to the match rankings, right? Wolves, 6 points in total. They got to be happy. Almost there, though. They're dominating here off the rip. If they have one more good game today, they're going to give themselves a good, solid lead here, Dave.
Yeah, it doesn't see any better than this. And now it's just really continue on with that momentum. We got 2 more air goals coming up after this, and you know, I'm really looking to see how almost there how they perform when the zones aren't going their way, right? Because we see zones keep going their way, but they're also racking up the elims. So I want to see what the rotations look like. But let's check out the overall CBK winning game number 1, coming into game number 2. Not that many points. They will be getting bumped down here just a little bit here, PB, but almost there already with 41 points at the top, baby.
It's even more deceiving than this looks like, because they came in with no bonus points, Dave. No bonus points, yet still having a 10-point lead at this point. That's pretty impressive to me, I gotta say. No surprises really in our top 5. As far as some of the other teams, you know, obviously with CBK taking that first chicken dinner, INCO, Wolves, Dauntless, all still hanging around. One of the teams, though, that I'm looking at, well, actually there's 2 teams that are trending in kind of the wrong direction. X-Force is one of them. That's a partner team looking to take a good share of that prize pool, but they had a goose egg last round, one of just a couple teams to have one. They only have 12 points right now, riding on 4 bonus points coming in, so they need to pick things up. And another, as we take a peek at the second page, is Rich Esports. They were your winners of the Challenger Finals, and they've got 1 point so far. So this is not something that they are hoping for, but I'm hoping for their sake that they're a second half team once again, and in the back half of today, they pick things up a little bit, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, for sure. You know, talking about X-Force a little bit earlier on, you know, I think that one thing that they really got to lock down on is those disengages early on. You know, they were all the way in Ferry Pier. The zone just kept on going all the way to the south, the southern right side of the map, and they got caught in a fight early. And I think that, you know, at this stage, you know, in a tournament, you have to avoid early engagements like a play, unless it's so obvious, right? Where you could be like, oh, we can wipe the squad out in 2 seconds. Sure, let's take that fight. But if not, just let it go, dude. Let it go. Get in a circle, fight later on.
Absolutely. Well, hey, it was a really nice game overall for Almost there. They've had a nice tournament so far, but we're only 2 games into it, fellas. We've got 4 more games lined up for today. We've seen 1 on Sandhawk, 1 on Erangel, but we've got 2 more Erangel matches coming up next. I want to see that crazy military island finish, and obviously some more shenanigans as well. Will it be Almost there coming with a 3rd crazy performance in a row, or will it be someone else? We'll find out in just a moment, but for now, we'll take a quick break. We'll see you guys in just a few.
X suit with exclusive emote sound effects available now. Matches the Dragonborn Wings glider, the first two-player glider. Valor's Requiem AWM arrives. The finish's exclusive switch firearm animation and inspect emote are sure to turn eyes on the battleground. Get the new Dravion X suit now. Event period, August 8th, 2025 through September 30th, 2025.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Titan Series North America Premier Finals. We are ready to enjoy our third game of action today, and that's not all we can enjoy. There's an Amazon card that you can enjoy at home, so make sure you copy that code down, get that sucker redeemed, and enjoy yourself some good loot as we get ready for our third match of the day. It's Aaron Gell once again. I'm Powerbank, back with Mustache Dave and Hot Jukes, and we are excited. Fellas, I want to get some predictions from you for this map. We've seen some doozies so far with CBK and Almost There winning our first two games of the day. Who is taking match 3, Hot Jukes?
Time for the Wolves, baby, to start barking. Let's go, Wolves, right? I almost had the prediction last game, right? We got INCO coming up second. So, Wolves, let's go. Let's see it happen here now.
What about you, Dave? What do you got?
Yeah, I think that's a good one. I'm sticking with what's been working. I'm gonna stay with Almost There. Almost There. Game 1, second place, 13 elims. Game 2, first place, 12 elims. There's nothing stopping them. Until I see something stop them, I am sticking with Almost There. What about you, PB?
Rocking Dauntless this time. They go south to Novo, and we're gonna get ourselves a military zone, and they're gonna own. That's what's up. So calling it now, Dauntless. My predictions today have been awful, not gonna lie. Normally I'm pretty on point with predictions, but today is not one of those days. So here we are, flying on in. I'm looking at Sinners right now. They've really mixed up the drop spots today. Different in both games so far by a drastic margin, hitting up the backup drop spot. We might have ourselves, no Southern Military Island, but we do get ourselves a Georgia pole zone. And I'm looking at Sinners. I'm looking at Not So Good Games potentially. We've got Zero Fox up there, Rich Esports. So things are going to get, a little spicy in the north, if you will. But two teams that I've got my eyes on, Dave, are INCO and Wolves. They were the top two teams coming into today. They're no longer in the top two. They are sitting 2 and 4. But they have been on point with the rotations, owning basically every circle shift. I want to see if they can do it for a third game in a row, because then it's not a fluke.
Yeah, their rotations have really been on the ball. I know we're only 2 games deep, but they're partner teams for a reason, right? That experience, you can really see it when you're just kind of getting the big picture and just looking at the macros from the squad. And another team, I know not a partner team, but Dauntless, they love Hot Juice. They love playing in the blue zone and rolling up late. We got to see a nice little glimmer of it last game. It almost worked until it didn't, and Klaus definitely putting in a lot of work, but kind of going back to like that conversation that we were having. Like we want to see all the members kind of firing on all cylinders, right? Like you really can't have one guy doing all the lifting. So I don't know, is it like because of their slow blue play zone strategy that might be setting them back, in your opinion? I know we're only 2 games deep, so I'm not getting ahead of myself here, but like what do you think is like holding Dauntless back that they maybe need to tighten up to kind of take them to that next level?
You know, this is a tough question, right? Because I have a lot of different thoughts on that strategy. Because when I see teams that are like hunting from the blue and trying to really have success like on the edge of circles, I always look like towards a squad like Alpha 7. That's a team who like was playing edge for so long, right? And if you look at the success they've had like in their whole careers, it paid off, right? It paid off because when the zones get tough, yeah, you're comfortable, right? You're comfortable playing in that edge, trying to get that crazy knock to be able to get that insane push. If you look at that last game, they were in that exact position, and you're really looking at Klaus to make that knock, right? To make that crazy play in order to do that. And when it comes to playing on that edge and having success, especially like at this high level, you really need the whole team. You need the whole team to be able to be on all cylinders. Like, all right, I'm going to get this knock. I'm going to try to hit this angle, and we're going to press at the same time. You know what I'm saying? So your synergy has to be on point. And the reason why I'm even bringing all this up is because for training purposes and getting better, yeah, I think this is a good strategy right now, right? But at the same time, you want to make sure that you're ending on that top spot of this tournament. So at a certain point, I'd honestly like to see them start trying to go for a more centralized position here. I think they're going to have a lot more success in the immediate time. If they continue to play that edge, yeah, they could have a lot more success in the long term.
I've got thoughts, fellas. I would love to pull up the map real quick, and I'll illustrate what those thoughts actually are. And the reason for those thoughts essentially is, look at the zone. When it's over all of this land, you can play edge, you can get in there. But when you get a circle like this that's way out in the water and all of this area is unplayable, that forces 16 teams to basically cram into 14 available spots, right? And when you're rotating in late, all of the potential spots are completely occupied. That is not what you're hoping for if you're trying to late rotate into these circles. You want to try that strategy on a zone more like this one, where there are plenty of places to hide, plenty of defensive positions, compounds, hillsides, etc., all still in play, because it's not just the initial push into the circle that you need to secure. We saw that with Dauntless. They were able to rotate in late, even with half the zone being in the water. Not only do you have to get in for the initial push, but it's the secondary one as well. When you push in late and there's all this commotion on the edge of circle, all the teams that have position in the center zone literally just turn and look at you and start lobbing in their shots as well. It makes kind of getting to that next level completely impossible. That's what we saw Dauntless run into in that last game. So I feel it's completely dependent on zone position. If you get a central zone over land and there is a ton of spots that you can actually, hide and defend, then yeah, edge in. But if there are, half the zone in the water, you've got to try to go center zone, secure that position, and ultimately try to defend and do it early. That's just my thoughts, but, for me, it just comes down to math.
Nice. I like it. I like it. So we'll have to pay attention to the Dauntless rotates as straight on Nepal. They are going to be on the bridge, actually. And, Dauntless, they got those 2 options when it comes to which bridge they want to rotate on. And when we did see that map a second ago, PB, both bridges are being occupied. So we'll keep tabs on that one, because going back to INCO Gaming, they're going to be out here in their vehicles. They're just north of Rozhawk, Sunken City, taking some shots at Rich Esports. But Hot Chicks, I think you were looking at the Wolves to bounce back game number 3 and start showing up and getting involved here.
Yeah, I think they've had some great games so far. Pretty much all day today. I think they've had a really unfortunate position when it comes to the circle, but they have showed that tenacity, right? Like, hey, you know what? Even when we're in a bad spot, we're tough to take down. And look at what Dauntless is doing. Yep, bridge is taken, baby. What are we gonna do? Too young though. gonna go ahead and head back on over to his squad. Maybe, yeah, they're just gonna have to try and take the other bridge at this point.
It's a good little scout job there, you know,
That was a
trying
good
to
job,
see if
though,
the coast is clear. Didn't risk a ton, but now they know they got a little bit more intel, and you know the drop spot didn't necessarily pay off for them. They went Novo, hoping they'd be rewarded with zone, but that choice was paid with the furthest team away from the actual safe circle. So they've got a little bit of ground to cover here, so they're probably going to delay. Spend some time getting lots of loot, making sure they're stacked up, headed into the circle, because just like last time, they're going to have to fight their way in on the edge. And, if anybody could do it, it is Dauntless. And at least this time, there's a lot more of this circle inside of the landmass here, so there will be more places to hide out. But look at the group of teams in this area. Almost everybody is just fighting for this area just north of Gatka, the foothills of Mount Everest. And I'm very curious to see who is going to tangle first. I've got my eyes on Entity and X-Force now as the circle does center up on Gatka. This is a big fight, and those teams are spread right now. So X-Force needs this one, guys. They have to start building momentum, lagging a bit behind some of the front runners right now, Dave.
Looking at Rob Z to start showing up. I've been hearing a lot about Rob, so I want to say, Valak gonna be just straight up sending it here. We're good. We're gonna be grouping up here, but totally agree. Gotta start seeing something from X-Force, one of the heavy hitters in the lobby. They're gonna be just a little north of these fields, and on the opposite end of the fields, they're gonna be the Wolves down there in the south. So I think everybody in this Gatka area just kind of getting a nice piece of the terrain, making sure their vehicles are safe, making sure that these tires don't get popped, and that way when these circles do tend to shift not in your favor, you have that utility, those vehicles to easily rotate. So INCO in the elimination feed, still going to be putting in some work right now, still looking for some eliminations. It's going to be Team Seal getting pieced up quite well. They do lose one of their squad mates, another one bleeding on out, but Team Entity PB, this was the squad you were talking about here near Gatka, pretty center. They're going to be defending their compound. Looks like a couple squads kind of eyeballing it right now.
They're on the move, man. They're trying to get that good position, and it looks like so far so good. One of the things that's interesting to me is INCO and how much they are moving around, patrolling the rotation paths for these other teams. They get another member of Team Seal down to their last man at this point. They're having a little bit of a tough time so far on Erangel, but you can see INCO, they're not really committing anywhere at the moment. They're patrolling. They're trying to take advantage, but Sinners catches out McGrellin, and now immediately see Bruno double back. They have to go support the squad, as it could get a bit dicey for them as well. You can see on the minimap all three members rolling back, trying to help their teammate out, but it is not going to be in time. They lose one. They will able to take advantage of Gers here. Gers goes out early this round, but man, just as we're talking about INCO and their zone patrolling, it comes back to bite them. McGrellin gets pieced up and is sent back to the lobby. He'll have to join his team for the next round, Hot Jukes.
Oh yeah, and man, INCO are just trying to find a spot in this next circle. I like this. I like this disengage, right? Hey, take your time. You don't have to just take a ridiculous fight in the zone. I mean, you're still only stage 2, so there are plenty of spots still available. It's just about finding that safe path in. So I like that kind of style of play. I mean, this is what you see from the top 2 squads, right? Playing it safe. And let's see if the zone, even if it hard shifts to ruins, they'll be in a really good spot. So they're going to be heading from that side. You see Wolves there on the south. Look at the Dauntless. Yeah, there you go, PB. Right there at the bottom. So they do make it on in. And with this circle shift, they're actually going to have that compound right next to the Suns to see if they can move, get that going right there next to straight out of Nepal.
Look at the position for INCO. Once again, they have such a great spot in the circle, and it seems so far today that despite having 16 teams still alive, they own 25-30% of the circle at this point, which is actually crazy given how many opponents are still on the map. There's 60 players alive, and INCO has such great zone control. They're just showing why they belong at the top of these charts. Wolves, though, forced into action. They're trying to get some of those players out of the lobby. They get the jump onto Rival 6. Free point is down, and that is not good for Rival 6 because he is their star player, and they're going to have to retreat. Ander tries to join Dar in the distance, but Wolves, I don't think, are done. They do take a bit of damage here, but they still have all 4 players up, getting shot now from the side as well.
Yeah, it's gonna be dangerous because you got Rival 6, you got Dauntless out there to the east, and to make matters worse, almost there, and NSG Hot Jukes also looking to rotate in the south with the new circle shift. So the Wolves are already losing baton. They're gonna be down to just 3 squad mates, and it is, you can see on that top right-hand map, it is gonna be just one cluster right now, Hot Jukes.
Oh yeah, let's see how the Wolves decide to handle this, as they are going to be moving closer and closer. Star gets taken out as they get pushed out by the Wolves. But yeah, none of this is in circle, so they got to get moving as well. Let's see, not so good. Gets that finish. Don't want nobody stealing your eliminations. That's for sure. Kiddo.
He definitely didn't want his helmet. Put a DBS right through it.
Whew.
Coops, though, getting into the action as well. Wolves active right now, and they've got NSG right in front of them, about to crash as well. This is another fight that looks just destined to happen. You can see the mini-map. They're swarming, but there is the knock that comes in. We've got Ander down, the third party in from behind. This is tough right now. This is not what the Rival 6 squad is hoping for. They're getting beat up all over the place. Not so good games, though. Trying to build that momentum. They were one of the most active squads in the Challenger Finals, and we haven't seen them hit their stride yet today. They're still, down the leaderboard just a little bit, but if they have shown anything, they do have the talent to kind of pop off here. Kiddo was one of the standout players, I believe the MVP of that Challenger Final. Let's see if he can get it going here against the Wolves.
Yeah, this is a tough fight. Honestly, I think it's a bad fight for both these squads. I think the best play for both of them is to kind of like not really look at each other and look inwards, because this fight's a lose-lose, right? I mean, you're going to be stuck out of position. You're wasting so much time at this point. You're pretty much going to go out if you decide to take this fight. So their best idea is to just try to get into the zone, even if you got to kind of like ignore that team next to you. But sometimes you just can't take your eye off the prize, and the zone goes even more central. So this is a really, really tough position for both these squads.
Yeah. Chopsticks is going to be super clutch here for X-Force, almost there, and 4 Sexy Frogs. They're all kind of in this area battling for the southern part of the zone. Almost there is, once again, in a spot where they could have another big game here with all of the food around them. Doran goes down again. I don't know if there's going to be time to pick him up, as they are so far out in the blue zone. They do make them pay. Doran goes down, almost there, able to pick up the elimination, and that has them another bit of momentum. 2 elims so far for almost there. All 4 members up. Looking for them to get into it potentially with X-Force as well. X-Force taking on Not So Good Gamez, who has crashed onto them. Everyone down on the ground right now. Migsy seeing if he can get the finish. X-Force out again with the goose egg. So that is a second game in a row. They are on the struggle bus to start off the Premier Finals day.
That's wild. Yeah, NSG, they were pulling off that fight with the Wolves, and X-Force, they were in the defending position. So that is absolutely wild that they get picked apart. But NSG, we know that they got the gun skills. Going over here to INCO, also on the defense here, up against straight out of Nepal. Straight out of Nepal, they got that little ledge to work with right over out there in the distance. But Bruto's trying to toss some grenades their way. Blaze in the back line, the anchor, trying to provide the support for his squad mates to make the breach. But right now, INCO into the circle, gonna be doing a good job at just pushing straight out of Paul off and pretty much making them disengage off of this possible push, trying to overtake them here, and just in time because look right above them, Cinder trying to get involved. So there's 3 teams right now on the edge, just trying to get a piece of the pie.
Oh my gosh, straight out of Nepal, just getting straight punished at this point, and that's the name of the game there. I mean, you see how much patience is just like a virtue here at this level of play. Dauntless did make it on in. They're going to be playing that edge style once again, quite a bit separate. But let's see if Vitali can hit these shots, because they got to move. Yeah, they got a minute on the clock. That's plenty of time to get moving. But yeah, look at that fight. I mean, it did not pay off for the Wolves at all as they get taken out here very, very early here, PB.
Wolves falling early. This is an opportunity for some other teams to get into the action right now. Dauntless among them. They're tied with the Wolves right now. One more elim will send them above their competition. CBK once again quiet early, but they have center zone position for the third map in a row. We'll see what they can do with it. I've got my eyes on almost there still as they have taken up the right chopsticks position, cleared out their competition, and are looking solid right now as we take a peek at the fight brewing between Zero Fox Given and Sinners. Sinners is spread all around, but now we've got NSG rolling up in the third party. Blinky peeping the action, seeing if they want to get into things right now. It's about to get spicy for Zero Fox Given, and I don't know if they're going to be able to get out of this sticky situation cleanly. If they spot out Blinky, though, which it looks like they have, they might be able to counterattack before Blinky's able to do some damage on the flank, and they do spot him out. They connect, and they should be able to get the finish here before Rich Esports pulls up. You can see them headed there, and now Rich is going to be gatekeeping on that backside as well. Look at CBK, though. Big chillin', though, in that center part of the zone, awaiting all comers right now, still with 0 elims, but they've got that zone position, Hot Jukes.
Oh, yes, they do. They are set up looking very, very pretty here. And, man, it's a party up in ruins. Look how many squads are out of this circle here. And there's not really any coverage here in the north side of the zone. So it's just about playing to the last possible second. This is all about timing here. You got to be able to decide when to make that push. And if you're the 2 first teams to make that push, you're fighting it out. You're going to get third party easy. Look at that, DBZ. This is the time. You got to just hunt down eliminations, honestly. Just soak up as many points as you possibly can to hedge your bets, because this is going to be a very difficult push for sure.
DBZ.
INCO's on the prowl too, Dave.
Yeah, you got INCO in their vehicles right behind DBZ, looking for the initial knock. DBZ focused on Zero Fox Given, who Zero Fox Given, they need to reposition. But hold up, Chopsticks almost there. We're pulling up. It's going to be 4 sexy frogs in the bull trying to defend right now. Almost there, have been dominating here tonight. Wolf is gonna be down, leaving just Wiz, the last player alive. Is prone. DBZ behind the vehicle, cooking a grenade, but Lux with the C4, tossing it. Wiz
look at the throw.
As well.
Wow.
Mutual destruction, because from behind, Entity pulled up with the grenades here, fellas.
That timing.
That was a crazy play.
Goodness gracious. Entity, yeah, they did not waste any time. And that's what you got to do. You hear that fight in a prime position. Oh, third party. Let's take them down and lock down this circle. So Entity in a really, really good spot here for this next zone. Oh, look at this. Zero Fox Given, last player up. Right next to that McLaren. And he's going to be hugging it. Oh, for 0 seconds. He's gone.
Here's that momentum starting to build for Rich Esports. We saw them getting smoked in the first couple of games, but now with beautiful position in the north, they were the last team standing up there. They forced Zero Fox off the spot. They will own that northeast or northwest part of the circle, and now it's up to them to hold it. They're going to look on into the distance as INCO putting pressure on Sinners as well as DBZ. This is getting crazy right now, and INCO, they haven't committed anywhere just yet. They're all in their vehicles, just kind of big chilling, looking for a spot to pick apart. And DBZ looks to be the team they're going to pick on here as they try to find their spot in circle, and they do park it on the eastern side there. Love what I'm seeing from them. CBK finally getting into the action as well. Dauntless, the late edge in, start to chip away at INCO. It's paying off for him here, Hot Chicks.
Oh, yes, they are. Look at them starting to move. Dauntless putting some shots, though. Great pressure. They finally get a good position on the edge of the circle, and he's using this roof to his full advantage. Blind spraying through that smoke, trying to get some hit markers. So let's see where this next zone goes. Dauntless better have that plan ready, because if that zone goes towards Rich, oh, they're going to have a hard time.
DBKNA still alive right there on the edge of the play zone. We'll be getting blessed with a new circle, too. So you're just complimenting Dauntless and their late rotations. They're going to have to make a move, and both Dauntless and Entity still 4 members strong down here in the south, probably eyeballing the compound of CBK. So both these squads, they got a couple options to work with. They do have vehicles, so they have the ability to get a rotate going, but top 6 right now. CBK, the only ones really in a compound, PB.
It's a tough spot. Yeah, I mean, the field is so open right now. There is not a lot of places to hide. I saw a couple of actual supply crates that had dropped from the sky that actually could be pretty critical here as these teams try to get to zone. You can see immediately upon the move out, Klaus taken down by CBK, and obviously that's not what Dauntless wants, but they're finally going center zone, trying to get that position, pushing INCO off the spot here. Young pops out. They do take down 7, and INCO is gone. So the tally taken down. Dauntless having some success here pushing into the circle, but they are in trouble. And now CBK finally getting ready to pounce. Nades are out. This one happens to connect. I think you're going to see Dauntless gone here in short order, Hot Juice.
Yeah, Dauntless is just in trouble here at this point. You can see the smoke starting to come out. And no coverage in here. They have that vehicle. You can see them trying to eye a haystack. Let's see what they're going to be able to find. Klaus hops in. There's a rotation.
Sprayed
Maybe.
down from
Oh
Daisy,
my God.
Daisy's trying to secure these, and yeah, they're going for the pickups. And CBK still just letting it rip, using their ammunition to try to get these picks. DBZ still alive out there, able to get behind the A-bale, but they got the position, sure, but everybody's looking in their direction.
Oh, never mind,
Poker still just spraying it down over here, so pretty much a target to everybody in the lobby.
This is what I was talking about, though, right? If you're going to play this edge style, you're not going to get it away with these kind of rotations. The only way you get away with it is pure firepower pressure, right, PB? You got to be shooting at everything inside the circle so much that they're scared to look up at you. And you can see Klaus, right? He's trying to execute that job the best he can, but the rest of the team has to be on that exact same page. Otherwise, this playstyle, it's just not going to have a lot of success.
Yeah, it's tough. They lost their flank position a couple of different times there. They ended up spending more time focusing on revives than actually putting down some firepower. Rich, though, on the drive-by, they're hanging in. It looks like they got a bit of a trade going on. One down from them, one down from Entity. Nexus getting taken down as well. And just like that, we're into our top 4 with CBK owning the zone. All 4 members alive. It's going to come down to them and Rich Esports, it looks like. Rich, though, they may have an opportunity here to get their member patched up, back in the fight. And Dauntless down to Klaus, but you never can count him out. You don't know what he's going to be able to do. DBZ, they've been hiding now for 3 circles, just in the middle of this circle. Pressure, just trying to keep the pressure off him. He is content to big chill out here by the haystack, but Volt seems to know he's there.
Comes Poker too with the wraparound, trying to confirm the eliminations on the Dauntless and flush them out. But yeah, pressure is getting these points here. Another big game for CBK. We might be looking at a chicken dinner for them. 2 chickens of the day. But Rich Esports, good opportunity right now, Hot Jukes. They're going to be making it in the late game 4 up as well on the opposite end of the fields.
Slay was feeling himself right there.
Klaus got the pickup onto Z's, but he's about to go down again. This is such an incredible flank from Poker here if he can pull this off, but it looks like he is going to go down. This could impact CBK in a big way. They just sent one of their members out to die, essentially. They lose their momentum. I don't know about the play here. It seemed ultra risky. If it had paid off, obviously we'd all be praising it, but hindsight is 2020 here. CBK losing a member, the rest of their team in the compound now. They're going to wait, but now they've given advantage back to Rich with 4 members up and control of the zone, Hot Jukes.
Oh my gosh, DBZ pressure with that DBZ pacing, baby. It's going to take a few episodes before he moves from that position. He is just waiting, looking at Rich. But Rich, these guys are feeling themselves. I was talking about it earlier. Slay popping into the passenger seat, hitting the shotgun shot, doing a turnaround, hitting the quick lean peek to get an elimination. These guys know this game is theirs. 11 eliminations so far. It's really only up to CBK, at least in my opinion, for them to possibly upset this fight. They do have that ridge line, but you never know where that next circle's gonna go, Dave.
Let's see. Got the pop here. Stage 7. I already know it's gonna send you up in the wide open. I mean, that's just what the zones have been feeding us all night long here. TBK looks like Daisy's still active. Rich Esports still with their 4 members alive here. Everybody just looking in, trying to pick each other off on the edge right now before being forced to fight in the open fields.
Big knock. Down to the top two now, boys. It's Rich Esports versus CBK, as we thought it might be. Dauntless just having to spend too much time reviving one another. It's not able to work out for them, but now Rich Esports starting to heat up as we thought they might, and CBK looking for their second chicken dinner in the first 3 games. They've got position, but where will the zone go? Will it go to CBK? It does, and now it's Rich on the outside looking in, but they have the numbers. It's a 4v3 right now. Will nades play a factor, or are they too far apart? Jazz has got to be looking to get an opening knock here. If they can do that, you'll look for the push here from Rich Esports, but they've got a lot of open ground to cover, Dave.
They do, but I believe they have some vehicles. Those towers looking good. They were able to keep them active behind the cover of the hay bale. So best case scenario, try to get a knock and then make the push, but really time is not on their side, Hot Juke. So it looks like they're going to be trying to wrap around the west side and sending it right behind the building in the hard cover. Timing is everything, and we were able to make it to the building with no knocks here so far, Hot Jukes. This is huge for Rich Esports.
They need to take this fight immediately before the rest of the team could get there, but that nade, oh my gosh, pays dividends. Volt needs to start running to his teammate, but he can't because Jazz has got that off angle on the other side of the map here. So it is a 1v1 in that situation. Oh, lost it from the roof. Throwing the nade, not able to hit the mark. It's anyone's game here, PB.
They've got him split, though. This is really good. If Rich can persevere and stay alive, which it doesn't look like they're able to do so far, they've got CBK split with Jazz on the off angle. Right now, it's up to Lost, and a nade connects with him. CBK looks like they're going to defend this. The wipe comes through. It's down to Jazz out in the field, and now it's essentially a 1v3. And we've seen crazier things. We saw one of the nuttiest clutches ever just a couple days ago. I believe it was yesterday in Alpha 7, getting taken down 1v4. It's Jazz's turn to try to do the same thing for Rich, but Volt comes out on the off angle. This is second time this has happened now for CBK. They're pushing the flank action. Will it pay off? It does, and they get the winner chicken dinner, their second of the day. CBK boys, they're riding high, Hot Jukes.
9 eliminations, 1,600 damage from this squad here. Yeah, these guys are feeling great. 2 chicken dinners to start things off. These guys are on a roll here. So only one more Erangel left today, right? To see if they can possibly even pull out another one.
Just crazy action so far in both of the Erangel games today. Almost there, picked up 5 eliminations at the top of the charts. So again, they're inching even further up the charts. But CBK with their second chicken dinner, they're saying, listen, you're not out of reach for us. We're going to come catch you. And this was a team that for me was a bit of an unknown coming into this tournament. They didn't quite have the fanfare of our top teams in the lobby like Wolves here on our screen or INCO. But man, they have been impressive. Not so much just with the fragging ability, their zone positioning all day long, Dave, has just been elite.
Yeah, I did like CBK's ability to really prioritize trying to secure these locks, kind of going back to the Dauntless engagement where Dauntless were trying to survive. They got picked apart on the rotates, and then we saw Poker pop the vehicle, try to reposition, get the confirmations, and then pull back towards safety towards his squad mates. So you can tell they're not only trying to get the winner chicken dinner, but also trying to get as many elimination points as possible. But this last play that we're going to see here in a moment, Jazz with the off angle, trying to be the anchor. Like, I get it, so that way his squad mates aren't rotated around on that side of the building. But really, the sight lines weren't there for Jazz, Hot Jukes, and I feel like almost if Jazz would have went with the squad, they might have won that game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough play, right? It's one of those IGL decisions, right? To just hold the player back and kind of hold that angle while the other one makes the push. I mean, it was great that they were able even to make that push cleanly in general. It's just one of those plays, right? Whoever gets that first knock wins it. And for CBK, they clutched it up. So I'm not against the play at all. It just unfortunately didn't work out for them.
I'm in the same boat. I have no qualms at all with the play there to rotate for Rich. If they didn't do that, it was all for just standing up in the open field, trying to land shots, basically just crossing their fingers. I liked the rotation. It caught them a bit off guard, and ultimately for them, they just weren't able to escape some of those grenades. That turned the tide very, very quickly. We take a peek at our match ranking. We see Rich Esports with 18 points, starting to build that momentum. CBK on top, though. Once again, this is the second time today they've found found themselves on top, picking up another 19 points to add to their total. You love to see it. Dauntless, another 9 points. They finish in 4th. They were quiet, but at the same time, they're starting to chip away, and I like what we're seeing here. And if you guys remember from the top of show, the 3 partnered teams, that is Wolves, X-Force, and INCO, they will be moving on to the next stage regardless because they've been directly invited. But for everyone else, there are 2 spots available. Right now, CBK almost there, Rich Esports, Dauntless, they're all competing to try to move on. Let's take a peek at how that factors into the overall standings and see where things sit after 3 games of play, and it's close. We've got almost there, still clinging to first place. CBK up 1 spot to 2nd. They're only 3 points apart, Dave. This is very, very close with INCO nearby in 3rd.
Yeah, the 30 elims for almost there is really what stands out to me, because looking at Dauntless on down, that's more than their total points. So if almost there can kind of just continue on with their aggression, yeah, they only walked with 5 elims this game, but they're still doing one hell of a job. So just continue to get these consistent points and end the day in first place. So that way, coming into the midway point, you're in a good position, because like you said, top 2, that's the goal. Top 2, they go to PMSL, the $200,000 lobby, but also first place gets the 10 grand here in 2 more days. So almost there, doing a great job so far. But CBK,
look at Rich,
2 winner chicken dinners.
Rich is up 10 spots just after that game, so that's impressive. We've got a bunch of teams on the other page, all 7 of these going the wrong way, with Team Entity the lone mover in the right direction here. Entity up 4 spots to 10th place, and things are pretty close here. Rival 6, straight out of Nepal, Zero Fox Given, still single digits, trying to get things going, but that is our halfway point for the first day. We're looking competitive, though, amongst a number of these teams. A few have been downright impressive. I'm looking at almost there, and CBK and A, both of those teams dominant so far. Almost there, up to 30 eliminations. They're averaging 10 a game right now, fellas. So a really impressive performance for them. They say they belong, but we have another Erangel to see if they can prove it once again. Guys, we're going to take a quick break. Go get yourself refreshed. We'll be back in just a moment with some more PUBG Mobile action. Kirby.
First X suit with exclusive emote sound effects available now. Matches the Dragonborn Wings glider, the first 2-player glider. Valor's Requiem AWM arrives. The finish's exclusive switch firearm animation and inspect emote are sure to turn eyes on the battleground. Get the new Dravion X suit now. Event period, August 8th, 2025 through September 30th, 2025.
3 games down and 3 more to go on our first day of the PUBG Mobile Titan Series Premier Finals. We've seen some banging action so far, and I am so certain that is not going to stop there. We got Aaron Gell coming up next. My name is Power Bang, and I'm back with Mustache Dave and Hot Juice, and we are gearing up for the 4th game of the day. Gentlemen, I gotta ask, what have you seen so far? Any surprises for you? And generally, how are you feeling, Dave?
I'm feeling okay. Yeah, feeling good. 3 games deep. Little sad, not gonna lie, because not so good games. It's been like my squad have been cheering on here. We saw them 2 days ago. They were absolutely dominating. I feel like they're really not able to get their stride yet. And
they're living up to the name, Dave.
They are. I mean, these zones have been difficult, but every single time we pop them, they're kind of in the disadvantage position, kind of getting picked apart, third party, fourth party. So not so good games. Maybe the lobby's just getting the better half of them here today. So I think I'll be a little more happier if maybe this next game they can get some zone luck here, PB.
No, I hope to see it. They definitely have the gun skills to pay the bills. But one of the things that I'm noticing today, when you look at the Premier lobby versus the Challenger lobby, a lot of these teams are rotating much quicker. They're looting faster. They're scouting the rotation pass. They're putting pressure on teams to force them off of spots that they might usually rotate to. And I think that pressure is affecting some of the teams that might have a little bit less experience. Could be speculating here a little bit, but that's just kind of what I'm seeing from the outside looking in vantage point. There may be some truth to that, but overall you're just seeing a step up in competition in this Premier lobby. So we've got teams that have experience on the world stage, playing on regional finals and whatnot, and they're bringing that experience here to these tournaments. And again, there will be 5 teams from this lobby moving on to represent North America at PMSL Americas Fall. So excited to see which teams those are going to be. We know 3 of them. It's going to be X-Force, it's going to be Wolves, it's going to be INCO. But there's 2 more as well that have got to punch their ticket. And right now, I think the front runners have got to be almost there, and CBK, Hot Jukes.
I mean, without a doubt. I mean, almost there, crushing it. What was it, like you said, 10 eliminations per game? That's ridiculous, right? So for them to go from Challenger to performing so well off the rip, I just don't want them to get overconfident at this point. I want them to stay consistent, keep doing exactly what you're doing. It's been working great. Now, these zones have been crazy all day today. It's been very difficult for a lot of these teams to overcome that. One team in particular I'm looking at is Dauntless, dude. Dauntless, I think you got to start getting a little bit quicker on these rotations. These super late circle shifts, I think, are doing you a disservice at this point because you got the gun skill. I think you definitely do. If you're able to put yourself in a good spot just a little bit earlier, I think you'll have a lot more success.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, they have definitely the skills to get there. They're having to do too much late in games when the odds are against them. I'd love to see them kind of mix things up and try things, or could be crazy here, they just get zone blessed. So far, the zone's just been on the opposite side, and it's like, listen, we're gonna hang out in the blue zone for 3 or 4 hours. We'll see you guys soon, and that's just kind of how it's gone for Dauntless. Yeah, I mean, they hung out in the blue zone in match 2 today so long that as I was scanning everybody's position, looking at the map, I didn't even see Dauntless. They were so far north that they were like north of Rosshawk, across the river on the northern part of the island. The zone is half in the water in the southeast. It's almost by Novo at that point. And I'm just like, holy crap. Dauntless took forever to rotate. So maybe they get blessed, right? Maybe they drop Novo again like we saw in game 3, and they actually get the zone on Military Island. That could shake things up for them as well. But let's talk predictions, right? Match number 4 coming up today. We're past the halfway point. We've seen some dominant players. Are they going to continue to stay dominant? We're going to see someone new step up and maybe rebound. I'm looking at, X-Force or something like that, Dave. What do you think? We'll start with you today.
All I know is if Versatile were here, they would have been, mopping up the lobby right about now. This is their time to shine, baby. I'm going to go with DBZ Esports. Used to be the Zombie Boys. That was my squad. Wasn't trying to touch on them here so far, but after this last game, we saw them with some nice third parties and some nice defense. So DBZ Esports, mark me down, baby. There it is. Boom, right there.
I got no problems with the pick. I'd like to see more from them as far as a little bit more aggression. Right now, they're getting position and just kind of chilling right now. But maybe this is the game the guns come alive and we see DBZ hop into the action. But I like the pick. Dave, Hot Jukes coming to you. Who do you think's going to take this one in game 4?
I'm going to go with another wild. I'm going to go with the wild pick myself. I'm going to go with Team Entity. I like what I saw in the last game, right? I think I like that nice third party that was really, really snappy there, right? Just north of Chopstick. So hopefully we see them, you know, utilize some of that snappiness here in the next one.
You know, you're right. And going back to last game in Team Entity, they had an opportunity to kind of get zoned out by a couple of other squads early on. I believe it was stage 2 or 3 when the circle was just north of Gatka. They snapped to their rotation super quickly. They took the foothills of Mount Everest and pushed their way in, ultimately gave them that zone position and allowed them to be the team that third-partied instead of getting third-partied. So I like the pick of Entity here. They were impressive in the Challenger Finals. They took 3rd place, but they had a chance to win it basically all week long. So Entity having some opportunity to show up and get things done. Now, I'll say I've been impressed today with the zone positioning of both Wolves and INCO. I feel like one of those two teams is due for a chicken dinner win. We haven't seen one of the favorites in the lobby win just yet, right? I've been picking dark horses. We've seen CBK take a couple. We've seen Almost There coming up from Challengers winning one. I'm looking to Wolves or INCO to take this one, and if I had to flip a coin, I'm looking for a coin right now. I don't really have one. Maybe we'll take this light thing, all right? Heads is the letters, and tails is the more letters but smaller, and we'll flip it here.
You're going to flip that device? Oh,
it's been flipped.
Oh, your lights
it's
are
heads
flickering now.
It's heads. We're going with Wolves. Wolves is going to take it.
All right.
Yeah, right. The lights go out. You don't see power bang for the rest of the broadcast. It's done. Out of here. I'm taking Wolves for my prediction. Sorry, I just had to drag it out and just, leave it up to chance a little bit. That way, if INCO wins, I could be like, that's what I would have picked. But it was the controller, right? Falling on heads. That's why.
I think you got to flip something else. I don't know if that flip counted though. I think you have to have something else.
I can flip my phone. Here we go. Heads for the screen.
I'll do that. I was about to say, no.
The break here today.
No.
All right, good flip though. Good flip.
I liked it. I thought it was pretty clever, right? Well, you got to make do with what you got within your reach, right? I could have grabbed a different controller. This one's a little bit more round and doesn't really have a side.
Starting to question all these controllers you got within arm's reach here.
That controller would be rigged.
Yeah, what's going on here, PB?
With this one?
Another one.
Number 3. Number 4.
This one?
Oh!
Hold on. I got more.
That's the
I
one
got
he
more
uses for the circles. That's the one right there.
Well, who do you think's controlling the zones, right? This is my stage 6 controller right here. You push this for west, this for north. It's pretty simple, right? Really.
It all makes sense.
So yeah, we're puppeteering everything. Guys, we're getting the lobby ready for our 4th game of the day. I'm looking for that military island finish. We haven't seen it just yet. I want to go there for sure. Here's the map order for the day. We saw one of our last Sandhawks, basically ever. CBK. Coming in clutch with the dub. Almost There got second in that game, though, and then they come back with a chicken dinner in game number 2. Dominant, 25 elims in the first 2 games, but then CBK's like, oh yeah, we see your performance, and we're going to raise it 1. We're going to take our second chicken dinner of the day. Am I there's a pattern developing here, Dave. Am I crazy not to pick Almost There to win match number 4?
We keep seeing them, right? We keep seeing these 2 squads consistently finish at the top, or at least appear. I know we're only 3 games deep, but they're the only teams who really have been getting it done, baby. So if you go with Almost There for game number 4, I think maybe you have been, flicking a little too many buttons in the back right there, PB, because I'm gonna have to get somebody to keep an eye on you and see where your hands are. Because I don't know, man. Almost there. They can't win game number 4, right? Right?
Fair enough.
Right?
You know what I want to do is I want to flip these Amazon gift cards. So we could flip some of those. Maybe we have another one for you. I know we've had a couple so far today. Maybe if we're lucky, we can get blessed and throw one of those on screen. Hey, what do you know? Look at that. You just got to speak it into existence, and there she be. So go get your code. If you guys want to redeem that at home, the number is T84T. I'm joking. I'm not going to read the whole thing. That would be ridiculous. That's ridiculous. So anyway, enjoy the Amazon gift card. Get your loot. But for now, it's time for our 4th game. We're cruising past the halfway point, Dave. We've got our predictions in, and now it's just time to see who's going to deliver the goods. Boy, look at this plane path. Coming in, going to be driving right where I want it to. Oh, this is great. I'm excited. Let's go.
Who's got the goods here? We haven't seen any hot drops. We were looking at the map breakdowns. We were given drop spots, and Georgia Pool, obviously that's too far away, but even Roshawk, right, was a hotbed We really haven't been seeing the play zones to kind of favor that. So looking at this game though, Hot Jukes, military base, so we know Not So Good Gamers, they like to kind of hover around this area. We saw Dauntless last game with their really slow rotating, their hovercrafts, you know, showing up that late game. So for all the shade, you know, at least I've been throwing towards Dauntless, I mean, they're still in 4th place overall, so their strat definitely working, they're surviving, and they're just picking up a couple more eliminations better than everybody else behind them, obviously. So I'm waiting to see Rich Esports and Not So Good Games, Hot Jukes. Those 2 squads, I'm waiting to see them have a good game here, because I was pumped up watching them in the Challenger finals. I mean, I was eating my popcorn and they were just popping off here. So I'm curious if now the caliber of the lobby, the competition is just a little harder, or if it's just, you know, they're searching for their one game to kind of get them kickstarted in the right direction.
This is a whole different enchilada. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I mean, when you go and you step from, you know, challengers to now the big show, the premier finals, it is a big wall to climb. So you know, there's a lot of factors. I think you talked about it earlier. Confidence is a big one. You know, there's that nervousness. All that initial nervousness has got to be gone right now. So if you're a challenger team like the 4 Sexy Frogs, the last thing you want to do is get caught out in the open, Dave.
Did you hear the wolves, Alan?
Yeah, I heard something. X-Force and Rich. I mean, we were just talking about Rich, gassing them up. They're popping off. Uzi's Team Seal, they had one really good game with a couple of eliminations. They're going to be locked in right now with the Sinners, PB's favorite squad of the lobby here in Lapopka. So
that's not true. That's not true at all.
You got the jersey, you got the banners, you got the flags, you got it going on. I saw like the Sinners remote there for a second. But hey, 4 Sexy Frogs.
Flip it.
We're pulling up with a VSS right to the face here, PB.
Ugh.
I like the finish there from Moncho. I hate it when players leave up these players, because things like that happen, right? Where somebody rolls in 2 seconds later and you end up not even getting a point. Now, Wolves, I feel like I've done it again, boys. They're in trouble. Down goes Doran, and just like that, Coops is the last hope for Wolves, and I don't see them winning this game.
That damn controller.
Remote. I know, right? You know, I would have picked INCO, like I was saying, pregame, but you know, it is what it is. Coops is gonna try to make something happen here, though.
Take the controller by the hands, Coop. Make it happen. Oh my gosh, no way. Backing it up. This is tough. He's done.
The Flux flank is coming in.
Got him.
Got him. That's 2. 3. Control that.
I was right to pick Coops.
Control that.
Let's go. That was huge. That's why he's the best in the region, guys. This is
play
crazy.
Of the day.
Coops,
play of the
get
day.
it done.
That's the
beautiful
play of the day. The Amazon play of the day.
Jeffrey would be proud.
We should, you know, where the codes at right there. Play of the day. We
Where's
need
the
to
codes?
be putting like 5 codes on screen right now to that one. Holy cow.
That's a code dump. Code dump right there.
Oh man, production hates us.
Give me the codes.
100 codes on the double.
No.
Man, that was a great play by
Yeah,
Coops, though.
that
That was
Dude.
very exciting to watch. He gets
3
it done.
1v1s.
Hey, 4 Sexy Frogs, welcome to Premiere, huh?
Yeah.
Am I right? You know,
Yeah.
coming up.
Yeah.
Up against Coops too.
Sheesh.
He was like, these are
That'll put them in their spot, you know.
the 3v1
They-
was sexy. I'll tell you that right now.
Dude.
You can't offer 3 1v1s.
And that's what happened.
Can't do it.
And that's
Yep.
exactly what happened right there.
The flank was good, but you got to have that timing down, you know? Do it all at the same time.
Yeah, they were mistimed only by about a second and a half. Had they been just a little earlier on the push, Coops would have had no choice.
On the Flux flank, you called it on that Flux.
The Flux flank.
When Flux was doing that flank, that was the moment for the other 2 squad mates to also get that cover fire going and flush Coops out from behind that little crate. But like you said, Hot Juice, they just the timing, the 1v1s one after another, and Coops with the laser, the laser focus right there, nothing but headshots, so he got it done. But getting back this fight, Sinners, I mean, holy cow, my blood's still going from the Coops 1v3. I mean, you don't see that every day.
Same.
You know,
I want to start
This
a
is in the
petition
Popka,
to-
guys.
I want Flux to play for Zero Fox Given. I want Flux flanks for Zero Fox. Well, that's what I want. All right, here we go. Scarface.
I'd love to cast that. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, right? You're gonna Freudian slip there somehow. But
Zero.
Here's
Flux Gaming.
Bular coming in. This guy has been one of the factors for Sinners. Like if he's going, then the team's going. So we'll see if he can get things moving here for Sinners. They can build some momentum. It's going to be a DBS fight, though, on the lower floor right now. Goku going up against Bular. He's got some support, though. Homeboy from the other side is coming in. Scarface on the push, but from across the street. Oh now
God,
things are falling
sit
apart
down.
now for Sinners.
This is a lesson they need to learn. Honestly, both these teams. Nothing makes me let my blood boil than watching a fight like this, to be honest. It's just such a bad fight for both teams. It worked out for Seal because they didn't lose a player at all. But they are definitely going to be behind when it comes to that rotational timing. Like, it's these kind of fights that just put you in a really bad spot regardless. But fortunately for Seal, they didn't lose anybody in the process.
4 limbs, baby.
Let's see how long it lasts, though, Dave, because 4 limbs is not enough to win first place.
And the thing is, Circle's going to be closing in now, and I believe Zero Fox Given, you know, they saw the parachutes, they heard the action, they might be looking to gatekeep, right? Team Seals. So Team Seals, like you said, might get those eliminations, but they're going to be at a disadvantage when it comes to rotating into the play zone. But talking about rotating, Not So Good Gamez. That's the squad I am looking for to kind of start to crank up the heat here tonight. We're going to be near Pochinki out here, near Potato Hill, a little south of it. Just threading the needle. Thread in the needle. What do you think about Pochinki, Hot Juice? What do you think about that town?
Love it. Love it. Used to be the hottest town in all of PUBG Mobile. Unfortunately, not as hot so more. The loot just not what it once was in Pochinki. So, I mean, back in the day when we first started this whole competitive scene, it was the best spot in town because, you know, placement points were so useful, right? There used to be like 20 or 30 at one point. It was crazy. So landing in the most central point of the map was super beneficial. But since eliminations are so heavy now it's just all about just finding that late game finish. So Pochinki, decent spot, I think, currently in the meta, but not what it once was for sure.
No longer stinky.
Yep.
You know, I
It used
can't
to
wait
get
to
real
remap
stinky
here.
at Pochinki. That's
I wish it
in
was.
just a second. There's a couple of teams in the middle that are rotating early. You can see Almost There here. You can see CBK here. And Entity, as we saw, a really good rotation here. All of them center zone. We'll see where it goes, but Almost There just is on point. They rotated a minute ago to grab that position center zone. It's going to pay off for them. And Not So Good Gamez, like you were talking about, they're in a great spot as well. And I wish Coops had some teammates, man, because
right?
he's in a good spot also. Still looking for some place to hole up for the remainder.
Coops did his job. He's good to clock out here for this game. I mean, he's just gonna survive a little bit. He's centering on up, so we'll find a little.
He's got 4
shack.
points.
Yeah, he got 4 points. He got a little shack, and he's just gonna survive here. So he did good. He did good.
What do you think about this though, Dave? What do you think about this
Zero
though,
Fox
dude? The
Given?
Zero
I mean, we were
Fox.
talking about him. We were talking about him. They heard the
This
action,
gatekeep.
and they were looking to possibly gatekeep, right? Gatekeep. But the thing is with gatekeeping is you want to kind of be not in the blue zone, right? You want to be on the edge of the play zone and kind of follow the zone as it closes in and anticipate your opponent's next move here. So they are, to me, they're showing that they're desperate for points, which I totally get. You know, it is early on. It is game number 4. They're in 14th overall, but right there, spending this much time out here, I mean, it just shows that they really want these elimination points here, Hot Jukes. But the thing is, it's dangerous because depending on how much time you spend out here, that's just more time for everybody else to set up in the zone.
Yeah, I mean, terrible play, at least in my opinion. It's a hard one because you put yourself so far behind, and again, you're hunting for maybe 4 eliminations. I think at this level, if you want to win, it's all about reducing as many coin flips as possible as an IGL, right? So let's just say best case scenario, they do the gatekeep, they win the fight. At that point, rotating into the next zone is a 100% a coin flip, right? You get lucky, maybe you catch a third party and you're able to get into a position in the zone, but you're going in with 0 info, 0 intel on your back foot. So It's a tough one. It's a tough one, but hopefully, you know, they're able to realize that in the VODs here, PB. What do you think?
I think the Dauntless just got themselves a nice spot in zone. They actually made it north of the bridge. They got themselves a position. They spot out CBK. They know they've got neighbors, which is okay. And I really want to compliment Entity here on their quick rotation. They moved so fast, and it's a trend. I've seen them rotating super well all day long. They actually edged out X-Force to get to this particular compound by mere seconds. X-Force had to pull off, but Entity gets the spot, and X-Force has now been forced out of multiple locations this game alone. They've been forced to just drive around out in the middle of nowhere and essentially wait for the next circle to pop, which is what they're doing. They're trying to get the jump on a spot, and so far they've just been slightly too slow. Dauntless moves up to the crossroads there just north of the bridge. They're going to get a great spot. So really excited to see this next circle come in. Things are about to get super, super interesting as nobody's really been forced to fight just yet, but that's all about to change. So here's the circle. It hard shifts over to the east, and now you can see X-Force. They're on the move, headed in, and so is Coops. Coops has found a way to get center zone the last two zones. He's by himself and somehow I'm able to make it in. He's going to hole up right here in these shacks. This is crazy work from him to get further into this zone. And he's not stopping. He's going to fight somebody and try to get some flushes as well. Add more points to the total for Wolves.
Damn trooper right there. Respect. Salute the Coops out here. And Pachinki wide open. So DBZ, remember, I was looking for DBZ to pull out the winner chicken dinner. Let's use the city for their advantage. Almost there, out there in the distance. Gets shot up from X-Force in the garage. Rob's is going to be already done. Knight, I believe tires have been popped on to Force and Knight to try to hit the prone right there in the open behind the buggy and just kind of donating points to X-Force, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's hard.
Like he had no idea where he's getting shot from.
That's the rotational sacrifice right there. Sometimes when you're on a little slight second late rotation, a player must go. And unfortunately, there was one. So almost down to what? Yeah, 2 players left. Maybe this is that game where they finally start to slow down a little bit. Let's see. Maybe they can still hang on.
Entity's rolling through once again. Great rotation from them. I'm just so impressed with Entity's movement so far. They've been on point with the rotations. So has CBK. CBK's center zone, once again, they're right across the street from Coops right now. And that's super, super funny. But, you know, overall, there's a lot happening right now positionally on the map. X-Force, it shows you the benefit of moving early. They got zoned out twice so far this game, but they were like, it's not happening for stage 3. We're moving first. They get there. They catch almost there on rotation, so it pays off for them, and Entity has to roll on by as well. So X-Force trying to correct their earlier, I don't want to call them mistakes. They weren't on it as much as some of these other teams were on rotation. Everyone has to be really, really on point here. Team Seal in trouble. Prince is knocked, and we'll see if straight out on Paul can get the finish here. INCO's knocked as well elsewhere on the map, so things are getting a little spicy.
A little spicy. Straight out of Paul again, a nice little surround over there onto Prince. They should be able to get the thirst, and they're going to have this little plateau to themselves. But talking about spicy, we are actually going to be looking at Potato Hill. INCO up against Zero Fox Given. 7 deep. Locked in a grenade battle. Looks like Deep gonna be just rolling up with the SK-12. Will be trading out 7, not getting the thirst. And McGrellin from downtown springing the trap right here in the blue. Zero Fox Given looking to win this engagement here, Hot Jukes.
That coin flip.
Can they do it?
Working out so far. Big knock. Let's see what McGrellin can do.
Chills isn't here, so essentially a 1v1.
This fight's happening so far out in the blue. INCO did not want the fight, but Zero Fox caught one of their players, knocked him, and they're like, you know what? Yeah, I think we'll take this fight. So they head out into the blue, and now it's like it's too late. The fight has to basically conclude, but Zero Fox is going to pull off and actually go to zone. They're going to leave INCO standing right now, so INCO will survive for the moment. They are going to prioritize zone. Zero Fox decided, you know what? We're not going to eat this much damage here in stage 4. We're going to prioritize zone position. But honestly, they already kind of missed the boat on a lot of those positions. They're going to have to fight through Team Seal if they want in. Entity is holding down the midfield as McGrellin tries to find a spot in, and now we see Dauntless on the I always call these the yellows, but with game updates they're no longer yellow, so you know, it is what it is. They're in some houses. They gotta work their way in, and we've got a little what's happening.
Oh, the
here?
molly, brutal
chess match. What's yeah, hey, there you go, that'll work. Z's getting it done. That was funny. I thought they were just going to whisper sweet nothings through the fence.
Do they know Jazz is there? Let's see. He's hunting him.
They got to know he's nearby, right? Because that was a knock and a flush. It wasn't just like a clean wipe. So they got to know somebody's in the area.
Definitely suspicious.
I love this spot right here. You have so many vantage points, so much intel in case you need to rotate. Oh my gosh, they're pushing it on to X-Force. Z trying to do a run over. Too big.
What?
Oh my God, gotta go fast.
The pump, and they are just straight up sending it. Valak's still alive over here, so the push. ZZZ trying to block him in with the hovercraft. The hovercraft just too big to fit to the garage door. ZZZ wrapping around, and the push isn't looking too high here, fellas. Valak is putting in the work right now.
Oh my gosh.
For Dauntless inside the building with the shotgun, and from behind, the crossfire just too strong.
I wish you could see my face right now, fellas. That was one of the worst executed pushes I've seen in a long time at this level. I mean, what was that? Driving into the building and then homeboy catapulting himself. He's like, hello, loot delivery, I'm here. I don't know what was going on there, but Dauntless out of the lobby, and X4 somehow still survives. R6 going up against NSG in the open field. And here we go, R6 needing to build this momentum currently in last place, 4 points on the day. They've got to do something to turn it around, but Kiddo, how did that not land on free point? That was right there. Carr might have blocked some of that damage. Kiddo throws another one. It's in, connects, but not enough. He's not done though. He's got throwables like Juancho does. Let's see if he can finally get this knock out, Jukes.
Kiddo.
This
2 seconds on the clock. Throws it.
It's good.
He's got to have it locked down now. Oh my God. Oh, he gets one. He gets Ender. They know exactly where he is. Yeah, free point. True to his name on that one. Real tough.
You're bloody. Just tossing a random grenade up there, seeing if it.
Hey, Kiddo, catch!
Take this. Take this.
Hey, CBK has found themselves in the friggin' center of the zone once again late. These guys are wizards when it comes to positioning. Again, I don't think they have any elims so far this game. Maybe one, but Coops also big chillin' in the center there. So that's quite funny, actually, that he is somehow, some way. He didn't even have to alter his gameplay. Like, his team's completely eliminated. He's still like, you know what? I'm going for the best position. It doesn't even matter that I don't have any backup. I'm just going to go play my game and let the chips fall where they may.
He's eating chips right now, big chillin'.
Oh, yeah.
That's a fact.
CBK has 2, so you know, hey, it's not nothing. That Bentley though,
looking real good.
Good, freshly polished. Little grenade action.
Is that gonna work?
Oh, rolling down. They saw the grenade.
Wow, he's got sightlines. Oh my gosh, gets the headshot.
A little suppressed M4 6 times action right there.
Sneaky
Has 5
seals.
more grenades and a Molotov too. So it definitely has some utility to work with. Trying to get off, but the crossfire from
What gave him away?
What gave him away? I think the grenade.
Maybe it was that shiny Bentley.
Oh yeah.
Let's see, DBZ driving around. Looking to get some eliminations here. Out the vehicle. With a shotgun. He actually gets the run over there.
Wow, okay.
And DBZ are on a tear here as playing
got
edge.
that wide bumper, Hot Jukes.
Oh, yeah. And Blinky has a great angle. Maybe this could be the game for Not So Good. They have a good position. Couple eliminations. Unfortunately, one player of theirs is knocked. That's going to be Versa down.
They said it's
See what
DBZ's
Skiddo can
game.
do.
DBZ all day.
Hey, got him. That was good.
I said it was Wolves' game. I kind of went back on it earlier, but now I'm kind of feeling it again.
Oh, you're right.
You know?
Oops.
Has he got something for us?
I don't know. Can you repeat?
McGrellin's going for the same shack. It's going to be McGrellin versus Coops here in just a second.
DBZ not out yet. Bloody Echo still in it. The duo. Coops
Coops gets it!
taking down INCO.
Let's go!
Defending
Oh, man, the two
his
solos. Coops is going to take this to the finish line and get the dub.
If he could do that, he deserves the rest of the night off. Let's be real here. He could sit out the 2 Miramar games.
Right?
Given they were alive, a little casual run over right there through the smoke, straight on Nepal, sitting on 6 eliminations. Bloody gonna be pulling up here, grouped up with his squad mate. Find the tree in the smokes, trying to hit these loot crates. Both these players really low when it comes to just armor being battered, level 1 gear. They get shot from behind. It's gonna be Blinky still alive, so Blinky and Kiddo. Definitely keep your eye on these two. Dynamic duo over here. But look at this, guys. CBK, it's gonna be their 3rd winner chicken dinner.
I mean, it's totally possible. They've been big chilling the whole time, but you're right.
It's Coops.
Oops.
He's gatekeeping them now. Wait for it. It's going to shift north. They're going to have to push through Coops. Coops is going to 1v4 again. Here we go.
CBK is going to pull a Dauntless on Coops right now.
Yeah.
Start flying in. You know what I'm saying? I talked about like reducing those coin flips, right? That was dang remote flip, bro. That was wild. Let's see. Entity though. Hey, my pick. Look at this. They got all the angles.
They've been playing super good, honestly. Valik's holding it down, you know, as soon as I say that he's out, but hey, not a bad result for X-Force given how quickly they got beat up in a lot of those situations. They end up taking home, I think, 60 limbs there, out in 7th place. Not
Take
shabby.
that. That's a big upgrade from what they've been doing.
Here it is.
Hide, Coop. Run for your life.
There's too many grenades coming in. There's too many
Gosh,
grenades.
they know exactly where to nade to. How did he survive that? Oh, he's 1 HP.
No way.
In the meds. We hear the footsteps.
They know exactly where he is.
They want this tower.
Yeah.
Smoker finally taking down the Coopster.
No risk.
It's good performance. He goes out in 6th place, picks up another couple of rank points. So we got 5 elims in that one, plus a couple rank points.
That was sick.
Not awful for the Wolves there, as they're holding their spot in the top right now. So these guys are basically playing for prize pool. But CBK has taken over 1st place at this point with their 3 eliminations. They've caught up to Almost, and by way of tie break and them still being alive in this lobby, they're primed to move past, and they're on the move right now. They take, again, control of zone right now, fresh off a win against Coops. And it's going to be straight under Nepal, Not So Good Games, and Entity just north of them. Got really good zone control down on that south side. Nexus, though, from Entity on the move. He's going to try to make something happen here. Kiddo, though, he's going to get shocked. You got to land those shots on Kiddo immediately, or he will turn around and make you pay. Ultimately, he does go down here, Dave.
You got him. Mowing the grass right there. Nexus, last one alive. Can he get another elimination? Blinky has a grenade going fishing, trying to spot him out, trying to flush him out, but out there in the distance, CBK Poker feeling good after the grenade on a Coop. It's going to be doing some scouting himself. CBK setting up for a winner chicken dinner, but they need to make sure not to get surprised by these solos. We do have a couple solos here on the map, 3 to be exact, and there goes Nexus, ran over.
They're looking dominant right now. The way they're controlling the zone, they're taking advantage and picking apart these solos that are on the side, playing with just extreme confidence in their movements right now. So CBK looking solid. Here comes the run over attempt, and he does get him. Blinky out of here. They've got some work to do on the revives here. It looks like they will be able to get those revives done, at least one of them, because Volt was picked off. The finish comes in from the off angle here. Rich has 1 member left up as well. Rich starting to pick up momentum also. This is their 2nd game in a row in the top 3. And finally, straight out of Nepal, making an appearance. But I think this is CBK's game to lose. They snap back. They're going to push against Jas now. 1 across the street. They make it around, and it is going to be 3v1 against Jas 18.
Oh, Daisy getting popped there. Yeah. CBK, this is a must win. They got to be able to get this push done sooner rather than later, because if they take too much time, straight out of Nepal is going to be able to push up onto them here. And you can already see them start to make a move this way.
C4 action. Sticky bomb. Oop, take that. Meanwhile, the duo from Straight Nepal just big chilling with their 8 eliminations, kind of letting this play out. KC going to be pulling up with a vehicle, though, looking at third party. This one looking to take out a couple of CBK members, as they are going to be trying to take out Jazz in the closet. Now CBK, they need to be cautious not to get backstabbed from Straight Nepal.
Got one.
Wow, Jazz.
Oh, half an HP. 0.5 HP at this point. Ah, oh! The delay on the pre-fire punishes CPK big time, and that literally, that could be their game-losing play right there.
Are they gonna? They're gonna let him heal, so he's not gonna push the action. Going for heals himself upstairs, assuming he has some. Poker though may try to push the action rather than going for the revive. CBK is playing some interesting strats. He connects directly with the Molotov, and now Jazz is on fire, so doesn't opt for the revive. Straight Outta Nepal has a chance to reposition now in the distance. They are awaiting the winner of this heavyweight matchup right now between Rich and CBK. Look at the off angle. Straight Outta Nepal through the window, and now Rich could clutch this. Jazz 18 still in play. It's a 1v2 for the chicken dinner.
DBS King right there. The DBS all day. Shutting them down. CBK, you had that win in the bag. Yeah, that was your third chicken here tonight. Let's be real. But Jazz gave you the Jazz attack, the classic DBS. And now it's up to Straight Out of Nepal. They know where Jazz is. They got the angles. Hot Juke Shacks on the roof for the time being. Next circle, just straight up, centers up.
Do not peek. Straight Outta Nepal, all you gotta do is just sit. Don't gotta peek at all. Just wait. And it's chicken dinner time, baby. Don't give Jazz 18 even a singular chance. Smoked himself to give him to eliminate his sidelines and tell him exactly where he is in case he didn't know already.
Big smoke.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, maybe he did get in the buggy? Oh, what?
This is crazy.
Risky.
So now Jazz knows exactly what he has to do. He can choose the 1v1 here versus Spence, or he can go head-to-head with KC. But either way, he knows what he's up against now, and he can take these fights 1v1. Sees the nade come in, knows he's got to move. Great nade. It's going to force him off the rooftop, but now he can take this fight 1v1. He's going to watch this off angle, though. Spence has got angles on him through the window. Could connect. We've already seen him do it once. Can he do it again? Good sightlines here, but that tree outside might be saving the day for Rich Esports here. Jazz 18, I look for him to push across the street into KC, maybe smoke himself off and chuck a nade up there to kind of create some chaos, but he can take this fight 1v1 without much impact from Spence on the off angle here. It all depends on what this next zone does. How will it work out? We've got a Sun member on each side of the zone right now. One of them's going to have to move.
Spence. Okay, he just hopped in to see if they had angles. Yeah, he hopped in to see if he had the angles because he knew the second he hopped in he was gonna get shot. So he knew he was free. Yeah, he moved up. He's good. That allows KC to move to a much more central position. And now it's a 3v1, baby. 2 players, a Straight Outta Nepal, and the blue zone going up against Jazz.
Smoke. This is what I was talking about. Smoke him off. Make the push. He's got to do it quick, though. It's working against the zone. There's a 2.5-minute timer for him to make something happen. It looks like he will try to go sooner rather than later, as I do expect the Spence off angle to collapse, but he's got to make this push against KC. Lead with the molly, come with a nade. We'll see if we can get across the street and fight this 1v1 successfully. Oh, no way. Doesn't smoke off the angle properly. There's a gap. Spence catches him out, and KC finishes the job straight out of Nepal, out of nowhere, taking the chicken dinner. Valiant effort from Rich Esports. Another strong game from CBK. Really, really interesting stuff developing here after game number 4, Dave.
Yeah, mowing down the smoke right there. That was great. I mean, you knew that they were going to look for that push over there and try to take the 1v1 with KC. So Spence doing a great job walking away with the win. So that's 10 points plus the eliminations, another 10 in the pocket. And Spence, KC, Blaze, all 3 of those squad mates had 3 elims each. But let's check out the replays. Rich Esports second place. So although he didn't get the winner chicken dinner, my dude in the closet laying it down here. But going back to the very beginning, The Coups, 3P here, Hot Jukes. Here it is. Beautiful play. Beautiful.
One.
There's one, there's
Three.
two, and
One.
Uzi.
Too good.
Good.
Too good. Take that all day long here. Team Seal, yeah, the Popka for just way too long. And we saw this play right here from Zero Fox Gaming. Yeah, like I said, they had to just kind of pick a spot here. They choose Potato Hill. And this play right here. Oh my gosh. Gotta go fast.
Of the game.
Oh my goodness. Klaus is like, listen, I gotta come try to do this myself. He sent 3 in and was gonna hold the back line, but that just did not work out for them. This was a good play here from Team Seal, caught them out and straight out on Nepal, able to win that fight, which ultimately puts them in position to win the game. And here, battling back shorthanded against Valak and X-Force as well. So straight out on Nepal did fight through a lot of adversity here. Man, CBK, they've been impressive all day long on their zone position, getting some runovers. They just played a little fast and loose in my eyes on the outro here. Not sure why they didn't just storm this against Jazz. He's got a one-shot shotty. They could have both sent it there and finished the job, but they chose one at a time, and that seems to be a recipe for disaster in PUBG Mobile every single time, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, I mean, mistakes happen. Mistakes happen for sure. I'm just going to say one thing, though. If you're going to make mistakes, do it while you're on top of the leaderboards. You know what I'm saying? So that's a good lesson for them, but it's just something you got to just shake off and be like, hey, you know what? We screwed up on this push, guys. It's something we'll definitely talk about after the day's done to make sure it never happens again. But yeah, I mean, like I said, it happens. Just shake it off and move forward.
So straight out of Nepal with a nice win, lots of adversity faced, and they made it through each and every time, ultimately picking up a winner chicken dinner. Check out the match rankings though. One of the things that I'm finding really interesting is when you look at the elims and the points spread all the way down, there's no real big point sponges here. You're seeing your average performance each and every game out of like the top dog. They're picking up around a 20 points rather, every single game that they're winning, and everyone else is kind of distributing some points. So honestly, everyone's still kind of in this competition right now. Rich Esports making another appearance in the top 3. CBK once again in the top 3. So those two mainstay all the way today, but we're seeing X-Force creep back up. So nice work to Valak and the crew getting back on the left side of this column. But let's peek at the overall, Dave. Tell us what you see.
Check it out. Check it out. Not So Good Gamez finally having a solid game here. 8 eliminations. They will be moving up 4 slots, but straight out of Nepal. I mean, that goes to show you how influential a winner chicken dinner can be here, especially early on, fellas. If they go up 8 points on the overall, or 8 slots on the overall leaderboards now on the first page. So we talk about teams looking for momentum. I think getting the win plus the 10 eliminations is exactly what they needed to kind of kickstart their day number 1. CBK though, is it fair to say they kind of threw that win, or am I?
Oh,
yes,
fair.
They threw it.
Fair,
Okay,
100%.
okay. I'm making sure
Yeah.
I'm not like being too harsh on them. They definitely threw that one though. I mean, we all agree on that. But hey, they have some room to work with in a sense. But I'm looking day number 3. Remember, top 2 is the goal, right? So if they would have gotten that win, that would have been an extra 10 points right there. So I just hope that it's not the last day and they don't get top 2 from 10 points, because if they don't, this was the game that lost them the tournament.
Yeah, flashback to 5 minutes before that game ended. The whole team from CBK was inside of the compound that the game ended on, but they chose to take vehicles and go hunt out in the open field, trying to run people over, trying to get clever, ultimately leaving one team member behind, and they got picked off one by one, didn't win the fights that they should have, and ultimately threw the game away. So getting a bit careless and sloppy towards the end after masterfully being center zone every single circle all the way to stage 7, and then it was just like, well, we're gonna send it here. They had the numbers, they had the zone position, and ultimately they just let it get away. So CBK lets one go, but like Kachuk says, it's good to make mistakes when you're on the top of the standings and not on the bottom, because then it just compounds and you start to feel that momentum slip away, not able to get anything going. But good news for CBK, they do have it going so far. They've got multiple winners already today, and then the top 3 multiple times as well. So again, that concludes Erangel, but the good news is we're headed to the desert next. Miramar is coming up. That's my favorite map. Can't wait to see the action. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with you in just a moment.
Victor, care to share your experience?
The other day, I came across this viral home installment plan ad.
Enjoy now, pay later. For person fixed interest rate. Move into your new home right away. Mounting a 10-day activity streak to waive the interest completely.
Got so excited it really had me convinced. Immediately took out a loan to buy a house and started enjoying life. But because I couldn't pay back my loan in time, got evicted, and now I'm full of regrets. Stay active, earn home coins, and enjoy your new home.
Let me remind you again, make your payments on time. Be a trustworthy and reliable citizen. Not to mention you'll get the reward when you fully pay off your loan.
New Tiger Buddy and 3 Buddy sets available now. Calling Tiger Buddy to battle. New Tiger Buddy arrives on the battleground in all its glory. Exclusive Buddy outfit included. Show off your unique battle flair with a stylish look. There's more. Cute weapon finishes, epic helmets, and backpacks await you. Sign up for the home face-off now. Join the event for a chance to get the mythic Shadow Claw Buddy set. Buddy coins received from the Outta Buddy Lucky Spin don't expire. They can be used in the next Outta Buddy event. Collect the Fierce Tiger Buddy now.
It's time to heat things up. We're going to the desert here in the PUBG Mobile Titan Series Premier Finals. We are in day 1. This is match number 5, and we've seen a few teams stand out today. CBK leading the charge, sitting in first place overall, and you can claim first place by securing an Amazon gift card. Get that redeemed, get your loot, and enjoy, courtesy of PUBG Mobile. Guys, we are kicking it off. I'm Powerbang, back with Mustache Dave and Hot Jukes, and we are going to issue our thoughts, our predictions here as we head into Miramar. So, Hot Jukes, coming to you first this time. Who's going to win this particular match?
Ooh, come on, Wolves, dude. At this point, I think I flipped my remote and it said Wolves this time after Coops had that crazy 3v1. So I think it's about time they step things up. They're a little bit too low on the leaderboards, I think, for all of our liking. So come on, Wolves.
Woof, woof. All right, Dave, what you got?
Go Wolves. Go Wolves. I think it's due time, and they definitely need a winner chicken dinner here on day number 1. A partnered team. They have been having some decent rotates, and of course, Coops with the 1v3 power Amazon play of the day last game. I think he's feeling good. He's warmed up. He's ready to go. So 2 for the Wolves here, PB.
Man, front runners, you guys, front runners. I'm gonna take the Wolves too.
There we go.
All
Pull
three
it
for
up.
Wolves. Let's see if we can get it done. Coops inspired me after last game. I gotta say, seeing him snappity snap like that, not fearing the other teams, getting that zone position, winning a 1v1 against another top squad. Give me the Wolves all day long. It's time for them to make their mark. They're in 6th place now. But look for them to be, I don't know, maybe 6th, maybe 5th. I don't know. After this game, we'll see. But Wolves, let's get it done. That's the pick.
A good one. Good one. And they're going to be Dante Nuevo. Got Dauntless, DBZ right ahead of them, up to the north El Pozo. So they're going to have a nice little zone here to kickstart their first Miramar game of the Premier Finals. I can't believe we're already in season number 8. Boys, we've been doing this for, I know it's number 8, but we've been doing it for 9 seasons because there was a season 0, remember? So, oh, man.
That's right. Little trial run, you know?
It's crazy.
Got to test things out.
I love it, dude. I love it. I love to see the progress. We got big prize pools now. We got the best teams on this side of the planet playing in it, dude. I mean,
$20,000
shout out
prize
to
pool.
Yeah, dude. Let's go. Let's go. I mean, gift codes all the time. That's where it's at. And now we got the 4 sexy frogs with a Winnie.
It's right here with the Winchester. It's where it's at. That's what I want to see. Land me that Winnie shot. Let's go. Sinners versus 4 sexy frogs. 2 of the challenger teams coming up, and they're gonna face off here in Pecado. I'm excited for this one. We saw an epic matchup in the challenger finals. 4 sexy frogs came out on top to secure their spot. It all came down to this city, this fight, and you know that's fresh in the mind of Sinners. They're not gonna let them get them this time, but at least this time it's just a one other squad. Last time there was like 4 inside of Pecado.
Yeah.
And Sinners is going to go to the flank once again here, see if they can work one over on 4 sexy frogs.
Uh-oh. What Jukes was looking for. He was looking for the Pecado.
That's right. That's on brand for them. The Sinners in Sin City. Pecado. And then you got the 4 sexy frogs.
Looking good.
Oh, looking real good. Coco Snow. Looking for them sight lines. But right now, all I'm looking is at that player with the Winchester right here. Here we go. And he's a problem. He is a problem, Dave, with that Winchester.
Yeah, so the 4 sexy frogs, they clutched it out here in the qualifiers to get here. It was literally the last Miramar game, and there was like 4 other teams in Pecado, and they managed to survive. I think they lost 1, but they walked out of Pecado with like 5 eliminations. So they're used to the pressure here, Hot Juice. They have been here before in more challenging times. So not too concerned with them right now. They got this place mapped out here. Problem with the Winchester though. Looking towards the north here. Sinners playing this one real slow. Both teams not looking to make a mistake here early on, and they got time. I mean, we're looking at the zone. Pecado, pretty center, as center as it gets here. The thing is, yes, they got time to take this fight, but they're losing time when it comes to looting, right? Everybody else looting, everybody else getting the ammo, the grenades, the armor. Meanwhile, they're just locked in here very early on with optimal loot. And Problem almost hitting the Winnie right there.
For shame, Problem.
It's gonna haunt him for years. That shot, he could have had, the glory that he could have amassed here in the Titan Series Premier Finals. Man, the Winchester could have come through, but it just didn't.
All gone. You know, that's one thing I've said it once, and I'll say it 1,000 times until it happens. That's where I feel like North America is the slowest on in general. Is teams like understanding the concept of having these soft agreements, right? There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with just kind of like, you see it happen all the time in every other region. Like in a position like this in like, let's say like Brazil, you'll see a team like throw a smoke like in the middle of the field, and it's like a imaginary white flag, just saying like, hey, we don't want to fight this. All right, we'll go. You guys go this way. We'll go that way. Now, if you still have a player run out in the wide open, they're going to take that shot. You know what I'm saying? But there's a certain point where you got to realize this is bad for both of us. We're both trying to win, and us sticking so hard focused on each other with such low loot isn't the best thing to do.
fight's going on forever, except for they're not fighting. What's up,
what I'm
problem?
saying.
Make it happen
It's
with
just-
your Winchester. Charge across that street. I want you to get
360.
crazy. I mean, can you imagine a Winchester charging into a Mini? I mean, I think the Mini wins that fight, but, you know, it could be fun to watch.
With that attitude,
Yeah, you never know, PB.
come on, problem. Peek it. You do it. Peek it if you dare. Do it. He's at such a disadvantage. His dot isn't even on the head of the corner. When you're sniping like that, you have to use that little marker in the middle of your screen, and you have to literally put it on the player's head and immediately just flick headshot like that. Let's go. Problem, baby.
Dude, see? Feel the glory meter just fill up?
Oh my gosh, that's it, dude. At this point, just nade yourself, sinners. It's over.
Just nade yourself.
That's it.
Yeah. Just do it.
Just do it. Get out of here. Not your town no more. It's Problem's town. And watch. And this is what I love about snipers, dude. You know what? Save spot, baby. Challenge me again. Hey, PB, you know it. You know it.
Oh,
you
dude,
know,
I'm
you,
sitting here reliving the glory days, my
That's
friend. I'm
right.
like, yep. Let me just lean out here one more
And-
time. Couldn't kill me last time. Not going to get me this time either. Let's go.
Hey, and
This
let me
is
tell you this, PB. I know you well. We've been playing together for a long time. If you were on the other end of that, I know for a fact you're challenging that shot again. You know, because
Yeah,
if you
you're not
get
gonna-
hit by a snipe, you're like, oh,
You're not
I got to
gonna
get
get
you
me
back.
twice.
100%.
Yeah,
Exactly.
you're not going to get me twice. I've sniped from this exact spot. I'm thinking back in the lights out days. Me versus Blacklist right here. Enigma. Or, was it Ignix? Yeah, right here. Oh, yes. So you're speaking my language.
Who
This
won?
was,
Gosh, I remember that.
I mean,
Oh, my.
come on.
Come on, is
Who
that
won,
even a
Dave?
question?
We
My
won.
bad. Forgive me.
Dude, those days used to have like 3 or 4 teams drop here. It was crazy.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, look at this. Look at the action in center zone south of Picado. That is a lot of teams, and I am seeing the homies from the Wolves in a nice little position here. Will it go their way? That's the question. That's the question. I also got my eyes on this squad over here once again.
The bow.
Just busting out a little explosive arrow. No big deal. Oh, it goes north to Picado. These teams can basically big chill just a little bit longer, but they're going to have company here pretty quick if they don't get this fight over with, because you've got Entity moving in, you got ZFG from the north, Wolves are eyeing Picado right now, so they're about to have company as Coops rolling in. Karan's like, guys, maybe come help me out here?
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Once the zone shifted, it goes from that, like I said, soft agreement, now to both of them being like, we're an 8-man team. It's time to fight everybody else that could possibly even get near this town. And Coops was able to push up onto the 5 top for free. Absolutely insane.
Let him know. Let him know. Big Baton showing up, and then who's that out there in the distance? Other squad.
Doran.
Entity trying to throw some shots this way, but here comes Coops, Baton. Wolves trying to take out the Sinners, and this is a perfect opportunity for the
Oh, wow.
position. But look at this.
What a shot from Karan. That was intended to be a pickup to get him to safety, but Juancho maybe peeled off slightly too quick, and Karan makes him pay. Doran goes down out in the distance. They're going to try to get this fight over with quickly to pick him up, but it's not going their way so far. Sinners holding home court. They're down to their last hope.
See what happens. Launch him. Shotgun. Not able to do it. So
Guys,
Wolves
we
go.
cursed the crap out of them. We
are we
picked. We
doing,
all
bro?
picked them to win, and they're out first.
What are we doing? Oh,
Jeez. That's the second time today I've picked the team that's gone out first.
You know what? When in doubt, blame the economy, right? It's
Yep.
not on us at this point.
Price is going up.
Not on us.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Wow, I don't know what to say, guys. I'm at a bit of a loss for words. I thought with all of our belief and hope and confidence in the Wolves that they would howl their way to the victory, and it just was not meant to be. They met their bitter end. I am actually a little surprised they jumped into Picado the way they did. with so many teams. I mean, everyone was still on the board. You've got to figure at least one team's there, but they said, forget it. We're going to go own this, and it just didn't work out. I think Doran getting picked off out in the open field with Juancho going out to pick him up, that put 2 of them out in the field, and then one of them's knocked and not pick upable. The other 2 lost their position at that point. So it's just kind of a series of unfortunate events right now. The zone's about to shrink up, and Dave, we're going to see some shenanigans here any moment, I have a feeling.
I mean, regardless, you put the Wolves up against the Sinners, all day, everyone's going to pick the Wolves right there. So, yeah, definitely some misplays coming out right there. Not really anticipating all the angles. I mean, Picado, it's a dangerous city. What I would have liked to have seen is the 4 sexy frogs really take advantage of that fight and try to collapse on the Sinners and flush them out too. But I think when we're looking at the 4 sexy frogs sitting on 0 eliminations, they're still, dead center. Picado, they're not too much of a rush here. They're gonna be playing for that late game. But the next circle did go up, and it will shift out there towards the west side. So CBK, they're gonna have to reposition now, so we'll keep tabs on them, because straight out of Nepal, big blaze out here on the hillside on the top. His squad mates out there, Wolf with the mini. We're setting up for a defend up against INCO right now. Both teams looking for initial grenade to get this started, but 7 just pulling up with the UMP actually get this show on the road up against KC. Leading on out right now, Hot Jukes.
Blaze.
Big Blaze.
Dropping them smokes. Getting that res off right there. Very nice. This is on the edge of that circle. Ooh, if Tali gets that nice knockout to Spence. Yeah, he's going to be on res duty right now. Blaze should be able... So I think... Yeah, he should be able to find an off angle here. Let's see how they decide to play this. Is he gonna head on over to take his teammate up?
Yeah.
Bruno is just hunting him down though.
Vitaly's just been chilling at the bottom of this ridge for a while now, trying to keep his car safe or something. I don't know what's going on. Whoa. Wow, nice pick off from Wolf here. He takes down Bruno just like that. Made it look easy. Now they're going for the pickup, and dude, INCO just got murked right there. Straight out of Nepal is riding high right now off the momentum of last game's chicken dinner. And now we've got a 3-way fight going on. CBK, X-Force. There's some off-angle stuff with Rich Esports coming in. Almost is lobbing shots in here as well. So there's 4 squads kind of battling for this compound right now. Everybody's getting mixy.
There you go.
Come on, X-Force. Pretend this is Dauntless.
Pretend like this is Dauntless. CBK looking to redeem themselves, though, after last game's push. Booker on the second story. 24K dropping some sticky bombs. Like X-Force, they got their backs against the wall right now. Some Molotovs. I see the spread coming on out. Rob's trying to keep Volt that Bay from crossing the gap over here. And I believe it's going to be almost out there in the distance, kind of third party and through the doorway. That's why we see the smokes right now, to try to eliminate those sight lines. That way, X-Force can focus on the matter at hand right now, and that's going to be CBK right now. Trying to push them, trying to flush them out.
Poker dealing them a hand right there, saying how you like that. You like them cards, baby. Got that nade locked and loaded, and gets knocked.
Great position here from Dauntless, owning the hillside right now. If that zone goes to them, they're going to be tough to beat out of that position. Picado, this entire time, 4 sexy frogs and Sinners have been just getting into it. They've had company, they've had visitors, but so far they are the landlords of Picado. Let's see how that ends up. A CBK trying to keep the momentum going. X-Force evicting them. They are out of here. Volt goes down, and X-Force wins a fight. CBK, for the first time today, is out early. So the door is open for Almost There to finally catch up to CBK. We'll see if they can get it done.
Give him a little bit of that Dauntless treatment right there. We'd like to see that. Let's see what Almost There could do, though. They push on to Picado, and now they're down to 2 players left. Here comes Wolf. Wolf setting it, trying to be able to get his teammates back up.
Oh, Wolf looks like he got stuck there for a second, you know?
Ooh, that broken wall is not looking healthy. And that spot right there is not good either. There's a lot of sight lines that can shoot you from there. So Wolf,
sometimes the best hiding spot, Jukes, is in plain sight.
That's true. That's
you just stand in the field and you hold real still, and they might think you're a tree.
And you just hope. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We've all done it. That's for sure.
Big
We've all
brain
done it.
plays. Just hold real still. They're expecting the wiggle. And if you hold still, you know, sometimes they just miss.
Like a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
You getting the pickup. It's nice getting picked up here.
Jurassic Park Wiz. Got that
Should
mini.
have gotten it by now. It's taking a little too long.
They got everybody back up.
Got
so
it.
full
Nice.
reset there for almost. They're chilling.
Wiz with the mini. Up close and personal. Looks
Wiz
they're
is like,
gonna
oh, Wiz. This is a tough spot.
be- tough spot. Going to be repositioning their vehicles, really focusing on those tires, but they need to be cautious because NSG out there towards the west side. I think that's Blinky trying to lay down some shots, and Wiz just crawling up here with the suppressed red dot mini and some additional loot there. We might have a title finish here, guys. I mean, it's looking pretty good.
I don't know why we watched anything else. We could have just watched this fight.
Yeah, we should have just been chilling here.
Cam.
You know,
Come on, spectators.
throw the aerial cam on top of Picado and we'll just relax.
Call it
You
a
know,
day. See what happens.
Uh-oh.
where did
Nice.
that come from? Nice angle.
The angles
To the window.
through the wall.
There's Joy Boy up there in the arena. This is like a serious three-way fight going on. Then you got the fight across the street between Entity and R6 happening. They're battling for that motel off in the distance that you can't quite see, but it's there. Promise. There it is. Take a little peek at the gas station. Things are going to be explosive there for sure. 3-point looking out from behind.
It's crazy so many teams took Picado with the circle still being so large. Like, it could go north, and all these teams are screwed. That's why I like Entity's pick right here at the gas station, because it's like, all right, at least you have one way to eject, and you can already tell them, like, they're looking up the hill towards Team Seal. Team Seal's got the best spot so far in the game.
Goes north. It's Dauntless, too. Though,
Ah!
right? Dauntless up there. There it is, PB. On the mountaintops. DBZ still
You know, the
too.
What about X-Force? What are you
DBZ
gonna
has
do?
a good chunk of the zone, but that's just not a very playable spot. Like, you're gonna get trapped down there unless the circle goes right on top of you, which, you know, odds are that doesn't happen. But, you know, 4 Sexy Frogs with control of the arena, that really gives you control of the northernmost main compound. So if they can hold that, I like 4 Sexy Frogs in this one as well, but they're pretty spread out.
What's X-Force going to do, though, in this position? They're all the way on the south side. Do they try to wrap over towards straight out of Nepal, or they just fight out with Rich and then try to go down the mountain? That's a good play. That's always a good idea.
Here comes Team
Migsy.
Seals up there, too, pushing the mountaintop. They were just talking about that. You circled with Dauntless. Legend kind of looking for the scraps over there. So we'll have to see what the elimination feed looks like here, because a lot of teams now looking for the push. X-Force trying to get involved, trying to get in grenade range. I believe that's going to be up against almost there, right? They're trying to push a little closer.
Sinners has been defending this building since stage 1, and we're about to enter stage 6.
Picado, baby. Sin City. 8. Ooh. Here we go. Let's see how long they're going to be able to hold onto it now. Jay-Z getting in a blender.
Stuck in the doorway, on fire, getting shot from the 4 Sexy Frogs. Everybody wanted a piece of that one. Looks like Wiz from almost there going to be walking away with the elimination point. Meanwhile, out there in the distance, we see Rich Esports and NSG, our 2 top contenders from the qualifiers, going to be duking it out right now. Blinky in the corner. Where's the hell? Through the grenade, trying to get the heat behind the door, and a quick little pop right there. Blinky's down.
What about Migsy?
He had absolutely no health there and somehow stayed alive for just a moment, but it didn't matter. Rich chased him out the door, got it done. His team trying to come to his rescue, though. Migsy, VRS 4 on the push. Nades are in. Molly's out. That might be good. It doesn't quite connect with Lost. It must have been just a bit too far here. More nades in. That one connects. Kiddo, of course, delivers in the clutch. The push is on. NSG looking to push Rich Esports out of the compound.
Time to push. Yeah, jump the windows. Let's go. Now's not the time for a reset. It's time for a finish.
Boom, boom.
Shotgun.
One more. Oh,
got him.
They're going
Don't
for
push
the
by yourself.
revive, Hot Jukes. We're throwing the Molotov.
What?
Okay?
What?
I mean, I get it. Looking for the spread. looking to buy some time to pick up your squad mates who are probably in the comms saying, safe res, get me up. Now's the time. BRS not able to cross the road though, because it's gonna be Legend from Dauntless from the high ground, putting a stop to the push over here. Finally, not so good. VRS flushing out Rich Esports here. Last one.
Wow, that came down to it, huh? Oh no.
Go north.
Blinky.
Blinky is the last hope here. Is anybody going to crash onto this position? It looks like they're going to leave them, but they lose one. Man, NSG playing the long game there, really opting to Molotov off the, the final push there, win the fight, but make sure they try to have everyone up moving into the final zones. It's not quite going to work out for them, but at least they won the fight with Rich Esports. They need that to build this momentum, but now looking over at Straight Outta Nepal, these guys are having another good game. 5 eliminations so far, currently with 3 members up. Decent position in the circle. They've got to fight their way through DBZ here. If they can win that, Straight Outta Nepal is going to be riding high, cruising up this leaderboard.
Oh, yes, they are. Right now, looking at this fight right here. This is over here by the gas station. This is now out of the circle here. So Rival 6 and Entity have to fight this out. The smokes are coming in. Rival 6 needs to push this sooner rather than later. It is now stage 6. The blue zone is going to punish both of you guys. You got to push. Just send it. Send it. I know it don't look good, but you have to. You got no choice.
The smoke's
Here
right
we go.
there. Soft
Nice.
cover. Pander getting a little fuel off in time. Rival 6 now locked and loaded and ready to go. Star gonna be through the window. He's on fire, but he's spraying down through that window. Entity Ace with the DBS inside the building, just spraying away at the doorways here. Rival 6 with the pre-fire through the windows, just trying to connect up to somebody. As it looks like Entity Psycho strafing back and forth, but Entity finally DB flushed out.
Hey, Straight Outta Nepal's decided to skip that fight with DBZ. They went center zone here to the foothills right below Team Seal and Dauntless. So this is an interesting play. They've got a little bit of cover from the city, but they're just looking to buy time and not necessarily get into it. And we'll see if that's rewarded. Spence on the off angle here. He's got kind of Overwatch from the side. Not So Good Gamez finally eliminated on that western part of the zone. Dauntless swung over to make that happen. They're up to 7 eliminations at this point. Cloud staying Overwatch on top of the ridge, overlooking Picado. He is shooting fish in a barrel right now. There are a lot of fish in the barrel at the moment. Still 25 players left alive in this zone. Klaus, with an 8x on his mini, is making people pay, Hot Jukes.
Hey, using that long-range M249, baby. That's what you got to use in that position. Utilize all that 5.56. I mean, I think that was a beautiful play out of Straight Outta Nepal, right? I mean, they were able to get a free rotation, central into circle. You still have Spence there holding off that crazy off angle, and you're going to be able to put some good points on the board. When you're in 5th place, that's exactly what you want to do in these kind of funky circles here. But right now, it's all eyes are on Dauntless. Dauntless are in 4th place, 7 eliminations. They have the highest of the high grounds. How are you going to capitalize on it? Gotta get those shots.
They gotta nade themselves.
8 times.
That's right.
They gotta nade themselves. Got the 8 times
Hit that shot
up here.
Hit it. Take the peek.
Just send it off the ridge.
You got a teammate right next to you, right? Do it.
Can they redeploy their parachutes?
Dude, honestly, if I'm Shu Young, just take your helmet off. Take your helmet off right now. It's already like really low as a 3x.
Yeah.
You got a teammate right next to you. You got time to res yourself. Just take the helmet off. Start sniping a little bit. Seeing what you can catch off guard. You got circle too.
That exact compound and this hillside are the spots right now. I don't know if anybody's going to be brave enough to get to that compound in front of the arena. It's wide open right now. Almost might try to make a play and swing over from the outside looking this way. I don't know if they'll be able to get there, but they may have to take a try for it with a smoke wall or something because the pickings are getting slim.
Oh, yeah. They should have some time. I mean, because there's going to be so much action happening inside, like, or from all these teams trying to get creep on in, Dave.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can see them in the vehicles. They're sending the whole squad on the push, and they are getting beamed by Dauntless.
Send it.
Hey, they tried it. I mean,
I'm looking for Dauntless though. We see Dauntless in the elimination feed, still just racking up the points. Almost there.
Poor almost there.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't have a lot of choice, right?
We're almost there.
Nowhere really to go.
It's not how you want to go out. Yeah, it's not how you want to go out. Sinner's also going to be eliminated finally from the Mikado battle. Klaus up here. with the mini just laying it down on a DBZ on their approach with their vehicles.
See ya.
Insurance, baby. Oh,
Wow. Impressive driving.
Out of scratch.
oh my gosh. Gonna put a parachute on that thing. Okay.
Oh.
One scratch.
Wow. One of the members from Steel was just hiding here the whole time.
And he got the finish.
Yeah, got the finish on the Klaus. So it's going to set them back. I was really rooting for him here to get this winner wear chicken dinner. I mean, they can still get it. They got a nice little spot, but Klaus has been
10
popping
eliminations
off here
too
tonight. So that's gonna be a little more challenging for them. But look at this, guys. The 4 sexy frogs. They've been here for the last 26 minutes in the stadium, and it's still in play. It's still in play.
Yeah, they haven't had to move at all, have they? It's been
Not at
pretty
all.
well locked down for them. They are playing defense well. At some point, they may have to move out as the zone has continued to go slightly north of their position. X-Force still holding on as well. They've got 24K and Fate trying to battle their way to the end here. Problem on the flank, going to try to prevent this push. And it does center up at the foothills. Now look at this rotation from Spence and KC and Wolf straight on Nepal. That just looks like a 200 IQ play at this point to get that position in the foothills. They're in zone, but they are going to be joined by everyone behind them right now is going to be trying to jump on top. So keep an eye on that, but things getting mixy for sure. Almost finally eliminated. They get spotted out and taken down just like that. We're down to our top 5 teams. KC has been naded. Straight out of Paul's getting picked apart up there, boys. The fact that they're lower, they don't have the high ground, is really kind of not paying off for them.
Cooking a grenade with the last one alive is going to be burning now. Oh, the Molotov right there. Here comes the follow-up.
Oh, yeah.
They know
Burn,
exactly
baby,
where
burn.
Wolf is, and there he goes. DBZ still getting some points. They got 5 so far. Gonna be right underneath Dauntless. So they're gonna be fighting up there in the north. Meanwhile, the 3 sexy frogs still looking for that solo from Rival 6 before moving forward.
We might just be down to 2 sexy frogs.
2 sexy frogs.
Yeah. They look good.
He's bleeding out, this Rana. Guess what? Dauntless in the driver's seat still. They got zone. We called that in like stage 2. Like, hey, look at these guys in the foothills. They have a really good spot if they can hold this down and get zone, and they do. Now they got to hit some shots, and if they don't be careful, they might be in a bad spot here. They should be able to get the pickup, but I think, who was it? Just got knocked. Legend, is he down below? I'm trying to figure out exactly where he is. Nice.
Yeah, he is. Yep.
I think he might have been the guy to jump down. It looks like they are picking him up right now, though, off in the distance. Nades will finish off DBZ, and now we're down to 3 squads. I cannot believe 4 Sexy Frogs has not moved the entire game.
It's crazy, right? It's absolutely insane. I mean, they got 6 elims, and they almost had 2,000 damage done, so it's not like they haven't been doing anything. They've been putting in a lot of damage. Ender, DBS, make that 7 eliminations for the sexy frogs out here, as we're gonna be straight up 3v3 guys. 3v3.
You mentioned damage.
Yep,
I just want to point out that Dauntless has got 4,000 damage right now in the squad.
Wow.
Double the sexy frogs.
They're
One
at
frog left,
4,100
and it's
now.
Problem.
This is crazy.
Oh, Problem's done for.
One
They know
frog
exactly
and a
where he is.
dream.
Those
Can we
nades.
survive? Getting the heels off. They know exactly where he is, but he's still surviving out here.
He doesn't have the Winchester. That's the problem.
That's the problem.
Do they know where he's at? They naded way to the left on that last one. You think they know where he's at?
Oh, they know. They got his number.
2
Oh,
nades
yeah,
out.
they do.
Yep. There goes Problem. He's gonna be.
Problem.
He's still
You
alive.
found a hill.
Hey,
Oh, 1v1?
They picked up Legend though.
He has a
There's no
shot
shot.
here. Oh, that Molly though is not
pull
gonna
the
be.
coops.
Oh, in the open. GG's!
Dauntless
Dauntless,
getting it
baby!
done. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. We've been waiting for it, and they finally deliver. Dauntless with 4,200 damage in this one. That is a record for the tournament so far. 15 eliminations. Boys, they might be threatening the top of the leaderboards at this point. That was an impressive performance. They got a great position. Decent position in zone as well. 4 Sexy Frogs not able to get it done at the end. I mean, maybe that was just a factor of them not being able to move at all, like literally in the same couple of buildings the entire game. I'm not sure I've seen that stationary of play. It's not like they did anything wrong. That's where the zone went, right? So why move out? But hey, here are the highlights from Game 5, our first Miramar game. And here it is, the very same building. Here is the Winnie. Kapow! We got the zoom in, Hot Jukes.
Let's go, dude. Hey, yo, they held that spot like it was the last slice of pizza, dude. They didn't have to move a muscle, dude. Hitting that Winnie shot was just the cherry on top. It's good to see 460 Frogs take advantage of that, though, right? They were able to get a top 2 finish towards the end. We saw plays happen all over the place. And man, Dauntless, they really used that high ground, Dave, to their advantage.
Yeah, they did. And we kept kind of chatting about Dauntless and when they were going to perform. And, well, they're performing now in this Miramar game, walking away with 15 elims and over 4,000 damage done. A premier qualifier team. Shout out to 4 Sexy Frogs, though. This squad, Power Bay, I think they qualified this lobby by like, what, 2 or 3 points 2 days ago. So just barely making it, and to be able to compete up against teams of this caliber and still walk away with the 2nd place in 7 elimination, that is good right there, in my opinion. So, I mean, all in all, though, looking at Problem, looking at the squad, they've been making plays, though. So I think out of all of the challenger teams, I would say Almost There and Sexy Frogs have been 2 of the squads that have been really taking advantage of their day 1 here in the new lobby.
They really have. Crushing it from Dauntless. That's a massive performance. Again, cannot wait to see what that does for them in the overalls. We'll check the game standings here for just a moment. Peek at those match rankings. Dauntless picking up 25. I believe that ties for... No, I think that is the biggest point total of the day in one game. 4 Sexy Frogs and Rival 6 both pick up 12 points. Each of them needed it desperately. And then a pretty condensed bunch there from 4th all the way down to 11th. Just a few points separating all of those squads. And then Wolves shockingly going out and, the first team as we all predicted them to win. Didn't happen, but let's check the overalls now and see if Dauntless was able to close the gap. Indeed, they do. Up 3 spots. We have a new leader in the clubhouse. It's Dauntless, riding the strength of their 6 bonus points. That is the difference right now. They're sitting in first place by a margin of 2. But that is an interesting little bit because we all know that 3 teams are partnered. That is INCO, Wolves, and our boys X-Force, both of which are not on the first page. They'll be moving on, but the top 2 of all of the other teams will join them. Right now, that is Dauntless and CBK, but Almost There is, as their name says, almost there. So we'll keep an eye on it. We're through 5 out of 6 games. I got to ask you, Hot Jukes, what are you feeling on the standings so far? Shocking to see Wolves and X-Force not even on the first page at this point.
Hey, that's that guaranteed spot gameplay, baby. You know what I'm saying? I think Wolves are, when I see people that are, hey, you're partner teams, you're going to the next show, I will give you the excuse of saying, hey, you know what? This could be a good opportunity to try some new things out, For Wolves, it's a little bit harder because I've seen some pretty kind of wild plays from them. So I want to see a little bit of that tight-knit consistency. I think we'll definitely see it tomorrow. But hey, you got one more game today. Let's see it. Let's see you get back on that first page. There's no excuse for you being on the second page, at least in my thoughts here, Dave.
Well, there's still prize money to fight for.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
20 grand on
exactly
this tournament.
Their salaries need to be paid somehow, right? And it's getting these wins here. It's getting these wins to $10,000. So yeah, they have room to like experiment and
on day one.
Day one
and
only. PMSL $200,000, so there's a lot more money on the line there. But I'm looking at the 10K in 3 days here, Hot Jukes. All right, I'm looking to get some money out here. All right, PB.
I think that's a valid point, my friend. I'd be looking for the same. We are through 5 games out of 6 today. We just have one more. I know you don't want to miss it. I don't either. I'm going to take a quick break. You guys should too. Be back here in just a couple minutes as we wrap up with Game 6 Miramar. We'll see you back here in just a few.
first ultimate set with removable outwear coming soon. Come take a look. The Nixon Rose AUG is the first upgradable firearm with sound effects coming soon. Includes an advanced form and exclusive inspect emote for ultimate battleground style. Nixon, Sinistra, and her Resonance Nell Glider are sure to make you the star of the battleground. This event also includes the return of the special Admiral set. Join the pre-order event from August 20th through August 26th. And get a 10-draw voucher worth 540 UC for just 216 UC. Don't miss out.
You can't keep hiding. I'm done hiding.
And welcome back to PUBG Mobile's Titan Series Premier Finals. The action is tight. We've got three teams bundled just a few points away from each other, and it's time to get into our final game. But first, I got a message for all of you university students out there in the United States, Canada, or Mexico. Do you like PUBG Mobile? Think you're pretty good? Well, the good news is we've got the campus championships going live this fall. We've got 3 qualifiers, and there's a great opportunity for you to get involved. Sign up with your squad by September 17th for qualifier 1, September 24th for qualifier 2, and October 1st for qualifier 3. You'll have a shot at $15,000 in prizes, and the winners might make it here for spring 2026 Titan Series. So I hope to see you guys out there in the campus championships for PUBG Mobile. I'm so excited about it. But now we turn our attention back to Miramar as it's time to get into Game 6. I'm Power Bang, and I've got Mustache Dave and Hot Jukes here, and we're going to deliver you some action. Hot Jukes, who are you predicting here for our 6th and final game of the day?
Not the Wolves, baby. Who am I going with? Oh, my goodness. Let's go with the Sinners. Let's go with the Sinners, baby. Come on. Sinners make
be
it
sinning.
happen
All right.
in
Pick up a
Picado.
little Amazon code while you're listening to Hot Jukes make his predictions. Get that loot, y'all, and Hot Jukes picks Sinners. Dave, who are you picking?
Sinners, that's a good one. Listen, day one, we've been seeing them here and there. I am going with zero given. All right, zero Fox given. We're looking at deeps. We're looking at skills, chills, and Baku to make some plays here on match number 6, Miramar Titan Series season number 8, PB.
All right, I like the pick, but ever since X-Force shot the horse on Sandhawk, I've been wanting to watch a horse race, and so I want a 3-horse race in this one. Right now at the top, we've got Dauntless, followed closely behind CBK, and Almost There is still sniffing that top of the standings as well. I'm taking Almost There in this one to take their second chicken dinner of the day to make things interesting, perhaps take the lead and a dark horse performance. So I'm going Almost There for game 3. Plane path comes in from Campo Militar, and it is time to get it on. We've got Picado once again as a bit of a hot spot. I'm sure of it. And we'll see who wins that fight this time as 4 sexy frogs look to make their way back. Bet you they have to move this game, though. That's my shocking, bold prediction, is that they won't stand in the same spot 2 games in a row, Dave.
Bold prediction right there. Hey, you never know. You never know. I mean, Picado is pretty center on the map all in all, but we're going back to Picado. Sinners, 4 sexy frogs. They want the business, baby. And look at this, Los Leones. The biggest city of all of Miramar is going to be one of the focal points here. But yeah, the main story, the 4 sexy frogs versus the Sinners. Who's going to be the kings of Picado?
Dude, just be friends at this point, guys.
Nah, only
you know,
one. Only one.
I mean, I think Problem ruined that friendship with the little snip we saw earlier.
Here we go again.
They should have just both landed stadium, right? At this point. See who
Old
gets
school,
that loot.
bro. Get that hot drop going on. Everyone through the roof. Scramble for the loot. Just handle it in the boxing ring down in the center, you know?
That's so fun, dude. That was so fun. Memory lane right there. Lux. Little pre-fire action. Couple nades to let them know, hey, you know what? We're not messing around here. This seems familiar, boys. Not gonna lie. Seems mighty familiar here.
At least this game's not gonna be 30 minutes of them in Picado, right? Because
they're already on the edge of zone. They see it. Lux is like, all right, let's move, fellas. We're gonna get a little bit of loot. We're gonna back out of here. I do like the fact that we've got a really kind of far skewed zone all the way to the southeast right now. A third of it is out in the water as we speak. We may, with some hard shifts, even have the islands in play. Maybe. Holding out hope.
I don't know, PB. You got all those remotes. I don't know if you got the island remote.
Nah, I keep losing that one. Wish I knew where it was.
Gonna have to find it soon.
Grenade here. Yeah, you gotta find it soon here. And then find
I
the
want to see it.
Low toss all the way
Last
across the
game.
street.
We saw you hit the Sandhawk delete button.
You did hit that one.
Yep.
That feels bad.
Yep.
And as a countdown of 3, 2, 1, we already had number 3 happen today. 2 more to go.
Old Miramar.
Are they gonna fight? Like, let's go, fellas.
Nah,
4 sexy
dude.
frogs and sinners.
Nah,
Y'all need to
dude.
get it going on.
Did you last game?
They basically made an 8-man squad and everyone else had to like fight them.
That's what they should do, but they're not doing that. To be
For
honest.
sure. There's nothing else going on anywhere on the map though. Literally. Like, this rotation here is the extent of the action at this point. So waiting for some folks to come together. We might have an INCO rollout here to the south. Could get interesting. But I will say, if we pull up the map for just a second, I know it's a bit before zone closes, but hey, for lack of other stuff going on, we can drive a little bit. I'm looking at this squad once again, dead center. They've been in the middle all day long. CBK will have their pick of where to go, but honestly, I'm looking at INCO to potentially worked their way down to the coastline, and they're one of the first teams to make their way through. So excited to watch them. We'll see if they stay up north, but with this far of a zone shift and the plane path what it was, again, remember the plane path came like this across. So everyone should know that down here is relatively free for the taking at this point.
Big southern zone here. Looking up to the top, got X-Force all the way up there. Quite a few squads gonna have to start making that big rotation down. INCO, very early. You got CBK and Los Leones all to themselves. So those guys are gonna be looted out to the teeth here. So who knows? We could be seeing another CBK dominance.
That would be cool.
So far.
I mean, 3 wins, right? Day number 1. That'll definitely put them on the right track here to qualify a top 2. Almost there. I'm happy almost there. A challenger squad is still going to be within the running after 1 a day. They really had a good couple of matches. Lots of elims here. Rich Esports still holding on by a thread. 6th place overall. Looking at the bottom though, I mean, I think still good discussion to be had. Ooh, Sinners. Oh, finally. We pull off the fight and a knock happens.
And now, oh my
6
gosh.
minutes later.
Send it! Let's go! Oh, no, they trade. Here we go.
1v1. He's gonna thirst him, dude.
Okay. They're determined to end it now. They're coming together. Oh, no.
Oh my gosh. No 8-man squad here.
Toe
that right
was
now.
100% of his HP, man. Blew off the big toe, and it was like, I'm going to lay down and die. That's it.
Oof. You ever had an ingrown nail? I feel that.
Mm-hmm. The realism's on point.
Jazzy's just smokes himself out today. I'll take 2 eliminations. They're going to push this. I guarantee you. Sinners, there's no way. After what Problem did to them earlier on, they're going to let this sit. They're going to push this.
You know, if they only had a Winchester. That's what
it's only a matter of time.
If only. So we'll probably pull off this and the fight will happen. It's like Flux just kind of hopping back and forth. Looks like he might be calling out to his squad mates to make a play happen here. Everybody really low in the health. Problem still going to be up here on the top of the stadium. Jazzy getting knocked here. Another player down for the sides of Sinners. Sexy Frog's gonna be trying to prioritize that Lush here, but remember, there's only 2 Sexy Frogs left here. So Problem trying to toss out his last grenade because hear the footsteps. The push is occurring here. Scarface on the other side of the broken wall. Luck still with the Molotov, gonna be flushing him out.
Whoa, Problem!
Yes, for Problem with the SK-12 laying down.
Oh, he's got the angle.
Right here.
He's got it.
More. Got him, Hot Jukes.
That's a 1v2 right there. It's evened up, 2v2. Let's see what happens. Let's see what Problem could do. He's feeling himself. After a play like that, oh, in the blue zone. They get to secure the zone, going all the way down south. That makes things interesting. We're still locked in right here. Scarface, you got to start moving forward, man. You got to start making some moves. He's going to try to hold this angle for his teammate. Maybe go for the res here. Yeah, nice little pre-fire just in case. And saved. Bueller.
Come on, take him out. Take him out.
Here comes Problem.
He's going to get the revive, though, finally. Problem is living up to his name, man. He has been fun to watch. Doesn't always end up on top, but a good chunk of the time. This man's getting it done just like that. Sinners is gone.
Oh!
And finally, the BM comes out. We've got the champions of Picado. It's going to be 4 Sexy Frogs.
2 Sexy Frogs. That is how you do it right there. Here comes Almost There. Almost there now on the defense. Let's see how they're able to hold it down. Oh, gets caught by the off angle. And Gutsy takes full advantage of that right there. Yep, he's going to get on the roof now. Ooh. What a turnaround here.
They spotted him out. Oh. say Daku on the back line there just rolled up, but definitely gets spot out. Now he's kind of hung out to dry.
What a shot.
Well done.
I think X-Force
almost there, hanging tough right now.
X-Force trying to third party this one, but totally agree with both of you. Like inside the building here, what's that? Skills. Daku is going to be taken out. Skills and chills right underneath here. Look for the ricochet. Wolf up there on the high ground.
Yeah, he's on the hill.
Yeah. But Wolf needs to be cautious because we see Fate, we see Valak kind of hovering around the area over here. Looking at the third party this one. Yeah, Wolf hearing the vehicle and
Wolf's onto him.
Being down to just a 2-man here.
Wolf is onto it. He's sniffing this out. He's going for the mega flank. You ready for it? He hears him in the vehicle.
Mega flank.
He is, yeah, he's taking off. Wolf's going to go get this Overwatch, see if he can catch him out.
A little too slow. A little too slow.
You can see him communicating to Gutsy. Hey, he's on the rotate. So Gutsy knows to reposition and move. So smart play from him. Knows he's got the back line now that he can comfortably go sit at again. And we're back to ZFG trying to survive this mess that they're in. 10 seconds till the zone shifts. We're almost there. Once again, it's hard shifted to the south so far. And we'll see what it is going to do next. That is the question. Blue zone comes in, and just like that, it has centered up on top of straight out of Nepal. I still have been waiting for some team to kind of push their way down to this southern side. And it's left open right now. The terrain's not great, but somebody can push their way through. Thought it was going to be Wolves, thought it might be INCO, but no one has done it just yet.
Little 2v2 action.
It should be
right
DBZ.
Regardless who wins this, Hot Jukes, X-Force, they're in the zone just waiting. They're waiting for the stragglers to just kind of roll out here and pick them off. So I don't know. Both these duos spending way too much time locked over here. I get it though. I mean, you're pinned down if you are DFG here. But at what point do you just say screw it? You know, we're just gonna try to get the shots, try to get the knock here, because the blue zone's gonna start to chunk, and we see that. You know, they're going into their meds and not looking too good when it comes to utility on both sides.
All these players, like you mentioned,
they're almost there, Hot Jukes. I mean, I want to give some love to this group right here. Look at how close it is. 55, 54, 53. Only 2 of those teams can move on. The top 2 non-partnered teams will make it through to the next round. And here we are in our last game of the first day. 2 points separate first and third. That's absolutely insane. And it comes down to plays like this one with Gutsy trying to survive. These are the plays that make it, their championship plays. So they got to get it done. We'll see if Almost There can deliver shorthanded.
Well, I'll tell you what, dude. Dauntless heard you earlier. So we're going to continue on with this fight. Zero Fox, given skill. Oh, unfortunately, just a little bit off the mark there. Chill's right behind him and gets taken out too.
Those are the championship plays. Almost There. Not only do they get it done with just 1 player left in a clutch situation, that puts them in first place. They take over at this point. So they had to get it done. They do. Now it's up to Dauntless to answer back. They've got all 4 players up. They've got good position in zone. They're trying to collapse on top of Wolves right now. I think Klaus just spotted him out. He spins around and says, "Hey fellas, we got some intel."
We're backing up. Nope. I don't want to go over that hill. Not yet, at least. Has a nice little bowl to work with because we see going the opposite way. You got Dauntless, and then over here, TBK already chucking some grenades. They heard those vehicles.
INCO's picking them apart from behind though. INCO just took down one of the rear line of CBK, so this might be the time for Dauntless to turn around. Pay attention behind them. Now X-Force getting into it with R6, not working out incredibly well, but Team Seal also chipping in with a third party, evening things up. things are getting chippy at the moment. Still 14 squads left in this one. We take a peek at the map. No one really in the center part of the circle. All the action is happening on the edge over here, over here. I mean, this is crazy work right now. Squads are going to be leaving one after the other. And I like where Straight Outta Nepal is chilling right now. Same with Entity, same with Wolves. So those 3 squads, I think, are in a position where they can call their shot at this point.
Dude, but you know, it's one thing I'm looking at is No Skill Gaming, right? We finally saw them, you know, move all the way down south, right? Through that part that you were talking about, we're waiting to see a team do it. But you know what? We got Not So Good on the move. Let's see how they take it. Are they going to make a push onto Straight Outta Nepal? That's going to be my question. Or are they going to just hold that spot?
I like
almost theirs right
split,
there.
Though I do like the little split they got going on. I mean, they're trying to hold down the terrain over here, but the fear for me is if one of their like Spencer Wolf get knocked, will Casey and Blaze have enough time to get the pickup, right? Because they are going to be taking up a lot of terrain here. But I have to get back to that because DBZ, I mean, talk about taking up some terrain. They're all kind of straggling on in one by one. Bloody is going to bleed out there in the distance. Crazy leaving his bro just to get eaten by the wolves out there. Right. Just say, man, you got knocked. That's on you. But talking about the wolves, they're going to be right ahead of the DBZ. Oh, Crazy's actually doubling back. Teamwork here. I was going to say, talking about the wolves, they got DBZ kind of dead to rights over here when it comes to gatekeeping potential. But Rich down below in the south, also a team to keep your eye on. So DBZ, they just have a challenging approach into the zone. They got 2 different squads looking in their direction, Hot Juice.
Oh, yes, sir, they do. I wish I would have seen DBZ take that southern route way earlier, and they just played it safe. And sometimes you got to take those risky rotations. Otherwise, you're just going to go out the blue zone like we just saw there. Nice shot there, though, onto Klaus. That's a little bit of motion there, but he's all by himself. Can he hit the second knock? Oh, ran out of bullets. You need that extended mag.
Blow up the car. Try to blow up the car. I mean, we got tons of ammo.
You got a teammate right there, dude. Just push. They're hurting. Send it. You need this area. Yeah, there's that nade. Just a little short. And he gave him time for Dauntless to come. Yeah.
Look at the flank, though. He's coming right on top of them. Looking to get that push onto Dauntless. The DBZ squad is down below, but Z's about to pop out behind them. Now, will he have the opportunity to actually capitalize on this? Or is Wolves and Baton going to pop up and be the third-party spoiler? It's getting real interesting right now. If you look at the mini-map, it is a lot of different colors going on. Z's throwing out the grenades. It looks like Klaus back in the fight for the moment, but actually he's down once again. They left him.
See ya. See ya, buddy.
Good luck, Klaus.
Yeah, he's in the blue. He's gonna be taking up just little bits of that. Echo down below has a grenade in hand, cooking it to perfection. We'll be just giving Legend the love tap here, and ZZZ with the Molotov in exchange.
It's a 3v1.
It's a 3v1. I mean, they got the zone, they got the high ground, so I kind of get it. And they are sick, but just on you don't want to wait. Angle, so yeah, I mean they gotta flush out Echo before AR6 gets the third-party potential. He was able to crawl a little closer, has 4 more grenades in hand too.
Got him. There you go.
Now DBZ down to just a solo over here with their 1 elimination, but 1 well-timed grenade. I mean, Dauntless, they're going for the crate. They're getting the loot over here, so if we can get a nice little grenade knock, that could turn the tides. Potentially for DBZ.
Fellas, I've seen enough.
Okay.
Dauntless has me back on their side. I told
them
earlier. I told them earlier, like, you gotta earn that trust back, and they have. Klaus is down a couple games in a row now, and the boys, ZZ, Legend, they are getting it done. And is amazing. So now that the faith is back, they're going to promptly drive into a pincer and get destroyed. But hey, they're back on top of the standings. 60 points right now, 5 elims, and they have secured first once again. They'll end the day in the top spot because Almost and CBK have both gone out of the lobby.
There it is.
And look at that. There's number 6 DBZ is out of here.
There it is.
Go,
Here comes
Dauntless.
Coops, though. They heard the action. Coops in the vehicle in the front line. The Wolves, they are looking for the action. Only one elimination. Coops with the buggy, looking for the wraparound. Looking for the wide angle down below here. Dauntless currently being surrounded right now on Gibson. The Wolves also taking a fight with Rich Esports in the back line, but here comes Legend pulling up with the UMP. Needs to hit that reload. Pulling back behind cover. The shotgun taking him out. The vehicle explosion, and there goes Dauntless, PB.
Well, hey, not before they got 6 more eliminations, possibly a 7th here if Baton bleeds out. But we'll see how it works out for them. But they've got to be pretty pleased with their performance today. 62 points overall, and they're going to end up on top of the tables. You know, as a team trying to qualify through to PMSL Americas, they've got to be thrilled with that. So, you know, Dauntless, a big first day here, and now it's up to INCO, straight out of Nepal, and Wolves to answer back and finish their day on an exclamation point as well, huh, Jukes?
Yes, sir, indeed. Let's see. I always said, you know, like, hey, you know what? If you are the Wolves in the position they're in, they could afford the first few games on the first day to kind of like experiment and try some new stuff. But, you know, last game of the day and day one, now it's time to show up. Put in a good performance, and the next 2 days, collect that 10K, baby. You got to get that cheddar.
Woo-hoo. Is INCO getting blessed here?
I want NSG
Come on,
to be blessed.
give it to them. They need one.
NSG win out here.
Let's see. Let's see. Not so good. Not so good. Are they gonna be feeling really good?
I mean, even if they okay.
Hey, They'll take that.
They need to worry about the Wolves, though, right? They need to worry about the Wolves. Wolves sent on 6 eliminations this game, so they are feeling it. Meanwhile, not so good 4 eliminations. Looks like they are gonna have the one up. BRS taking some shots over there, but his teammates kind of dipped below him. Not really with the ankles right now. But I do like Bigsy's position and Blinky, just in case Coops or Wancho decide to like rotate behind him with that vehicle like we just saw moments ago on a Dauntless. They are going to be in a position to put a stop to it. So the spread from not so good Hot Jukes, I'm kind of feeling it.
It's looking really good right now. Let's see what Team Steel can do up close and personal. Shotgun versus shotgun. And it's going to be straight out of Nepal winning that one. Blaze on the edge here, taking full advantage of it. Looking at that circle, though, I mean, I do agree with you. Not so good games are really primed here because everybody else is going to have to just force to play that edge. The biggest threat right now, not so good, is got to be the Wolves, though. They are very close to them. That fight could be imminent here. And yeah, they're already on that push. And VR, unfortunately, was caught off guard. Wasn't able to put any shots or anything onto them here.
They're going to be just fine. I have faith. Not so good games is, you know, sitting at the bottom of this hill. The very extreme low ground, but he's going to pop up and get the finish. Here it comes. He sees him. Punch. Oh, nope, he doesn't see him. Coops is there to save the day. Coops has had a day, man. He's been quiet, but he's had a good day.
There's all that 1v3, man. Once that happened, we just saw our Wolves go nuts.
But I mean, how many times have Coops done that on broadcast before? You know, I mean, such a clutch player. Bigsy looking for the pickup, forced to pull off that one. Here's the buggies taking a couple shots, going right back to work.
He knows exactly where to throw that grenade, though. He's
yeah,
told
Wolves
the team.
get headshotted. And like, all right.
Little long, that one connects, but not enough damage. Here's another, just a little long once again. That's a tough nade to throw. You got to prime it absolutely perfectly. Wolves not able to get it done, so they fall back just a little bit. Huacho is still in this fight. He's got some nades to throw for sure, and now that he's back up, watch Wolves rebound here.
Back it up.
Back it up.
No reset there for the Wolves. Not a bad play, to be honest. They still got plenty of circles. They're like, you know what? Just in case the zone goes north, let's back out of this one here. Because they don't have, they like,
true.
Not so good has such a good position for this fight, and they know it.
Only stage 6, so both the squads here, PB, definitely have some time to work with. What a great point there.
They really do. I feel like we might see a new chicken dinner winner for the first time here today, and the only team that can get another one is straight out of Nepal after they won the last game. They're looking for a little back-to-back action here. Not the last game, but 2 games ago, rather, on Erangel. Here is the zone shift. Who is it going to favor? Entity with the good spot. Hunter, though, might be a little out of play here. It's all going to hinge on him and his ability to not only land shots, but avoid them. We'll see if he comes back, but INCO is going to be crashing on top here shortly.
Ace. Got that nade locked and loaded. We're getting into the final circle here, guys. 16 players remaining. Stage 7, one more zone shift, and this zone's going to go down to this absolute center. Let's see what Team Entity can do. I called them to win a little bit earlier. Their rotation's so on point. Their fight style still needs a little bit of fine-tuning.
Yeah.
You can see right now, they're in a great spot, but only no elimination so far. Let's see if they can get some on the board. They need them.
Yeah, I know your limbs. And also be worried about INCO and Shannon Paul. So 2 different teams right now really looking in their direction. On the east side of the road, Hunter will be able to get in the vehicle, get the rotate, losing 50% of their health. And we got 2 separate fights happening right now. Stage 7 looks like Baton also trying to wrap around the NSG boys over here. So both the north and the south, PB, it's heating up as we get to the the late game.
It really is. Are they almost there? I mean, sheesh, can they hold it down?
There it is.
Question. Better take full advantage. There's the fight now between the Wolves and NSG. Oh, can you avoid the grenade? Just barely. Wolves on the push. Coops peeking his little head up, and they just can't get the front line knock. VRS4 still hanging in there, but here comes the flanking move. Coops gets another one.
Wow.
I guess it's Juancho picking up that one. Man, Juancho connecting for sure. I saw the shots actually come in from Coops, but man, they are just taking it to NSG right now, taking advantage. They make the cross from the gap, and it's all up to VRS4. Last member standing for NSG. Shotgun, not good. Coops delivers. Just like that, top 4 situation. We said we wouldn't pick Wolves this time. They certainly wouldn't be able to get it done, and here we are. Top 3. It's a 3v3v3. Wolves, straight out of Paul and INCO. Who's it going to be, Dave?
Game, right? It's got to be.
It's got to be.
Yeah,
they're on fire.
Yeah. Looking to reposition now. They're going to get the wraparound onto Wolf over there. From straight out of Paul.
Oh my gosh.
Easy peasy little lean peek action with the M4. KC cooking up a grenade, trying to put a stop to the flush onto straight out of Paul Wolf. But Coops, Juancho, they are just heated. They are just looking for the final winner chicken dinner of tonight here, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, once you see the Wolves start, getting primed like this, they're so tough to beat. You saw the difference in skill gap just when it comes to team fighting alone. They work so well together. That nade, barely moving that Bentley. Weighs a whole lot.
Them Bentleys. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I will say, them Bentleys don't seem to be good luck right now for people hiding behind them.
Dude, that's
so you
true.
might want to think twice about parking yourself in that situation. So straight out of Paul, precarious position between 2 of the favorites in the lobby right now. We've got them off on the side. You can see Baton in the bottom right corner of your screen. He is kind of the linchpin right now for that Wolves squad. Coops on the front line is going to be joined by Baton. They're going to leave straight on a Paul on the flank. And this could be an interesting move right now that gives them a chance because SON, they have center zone right now. So they're in a position where they have the zone. And now Wolves might have to fight 2 squads at once. This is going to be really interesting. Straight on a Paul has an opportunity to potentially third party here if INCO is going to push up to this roadside. It does look like they're shifting their attention to go for straight on a Paul first. I thought this is what was going to happen, but they're taking a long time to do it. Now INCO is all the way up. Whoever takes the fight first here, the other squad has the opportunity to third party.
Juancho with the MG3 here. Squad wiper, Hot Jukes. Just ready to go. KC, smoke dissipating. Baton trying to flush out KC so they can claim this side of the road to themselves. Blaze is off angle though. Could play spoiler. Looks like the Wolves are going to be trying to push KC, and Blaze does have that cover over there, but Wancho really going to be playing that guardian role in the back line here. So once when Blaze does pop his little head up, take some shot onto Wancho in the front line, that's when Baton's going to need to really hit them shots. And like you said, PB, INCO, they're just itching. They're just itching to make the push or get the
they're gonna wait.
knock across the road here.
They're waiting for a knock. Yeah, they're the only one on their side of the street, right? They know it. They've got this whole ditch. There's a ditch on the other side as well, but there's two squads over there fighting each other. So the second that starts to pop off, we might see a push come across from INCO on the third party. So here's the knock. It opens up. What will happen? Will INCO hold tight? It looks like they may. Coops is going to guard the back line really quickly. You can see movement on that upper side from McGrellin. Nades are going to start coming in. You know they're going to be on the push. Let's see if this actually connects as SON down to their last. Remember, it's Blaze in the back line. He does find Guacho. This is ideal for INCO. This might have just turned the tide. The third party coming in clutch. And now you see Vitali pushing the edge. 7 across the street, looking down. Wolves in trouble, but the flash coming in clutch. Can Coops clutch this?
Baton not able to do it. Who won? INCO Gaming with the chicken dinner. So close right there, all the way towards the end. But you saw the Wolves, man. These guys showed that, hey, you know what? We're the top dogs in this lobby for a reason. They definitely made an impact here. For sure.
I like the play from INCO too, just kind of waiting on that side of the road, like you said, PB. And they had their grenades primed, and they were just kind of tossing them, you know, expecting the push essentially right there, and really putting in a lot of damage. So INCO walking away with 6 limbs and the winner chicken dinner. But Achux, PB, I mean, that was really, I know INCO won, but that was really the game I was waiting for from the Wolves right there. Just taking fight after fight, not really pumping the brakes at all, constantly just trying to get involved and being the aggressive Wolves that we know and we love. Almost 3,000 damage done here in this last game for them here, PB.
That's a fair bit of damage. Not too shabby at all. They lead all squads by 1,000 damage, so really impressive from them. Second place was INCO on the damage charts, and they earned it right there at the end. I thought they played that flawlessly, by the way, waiting for that to pop off, then coming across for the third party. And the fact that straight out of Paul Blaze was able to get that knock on Juancho, that was what did him in. I mean, ultimately, you end up with somebody trying to revive. You're in basically a 1v3. Beautiful flash from coming in from Coops, but ultimately it just wasn't enough to swing the tide back as INCO able to take it. But I think a big story here as well, Dauntless picking up 6 eliminations. Yeah. Obviously, they weren't able to overcome the Wolves here. But again, 6 when they're already on top, that secures them a first place finish on the day. And that's massive for a squad that doesn't have their ticket punched yet to the next stage. So again, they can finish, you know, obviously in the top 2 and make their way to PMSL Americas, where $200,000 is going to be on the line. But at the same time, INCO, their first opportunity to compete in the regionals, as they are just new residents of North America. They're going to secure their first chicken dinner of the weekend. They pick up 6 elims, most of them that last fight, but they get the W to close things out today. That's going to put them near the top 5 as well. Overall, gentlemen, got to ask, you know, as we take a peek at the match rankings, see a good point distribution once again in that left column. What were your thoughts on today, Dave?
CBK, right? Their worst game yet here. CBK, though, was definitely like a surprise team for me, coming out with their 2 wins. I'm not gonna lie, so I'm gonna have my eye on them coming into tomorrow. And I'm looking at like X-Force, I'm looking at Zero Fox, Sinners Esports. Hopefully today was just getting the nerves out of the way, right? And you know, they definitely have a lot of VOD review to do tonight, coming into tomorrow, to try to tighten up, because tomorrow is the halfway mark, right? So really, let's check out the overall. But these bottom teams, they can't afford another bad day. I mean, that's just the truth here. Sure. Remember, top 2 is the goal. Yeah, top 5, there's some money, but top 2 is where you want to find yourself here.
Yeah, top 2, and it's a close one. I mean, you got a lot of teams that are right in that running right here. So, I mean, tomorrow's going to be a super interesting day. Got to give it to Dauntless, though, up on top, 62 total points, and they did it with eliminations, man. Look at that, 39 total. That is more eliminations than the 7th place team got in total points on down. That is pretty dang good. So Dauntless, INCO, almost there, honestly, I think is the big upset for today, though, right? I mean, almost there, coming out of the Challengers division and barely making it in, and a great performance here on the day. So I'm really hoping to see them do well here, PB, because I love to see a Challenger team make it to the big show.
Absolutely. Dauntless, big winner of the day, obviously, with 62 total points. Subtract out their bonus, and they finished with 56 earned points of the day. That's just one more than almost there. So almost there, putting up the best performance right up there with Dauntless in the entire lobby. So again, big surprise from them. CBK also with the 2 chicken dinners. That's going to come in real handy if there is a tie. So CBK, impressive performance from them. On the flip side, I thought Entity, not the performance that they were hoping for, given how well they positioned themselves today. I thought they played well, but 26 points well short of what they need to qualify through. X-Force, not quite where they should be as well. Rich Esports, slow starting. They did turn it around there in the middle, pick up some points, but again, they're well off the mark. Also, a surprise for me on the bottom side was Sinners Esports. I felt like they had some really good momentum in the first game, shooting well, coming off a great performance in 4th place, coming out of the Challenger Finals, but just nothing doing at all after Sandhawk was completed. So, they'll have to try it again tomorrow. We are through 6 games of play at this point. And as we have reminded you guys through and through, the top 2 non-partnered teams will be moving on to the next stage. Top 5 for this stage will be receiving a share of $20,000. So, even the partner teams have something to play for here today. They're trying to get paid. You know what I'm saying? So final thoughts here, my friend. Hot Jukes, I'll come to you first. What do we need to see tomorrow in order for these teams that are falling a little bit short to turn things around?
Sandhawk, that's the place, man. We only got 2 more left, right? So if you're going to get it done, start off strong in that first match to kind of just get all that anxiety out the way and make it happen. So if you're down on the second part of the leaderboards, I would definitely be doing my research there first, because you need a big win off the rip. For sure.
Great points. And Dave, if you're on the top of the leaderboards looking down, if you're CBK, if you're almost there, if you're Dauntless, those are the 3 teams that are trying to make it to that next level. What do they got to do to keep that momentum going and ensure that they're on the top of the tables?
Yeah, keep it going, and make sure game 1, game 2 tomorrow night, you don't slip and get the goose egg, to kind of put a stop to that momentum. And kind of going back to Miramar real quick, Sinners and the Frogs. Listen, I get it. Picado, you want to drop there. That's fine. But Jukes, you talked about it. Like, you could share. You don't need to drop there and immediately fight each other, kind of be like, hey, we both love Picado, so let's just call it what it is, and hopefully we'll see some better results from them as well here tomorrow. So I'm all for hot drops, but that just ain't it.
Well, maybe we'll have a stalemate for 15 minutes tomorrow. With that, big happy birthday to Aaron on the production crew once again, as well as big thank you to everyone on production for killing it as always. He's 100 years old. I'm just kidding. But at the end of the day, it looks like, what is he, 4 or 5 years old with them candles on there? Love to see it. That looks like a real picture that actually happened. Not gonna say. Anyway, big shout outs to Little Dog on the production team. Guys, it's been a pleasure as well to bring you guys day 1 of the Titan Series Premier Finals. Don't go anywhere though, because we got day 2 coming up tomorrow, where the action's sure to be bananas, and we've got Smash rules in effect after tomorrow. So let's see where that bar gets to. Let's see what the score is after tomorrow. Will it be one of our dark horse teams like CBK, like Almost There, or will it be one of the front runners like Wolves or INCO to step their way back up? We'll have to stay tuned to find out. My name's Powerbank. I've been your host today alongside Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. Thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure you subscribe, like the stream before you get out of here, and we'll see you tomorrow at the same time.
You know what? We put in that work this season, and we're going to fix all the problems we have.
See, look at how many different teams are on your radar, on your screen at the same time.
I'll tell you what, that's the one thing about Sandhawk.
Here to back him up, Juancho is looking up the hill still at INCO.
The open has to provide that soft cover, but
action today. Migsy has come out on top.
Got him.
But these guys can kind of figure it out and clean some of these other squads out before they arrive on scene. Rich taking a lock.
They need a knock. And it's all up to Klaus. Nice.
Look. Opens themselves up. Star takes down Juancho.
Got him! Turds all by himself. Gonna have to defend this bush. Dodges the vehicle, gets 1. Does he get the double? One more shot!
There, coming up with a massive flank play. He's got a little bit of a divot here that he's hiding in, but looking for them to get into it potentially with X-Force as well. X-Force taking on, not round right now, Migsy, seeing if he can get the finish. X-Force.
Teams to make that push, you're fighting it out, you're gonna get third party easily.
Almost there. Have been dominating here tonight. Wolf is gonna be
Right there.
Klaus got the pickup onto Z's, but he's about to... I like the finish there from Moncho. I hate it when players leave. I feel like I've done it again, boys. They're in trouble. The flux flank is coming in.
got him.
Got him! That's 2! 3!
It is coming in. Scarface on the push from across the street.
Got one! 0.5 HP at this point. Oh! No way.
Doesn't smoke off the angle properly. There's a...
This is a perfect opportunity for
them up, but it's not going their way so far. Sinners.
Finish. Shotgun.
Stop to the push over here. Finally, not so good. Right up 3v3, guys. 3v3.
You mentioned
Oh, that molly, though, is not going to be... Oh, in the open.
That's for Bravo with the SK-12. Laying down.
Oh, he's got the angle.
Right here.
He's got it.
End up on top, but a good chunk of the time. This man's... We might see a push come across from INCO on the third party. Clutch! Can Coops clutch this?
Baton! Not able to do it. Who won? INCO!